Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Chapter 81. The one who survived the great emperor's calamity was not him. Boom boom boom. The two fought again, and Huang Tian really wanted to kill him. Every move was sharp and decisive, without the slightest mercy. On the other hand, Tianyu was already seriously injured. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, they were suppressed all the way. Within 10 moves, Tianyu's body was destroyed and turned into ashes. Only the broken soul was still glowing, and it was obviously about to fail. Just as Huang Tian and all the cultivators in the universe think so. This kid Tianyu is about to die completely. But he escaped and ascended to heaven miraculously. A strange light was blooming within his broken soul. It was immediately completely ignited by him, and boundless fire swept across in an instant. The entire ruined star field was covered. That is the legendary fairy flame. No, that is not the real body of the immortal fire, but a small cluster of residual fire. This guy Tianyu actually possesses such a treasure. Looking at the star field covered by endless Tao fire, all the cultivators were shocked. The legendary fairy fire is a truly supreme divine object. It is said that that thing was able to severely injure even the ancient supreme beings. He even forcibly took the life of a master of the imperial way, and his lethality was terrifying. Boom. Endless immortal fire burned and swept across, blazing with unparalleled heat. Even dozens of neighboring star fields were affected and turned into ashes. It was not until a long time later that this horrific sea of fire was finally extinguished. A blurry figure walked out from the endless flames. Tianxi, you bastard. The blurry figure revealed its true appearance, and it was naturally Huang Tian. At this time, his face looked a little ugly and he gritted his teeth secretly. He was very familiar with this fairy flame. It was the unique killing move of his fairy phoenix clone Zhang Tianxi. In the past, Tianxi was hunted by the supreme beings, and he was able to escape with the help of this magical object. Now, part of this divine object has actually fallen into the hands of this kid Tianyu. He even relied on this fairy flame to slip away from his hands. One is Tianxi, the other is Tianyu. Could this kid be Tianxi's illegitimate child? Huang Tian's eyes flickered as he spoke faintly. But soon he shook his head. Tianxi was a descendant of his own immortal phoenix bloodline. If Tianyu is his blood descendant, he will definitely inherit part of the immortal phoenix mark. Huang Tian, the original body, could naturally sense it easily. He was able to slip away from my hands like this. Could this guy be the legendary chosen one? Are you born with great luck? But this is not right. Recalling the entire ancient history of the era of shrouding the heavens, there were many emperors and kings. There doesn't seem to be a character called Emperor Tianyu in it. The most well-known ones are Yihei, Wu Shi, and the ruthless 3 heavenly emperors. Add to that a wicked Taoist priest named Duanda. Huang Tian thought about it for a while and was too lazy to pay attention to it. In this life, he is on the road to becoming an emperor, and no one can stop him from proving his truth. Immediately, the figure flashed, and Huang Tian's figure also disappeared. Deep in the ancient starry road, the battle for the Emperor Road becomes more and more intense. As time went by, one outstanding person after another was eliminated. In just less than 100 years, Huang Tian had already entered the quasi-emperor realm. He is also the first top genius to step into the quasi-emperor realm on the road to becoming the Starry Sky Emperor in this life. It can be said that he was so far ahead that there was not even a single obstacle in sight. Originally all living beings in the universe, including himself. Everyone believed that the path to becoming an emperor in this lifetime would belong to Huang Tian alone, a time when no one else could contend for him. But what no one in the world could have imagined was that there were also living beings who followed closely behind and were promoted to the quasi-emperor realm. This creature is that kid Tianyu. Moreover, this kid's quasi-emperor tribulation is also quite terrifying. There is the legendary chaos of humanoid lightning that manifests and horrifies the world. Even Huang Tian was somewhat surprised. But what made him even more speechless? After Tianyu survived the quasi-emperor tribulation, he came to me first. Then there is nothing much to say, another earth-shattering battle. Tianyu, who has entered the quasi-emperor realm, seems to have been reborn. He is really strong. The whole person seemed to be placed in a hot copper furnace and trained billions of times. All of one's endless potential has been tapped. This battle attracted attention from all over the human world and the universe, and it was extremely fierce. Piece after piece of ancient star fields were wiped out and turned into nothingness. In the end, Huang Tian won. In the end, he still had the upper hand and beat Tianyu half to death. Even the quasi-emperor's physical body was wiped out, leaving only a small part of his spiritual essence. But the latter escaped from Huang Tian's clutches once again. Huang Tian dared to swear that he really had the intention to kill. There is no such thing as letting the water flow. No matter how ruthless Huang Tianxia was, no matter how sharp the killing moves he used were. But Tianyu is a very tough kid and cannot be killed. He really seemed to have some kind of luck as a chosen one. But his luck was not due to his cultivation talent or bloodline and physique. Instead, it was all focused on the level of vitality, which was far beyond that of ordinary quasi-emperor creatures. Huang Tian was really helpless about this. In this life, he actually encounters such an alternative and weird character like Tianyu. During the next 3,000 years, Huang Tian and Tianyu loved and hated each other. Kill all the way from the first level of quasi-emperor to the 8th level of quasi-emperor. During this period, neither of them knew how many times they had fought. Tianyu is the loser in every fight. The former also well illustrates what a super immortal cockroach is. He seemed to be carrying some kind of destiny and mission. After a period of time, this guy would miraculously revive with full health. Moreover, his strength is even greater than before, and his potential has also been further enhanced. At this moment, Huang Tian finally realized it. This kid Tianyu is following the path of the legendary ancient emperor. On the road to emperorship, after 100 failures, one must be reborn through nirvana and impact the road to emperorship. If it weren't for the fact that the timeline of ancient history was wrong. Huang Tiandu almost believed that this kid Tianyu was the real Emperor Luangu. At this moment, Tianyu has finally transformed to the level where he can face off against Huang Tian head-on. Both of them are at the top of the list of geniuses. It was like two magnificent golden suns, illuminating the entire universe, so brilliant. Go ahead. I won't fail this time. In a dead and silent place at the edge of the universe, Tianyu appeared again. At this moment, he stood at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. Let the endless chaotic void tremble. Opposite him was Huang Tian. Needless to say, the latter had already reached this level 100 years ago. You are the first person in history to have escaped from my hands so many times. I just don't know if you can still be so lucky in this battle. Huang Tian had a cold expression on his face, staring at Tianyu, and said quietly. He has been really fed up with it over the past few thousand years. Keep rubbing back and forth to crush an immortal cockroach. For Huang Tian, this did not give him any sense of accomplishment at all. He even felt that he was about to become a grinding stone for others, constantly polishing Tianyu, the rough jade. Until today, the other party is able to be so fast and amazing, standing in the realm of quasi-emperor. Among them, Huang Tian is probably the one who made the greatest contribution. The winner will be revealed after the battle. Tianyu responded without showing any weakness. Rumble. After a shocking roar, Huang Tian and Tianyu started another peak showdown in the chaotic area of the borderland. This is a top-level battle among the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. The battlefield scene was extremely terrifying, as if a world-destroying catastrophe was about to arrive. Even if they are separated by endless star fields, they can still feel the vast and terrifying pressure. Countless creatures and cultivators across the universe are also closely watching the outcome of this battle. They all knew that, barring any unexpected events, this battle would ultimately be won or lost. I am afraid it will also decide who will be able to laugh to the end and become an emperor in this life. From then on, he dominated the universe and looked down on all living things. But most creatures generally believe that Huang Tian, the top genius, has the greatest chance of winning. Although Tianyu was strong, he was defeated all the way from the Saint realm to the quasi-emperor realm, but he never gave up. This is a very inspiring and talented creature. But in the face of absolute strength and talent, there is nothing but inspiration and hard work. The effect that can be exerted is also minimal. This battle took 3 full days. The figures of Huang Tian and Tianyu were spread across most of the borderland of the universe. Wherever they went, there was desolation and ruin. That's because Huang Tian is chasing Tianyu. That's right, there was no suspense. Tianyu lost both games again as expected. This guy is even more cruel than Emperor Luangu. Defeated all the way to the 9th level of quasi-emperor. But this time Tianyu also made Huang Tian bleed, and paid a heavy price. A creature that can step into the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. The so-called innate factors such as blood and constitution no longer play a big role. The most important thing is yourself. Needless to say, Huang Tian has always been at the top in all aspects. But this guy Tianyu was able to come from behind and win. In the final battle, he was even able to fight Huang Tian to the same level as Chi Hu in a short period of time. This is already extremely remarkable. Huang Tian had a premonition that if he let Tianyu go this time, this guy is afraid that it is really possible for him to make another ultimate leap and impact the great emperor realm. How could he allow such a thing? As an opponent, there is nothing to say. We must do our best to destroy him. So Huang Tian also tried his best. All kinds of magical powers, secret techniques, and supreme imperial laws were used on Tianyu. Under his fierce attack, Tianyu was defeated step by step and kept coughing up blood. The strongest quasi-emperor body that was built with great difficulty was already riddled with holes and in tatters. In the end, Huang Tian even used the sacred fighting method to condense a copper furnace of heaven and earth. Completely covered Tianyu. Immediately, the unparalleled divine fire began to boil, trying to refine it completely. Under the burning of the vast and terrifying divine fire, Tianyu also let out a painful roar. His quasi-emperor body was dissipating, and the origin of his soul was also disappearing. Facing Huang Tian's full-force attack, even a super-immortal cockroach like him couldn't withstand it. Boom! Finally, the sea of fire disappeared, and Tianyu was completely wiped out. The body turns to ashes, and the soul turns to nothingness. In front of Huang Tian, he was refined alive. This scene also makes all living creatures in the universe feel terrified and frightened. Huang Tian is a really ruthless guy. He is so cruel that he doesn't give his opponent any chance to survive. But at this time, there was no trace of joy on the former's face. His face was expressionless as he stared at the twisting void ahead. After the endless divine fire dissipated, this place had already turned into a desert where no life was allowed to live. But in this area, there is still a trace of special and alternative energy. This kind of energy is very strong and terrifying, and Huang Tian is extremely familiar with it. This forbidden weapon made by a certain imperial master is indeed a good trick. Tianyu, this kid, actually fooled even me. No wonder you are so confident that you dare to appear in front of me and fight me head-on. Huang Tian said in a deep voice, with a chilling murderous intent in his words. This time he really miscalculated. I never expected that Tianyu would be such an immortal cockroach. He actually has such an amazing background that he can even master such a rare and unique item as the Imperial Forbidden Weapon. Using this forbidden weapon of the Emperor to protect himself from a fatal disaster can be said to be quite courageous and calculated. Humph, so what if that's the case? No matter how high you advance to, in this life and in the future, I will be able to suppress you firmly. Finally, Huang Tian shouted coldly and his figure disappeared again. Ever since that shocking war, the human universe has fallen into peace. But all living beings know that this is only a temporary peace. The situation on the road to becoming an emperor in this life has evolved to the present moment, and the candidate who will become the future emperor has become very clear. Huang Tian is the well-deserved first seed. Standing at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm, he was too strong and too eye-catching. In the next 100 or 1,000 years, he may be able to survive the great calamity at any time. Time passed, and 500 years went by in a blink of an eye. On this day, the universe and the sea of stars finally ushered in a vast thunder punishment that everyone was looking forward to. Endless chaotic lightning poured down from the sky, terrifying to the extreme. This is the true calamity of the great emperor. As soon as it appeared, it alarmed all living beings in the universe and made countless cultivators tremble and panic. The great emperor's tribulation is that the most powerful being finally beginning to overcome the tribulation. Is the great emperor of the world finally going to be born in front of our own eyes? In the starry seas all over the universe, many eyes were focused on the chaotic sea of thunder at the border. This is an extremely terrifying catastrophe for the emperor, accompanied by the emergence of many laws and orders between heaven and earth. It seemed that even the mysterious mark of the heart of heaven was trembling in the dark. It can be vaguely seen in the center of the vast and terrifying chaotic sea of thunder. There is a vague figure of a living creature who is undergoing a tribulation. He was covered by one terrifying and heaven-defying chaotic lightning after another, and suffered unprecedented heavy damage. The sky was filled with imperial blood splattering, and was soon wiped out into nothingness by the violent lightning. This great calamity of the emperor is too fierce. Even if they are separated by an infinite distance, it can still make all living beings tremble and panic. But soon some powerful creatures discovered some abnormalities. No, it's the figure of a living being standing in the deepest part of the Chaos Thunder Sea. Why does he look a little unlike that most powerful being? In the universe, there was an old antique with a solemn expression, his eyes fixed on the sea of thunder at the border. As time went on, he wasn't the only one. Even many other powerful beings discovered clues. After a period of careful observation and perception, many old antiques finally came to their senses. The one who is going through the great emperor tribulation right now, is actually the peerless genius known as Tianyu. Oh my god, he actually came from behind and surpassed the strongest, and was the first to pass the great emperor tribulation. At this moment, countless creatures in the human world and universe were dumbfounded and in disbelief. It's really crazy what's happening right now. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Huang Tian was once hailed as the person with the greatest hope of attaining enlightenment and becoming the great emperor of the world. We were actually overtaken at the last moment. And the one who surpassed him was Tianyu, the tragic number 2 man who had been defeated by him for thousands of years. This astonishing turn of events stunned everyone for a moment. After a while, all living creatures suddenly woke up. Right now, Tianyu is trying to overcome the great calamity and is about to succeed. Then where did Huang Tian, the other party involved and the one who was the focus of everyone's attention, go? It has been dormant for so long, why is it still reluctant to show up? Could it be that some unknown and terrible accident has happened to it? Chapter 82. The true body breaks through the imperial calamity, the power of faith of all living beings in the universe. Rumble. At the edge of the universe, Tianyu's journey to overcome the great calamity of the emperor is still continuing. This vast thunder catastrophe was too violent. It swept across the world and destroyed everything. At this moment, Tianyu is the focus of the entire universe. All living beings had a premonition of this, after tens of thousands of years of silence. In this life, a new emperor-level figure will finally be born. I never thought that the first person to attain enlightenment in this life would be Tianyu. After today, he, the pride of the universe, can finally hold his head high and rise up. Deep in the sea of stars, there was also an old antique with a complicated expression, sighing. This is an old quasi-emperor whose life is coming to an end. It can even be said that he is one of the contemporary geniuses who is of the same generation as Huang Tian and Tianyu and is striving to become an emperor. He was once a peerless genius in the starry sky and rose to prominence in a stunning manner. From then on, he embarked on the road to becoming the Star Emperor. Unfortunately, he could never compare with Tianyu. When he was in the Saint Realm and Saint King Realm, he was defeated twice by Huang Tian. Almost all of them were ruthlessly crushed. From then on, he was completely desperate and no longer had the desire to catch up. Today, when he saw Tianyu, the genius, rising strongly and overcoming the calamity of becoming an emperor. That's why he would sigh like this. After all, the other party is much stronger than himself. This kind of strength is not just about cultivation and talent. What's more important is the other party's tenacity and willpower in seeking the truth. Before this, all living beings in the universe knew it. Tianyu's road to becoming an emperor can be described as quite tragic and bumpy. After he set foot on the road to becoming the Starry Sky Emperor, he suffered disastrous defeats all the way. Facing Huang Tian, the great demon king of the imperial road, Tianyu has been constantly crushed since he reached the Sage Realm. The Saint Realm, the Saint King Realm, the Great Saint Realm, and finally to the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor Realm. God knows how many times Tianyu has been defeated. If it were an ordinary genius on the road to becoming an emperor, his Tao heart would have been shattered long ago. On the other hand, Tianyu was almost beaten half to death by Huang Tian every time and was extremely miserable. But he always manages to survive like an indomitable cockroach. And still full of fighting spirit and indomitable spirit. For Tianyu, every major defeat is an opportunity to be reborn from the ashes. It is precisely because of this time and again that Emperor Lu suffered defeat. This is how he became the one who could survive the great calamity of the emperor in this world. That's why this old quasi-emperor would have such a sigh. He was completely convinced by Tianyu. At that time, there was no one except the great devil Huang Tian. The former is indeed the most qualified person to become the great emperor. In addition to this old quasi-emperor, there are many other creatures who have similar ideas. For Tianyu, the great emperor of the time who keeps fighting despite repeated defeats. Anyone who knew about his rough journey to become an emperor would inevitably feel infinite awe for him. This emperor has a really difficult life. At the same time, he was too unlucky. On the road to becoming an emperor, he should have been glorious and advancing rapidly. But he met Huang Tian, the great devil of the emperor road. Rumble. As time went by, at the end of the borderland, Tianyu's great calamity became more and more terrifying. It has come to the most critical moment. The depths of the borderland had long been engulfed by the boundless and endless chaos thunder. In various parts of the universe, countless laws of order are madly converging there. It was as if that place had become the core of all things in the human world. There is a brand new aura of a great emperor in the air, which is about to be forged into a path to the throne of the contemporary emperor. Bang! And at this moment, something strange happened. The originally vast and terrifying sea of thunder of the emperor became extremely violent. The intensity of countless emperors, lightning suddenly increased a lot. A devastating aura swept across the universe. Just a ray of chaotic lightning struck down, destroying all of them. Even Tianyu's position as the emperor that was about to be achieved was shattered. His entire body and soul were shattered and turned into a rain of light all over the sky. This scene shocked everyone. What immediately shocked countless creatures in the universe was that they saw another living being in Tianyu, the great emperor who was about to be reborn. That's him. He finally showed up. It's incredible. He actually has such courage to directly break into the calamity of Emperor Tianyu. This is so crazy. You are worthy of being the great demon king of Emperor Road. Now Tianyu is in danger again. Countless cultivators finally came to their senses after seeing the scenes reflected by the universe emperor's law of disaster. Many people felt a sudden pang in their hearts, and had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. To be honest, compared to Huang Tian, who is a domineering and unscrupulous devil-like existence, all living beings hope that Tianyu can achieve enlightenment and become an emperor in this life. Only in this way can we suppress the cruel devil Huang Tian. Over thousands of years, God knows how many geniuses and heroes in the universe and the starry sky have fallen at the feet of this great devil. Anyone who blocked his path to becoming an emperor was slapped to death with 1 or 2 slaps. There has never been any peerless creature that could jump out and engage in a fierce battle with it, to the point of a bloody fight. Except for one Tianyu. He is also the only one who can escape from Huang Tian after being defeated. And he has escaped death more than once. Emperor Tianyu, you have to hold on. The hope of the human world and the universe rests on you. There were also many saints and wise men of the time, with sorrowful faces, muttering. At this moment, they were extremely hoping that Tianyu could succeed in attaining enlightenment and rule the world from then on. The great devil Huang Tian has ruled this world for too long. For thousands of years, all living beings in the human world and the universe have been shrouded in his unparalleled ferocity. The other party has not yet achieved enlightenment, but he is already so terrifying and appalling. If he really becomes the great emperor of the world, then this human universe will be ruled by him for at least 10,000 years. Just thinking about it makes me feel horrified. Boom boom boom. This kind of thought and emotion ranges from the old quasi-emperor level creatures to saints, kings, and ordinary beings. It continued to spread, and eventually miraculously turned into endless power of faith. Madness converges towards the edge of the universe. Seeing this scene, Huang Tian, who was still in the great emperor tribulation and resisting the heaven-defying lightning, twitched his mouth. Is this fucking possible? So, I have become a super villain. I am so unpopular. Humph, what a great power of faith of all living beings in the universe, no matter what. Whether this great emperor you are looking forward to can succeed in achieving enlightenment depends on his ability. Don't worry, I won't let you go. Huang Tian's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said in a deep voice. His wanton and arrogant words, without any disguise, spread throughout the universe. This also made countless creatures pale. It's over, it's completely over now. That great demon king is the most vengeful. I'm afraid Tianyu is going to be in trouble now. The strong men from all over the universe began to tremble uncontrollably. They could almost foresee the tragic scene that was to follow. And in fact, it was just as they guessed. Tianyu reorganized his body and recovered, and the aura of the emperor on him became stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, he is still a little way away from becoming a truly perfect emperor. Under normal circumstances, he would have been successful. Unfortunately, Huang Tian came at this moment. The former was strong and powerful enough to directly break into the calamity of Emperor Tianyu with his true body. The two most powerful geniuses in the universe stood together at the center of the great emperor's tribulation. The intensity of this great emperor's calamity instantly increased by several times. This is a very terrifying and heaven-defying thing. From ancient times to the present, the great emperor's tribulation is undoubtedly the most terrifying force in the world, without a doubt. Who dares to easily step into the calamity of a great emperor who is about to attain enlightenment? Even the supreme beings like the ancient ones would not dare to do so. Once contaminated, one will be completely drawn into it, and incur the terrifying thunder punishment equal to one's own. Especially the emperor-level strongman, if the two are put together. The thunder tribulation he endured was completely beyond imagination and so terrible that it was immeasurable. But Huang Tian is a super different existence. He plunged headfirst into the calamity of Emperor Tianyu, and used his true body to withstand countless imperial thunder strikes. There were also mysterious and unknown human-shaped lightning bolts that completely enveloped it and fought against it. In one emperor's calamity, two emperors are about to be born. This can be regarded as a unique and bizarre record created in the human universe. As for Tianyu, the original person who achieved enlightenment, he undoubtedly suffered another tragedy. In other words, he was tricked by Huang Tian again. And this time the pit is particularly deep and cruel. Once you get stuck in, it will be hard to get out. Failed to survive the great emperor's calamity. There will only be one in the next game, and both body and soul will be destroyed and fall completely. Especially today, when two of them are undergoing the imperial tribulation together. Boom boom boom. The aura of the emperor's thunder tribulation between heaven and earth was unprecedentedly violent and ferocious. It was filled with endless destruction and majestic aura, as if all the supreme laws of the universe were enraged. At the end of the sky in the human world, the heavenly heart seal that had just taken shape was also shaking violently. At this moment, it is like a newborn fetus and is still very fragile. It is Tianyu's status as the great emperor. Under the impact of such a fierce and overbearing emperor's thunder tribulation, this heavenly heart seal. Cracks kept appearing one after another, and it looked like it was about to collapse again. Boom boom boom. At the center of the great emperor's tribulation, Tianyu also had a solemn expression. He was covered in blood, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. When Huang Tian's figure appeared again, he knew that something was wrong. I've been tricked by that damn bastard again. The other party's cultivation level is too high, so strong that it is unbelievable. He broke into someone else's great calamity with his true body, and killed his way in step by step. This is also an extremely rare scene in the ages. In this situation, even Tianyu has no way to retreat. This time, it was he himself who had to endure the great calamity. No matter how far he fled, he could not escape the coverage of the imperial calamity. Unless he can transcend the scope of this human universe. Boom boom boom. The vast and terrifying Chaos Emperor Thunder continued to strike down. The power of each one is several times stronger than the previous one. Even Tianyu's newly born emperor body couldn't withstand it. In just a short moment, it was chopped into pieces dozens of times. This is a very scary thing. Fortunately, his Tianxin seal has begun to condense. In addition, he has the secret of being unrivaled. Tianyu was still able to grit his teeth and persevere. On the other side, Huang Tian was also trying to overcome the great calamity. He is taking advantage of Tianyu's great emperor calamity. Moreover, with his own strength, he raised the calamity of Emperor Tianyu to several levels. The first thing that came out was the familiar Chaos 9 Immortal Thunder. The 9 Heavenly Lords, thunder punishment from the ancient mythological era has arrived. Huang Tian was already very familiar with this. His black hair was dancing wildly and his whole body was glowing. Without waiting for the heavenly calamity to come, he took the initiative to rush towards the sea of thunder in the sky. Such a fierce and wild way of overcoming the emperor's tribulation makes everyone's scalp tingle. In contrast, Tianyu is in a tragedy. Now they are both going through the great calamity at the same time. Because of the intervention of that bastard Huang Tian, the imperial tribulation that Tianyu and Huang Tian experienced was exactly the same. Therefore, under such a high standard and heaven-defying imperial calamity, Tianyu's situation became increasingly dangerous. Just under the coverage of the 9-layer immortal thunder, Tianyu was smashed into pieces more than a dozen times. This terrifying and tragic imperial calamity was too horrific for the former to withstand even though he possessed the complete secret of the character. Emperor Tianyu, you have to hold on. The future safety and prosperity of this human world and universe depends on you. And at this time, there was a gap between them. Thoughts and powers of faith are gathering from all over the universe. They gathered into a vast ocean tide, and all poured into Tianyu's shattered soul and body at the core of the imperial calamity. Help him recover from his injuries faster. Ahem, I won't die. In this life, I must defeat that bastard. This is the strongest obsession of my life. No matter what kind of calamity the emperor encounters, it cannot stop me from becoming an emperor. Amidst countless destructive lightning bolts, Tianyu reassembled his body again, and he was covered in blood. Although his origin was severely depleted, his eyes were brighter and more dazzling than ever before. The whole person's energy, spirit and fighting spirit are also increasing rapidly. Even if he has a narrow escape from death today, or even a 10-fold chance of survival, he will fight with all his might. Fight for that last chance of survival. If you succeed, you will become an emperor and rule the world. If you fail, your path to becoming an emperor will be in vain and you will die. Defeat Huang Tian. This is Tianyu's strongest and deepest obsession since he set foot on the road to becoming an emperor. Without this obsession, his faith in Taoism would have collapsed long ago. Repeated defeats and narrow escapes from death have deepened Tianyu's determination to prove his truth. To a certain extent, Huang Tian brought infinite oppression and danger to Tianyu. At the same time, it also brought him an unprecedented great opportunity and blessing. Of course, this so-called opportunity and blessing is not something that ordinary creatures can withstand. It is rare to find an alternative freak like Tianyu among billions of people. The others had already become dead souls in Huang Tian's hands, and the grass on their graves was hundreds of meters high. Boom boom boom. One emperor's tribulation in one lifetime, two great emperors. This kind of emperor's tribulation is too shocking. Even several major life-forbidden areas in the Beidou ancient star were shaken. In secret, an ancient supreme being also revived and released a trace of divine consciousness to sense the outside world. But when they saw through the strange and terrifying thunder tribulation of the two emperors at the edge of the universe, he just uttered two words coldly. Madman. Then, there is no more. The ancient masters chose to remain silent again. In today's world, these ancient supreme figures really can't understand anything at all. These younger generations are more evil than the last. What's so special? Even the emperor's tribulation can be overcome together as a group. Who dares to face such a horrific and heaven-defying thunder punishment? If they are not careful, all the ancient supreme beings will be dragged into it and smashed to pieces. Originally, the old fellow had some small ideas and wanted to make a move secretly to plot the future fortune of the enlightened one. This thought was instantly extinguished. It's all because of those evil bastards from the past. That's the kind of bullshit they invented. The world is getting more and more chaotic. Even the ancient supreme beings like us can't keep up with the pace. In the cold and silent Taichu ancient mine, an ancient lord revived, gnashing his teeth and growling. Needless to say, this guy must have been severely hurt by Huang Tian. Upon hearing this, the other masters all remained silent. Chapter 83 overwhelms all and transcends the heavenly heart seal. In the human world, two evil geniuses went through a great calamity to become emperors. All the supreme beings in the life-forbidden zone fell completely silent. No one is willing to wade into this muddy water. If you are not careful, you will be cheated again. Deep in the borderland, the great catastrophe between Tianyu and Huang Tian is still going on. As time goes by, the power of thunder is constantly increasing. This was mainly due to the monster Huang Tian who forced him up there. In this life, he is not yet in the most ideal and strongest state of his mortal body. But it is also far beyond the average ancient masters of the same realm. As his potential is continuously released, the imperial tribulation he overcomes will naturally become stronger and stronger. Huang Tian was able to handle it with ease and there was not much risk. On the other hand, Tianyu is in a tragedy. The body of the new emperor was shattered again and again. The emperor's blood splattered and sprinkled on the Thunder Sea Star region. Even the heavenly heart seal that he had just condensed after achieving enlightenment. There are more and more cracks on it. There was no way, he really couldn't bear it anymore. It's not that Tianyu is not strong enough, but that Huang Tian is more evil. On this day, the entire human universe was trembling. The great emperor's thunder tribulation was rumbling and shaking, covering all directions and making all living beings tremble. On that day, Tianyu, the new emperor of the human world, encountered the most terrifying crisis in history. He used all his magical powers and sought protection from the power of faith of all living beings. Just barely made it through and managed to reassemble the body of the emperor. In the human universe, the Tao and Dharma belonging to him, the great emperor of the time, were still spreading in all directions. I underestimated you for making it this far. Looking at the unyielding figure covered in blood, with a pale face, standing in the core of the emperor's thunder sea. Huang Tian's eyes flickered as he spoke faintly. When the great emperor's calamity reaches this point, it is basically coming to an end. But for Huang Tian, this is far from enough. Whoosh! In an instant, his own momentum rose again. The emperor's thunder tribulation, which was about to run out of power, became violent again. This time, Huang Tian's true body brought about endless thunder and lightning, and rushed straight towards Tianyu. Rumble! The two geniuses once again started fighting in the vast sea of thunder of the emperor. Kill! Facing Huang Tian's powerful and overbearing attack, Tianyu looked indifferent. There was no more unnecessary nonsense, just one cold word. He was very clear that he had been promoted to the great Emperor Wuk, ruling over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, overlooking all living beings. Huang Tian, this peerless enemy, is an obstacle that cannot be circumvented no matter what. Defeating the opponent is his greatest obsession in this life. This was an extremely brutal battle between emperors. Tianyu has just achieved enlightenment, and the origin of his imperial body is still in the process of gradually merging with the human world and the universe. The Tianxin seal is still in a stable state. He also had the confidence to fight Huang Tian head-on. On the other hand, Huang Tian's condition was very mysterious. The great emperor's tribulation is of extremely high standard and extremely terrifying. But he has never taken the initiative to merge with the heavenly heart seal of the human world. The order of heaven and earth continues to converge. But he ruthlessly smashed them to pieces. His true body broke through all the thunder tribulations of the great emperor, as if he was above all the ways of the human world. Just half an hour later, the new emperor Tianyu was defeated again. The crystal emperor's blood spilled across heaven and earth, causing all things in the human world to wail and tremble. Countless creatures saw this scene and were horrified and couldn't believe it. You still failed. Emperor Tianyu has already succeeded in proving his Tao first and is the greatest emperor of the time. Why would I be suppressed by that great demon king? No, how could this happen? In the star fields of all directions, many cultivators were terrified and spoke in a lost voice. Throughout the ages, the ancient supreme beings and great emperors have been the top combat forces in this vast human world. Looking at any era, there are always people who have achieved enlightenment. He must be the one who dominates the world, rules the universe, and is absolutely invincible in the world. But in this life, the emperor's undefeated rule seems to be broken. Huang Tian is a peerless creature who is as mysterious and domineering as a demon. He is really terrifying. No, a great emperor who has achieved enlightenment in this world will not fail so easily. Emperor Tianyu has just achieved enlightenment, and his condition is still very weak. He is still far from recovering to his prime. Wait until he recovers. We will definitely be able to completely suppress that big devil. There were also many monks who said this as if to comfort themselves. In fact, they are quite right. Tianyu, the new emperor, is in a very bad condition. On the one hand, he had to overcome the calamity of the Emperor Nishan, which consumed too much of his original power. Now, his imperial body and the heavenly heart seal have begun to merge. It is still far from being able to display the true full strength of the great emperor. Of course, there is a more important point. Huang Tian is really too strong, and his way is extremely domineering. Tianyu's so-called emperor's heart seal was not able to suppress him. Instead, he was restrained. The way of Huang Tian is above all the ways of the human world and is high above. It even transcends the heavenly heart seal. The more the fight went on, the more frightened Tianyu became. The way of this peerless enemy is too profound and terrifying. After a fierce fight, Tianyu was blown to pieces again. Even his emperor's heart seal was pierced. Afterwards, Huang Tian took advantage of the victory and attacked again. There is no longer any chance for the other party to buffer at all. Emperor Tianyu, you have to hold on. Through the scene reflected by the emperor's thunder tribulation, all living beings in the universe became extremely nervous and terrified. If Tianyu couldn't survive today's great calamity. That's a lot of fun. He will also create many personal world and cosmic records. The emperor with the shortest lifespan, the emperor of his lifetime was defeated, he couldn't be invincible in the world. On the road to becoming the emperor, Tianyu is also the emperor who has been defeated the most times. Other emperors have always been advancing rapidly, sweeping their opponents all the way, striving for the throne of the emperor, and ruling the world. On the other hand, Tianyu was under the shadow of the great devil Huang Tian. From the realm of sage, he was defeated all the way to the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Now, he has finally achieved enlightenment and become the greatest emperor of the world. But he still couldn't defeat his opponent and get revenge. It can be said that Tianyu is definitely the most tragic emperor in the human world throughout history. All these tragic records of the great emperor were attributed to Tianyu. He is destined to shock the world and create a precedent for an alternative tragic emperor for future generations. It's almost over. In the shocking sea of thunder, murderous intent surged in Huang Tian's eyes. He once again tore apart Emperor Tianyu's body, and even most of his soul's origin was destroyed. At this time, he moved his hands with supreme magical powers. Forcefully gathered together the endless amount of Emperor Thunder of destruction. With the help of the power of the Emperor's Thunder Tribulation, he can further completely destroy Tianyu. This can be considered a decisive move. Most ancient supreme beings couldn't last long. This was especially true in Tian Xia's current state. Endless lightning shook the heavens and the earth, ravaging the vast lands, and was extremely terrifying. Roar! Emperor Tianyu's body was shattered, and it was difficult to reassemble it after fighting for so long. Only the original source of the soul is shining, and it is making its last struggle with all its might. At the end of the sky in the human world, the new mark of the heart of heaven was also constantly breaking apart. It seems like it will collapse completely at any time. No, I won't die. I am the great emperor of the world and I am destined to be invincible. One day, I will be able to completely trample a bastard like you under my feet. Amidst countless divine lights, Tianyu roared madly. His blood-red eyes stared at Huang Tian, filled with endless hatred and obsession. If he develops along the normal path to becoming an emperor, with Tianyu's talent, he will naturally be invincible in the world and look down on all living beings. But there just happened to be an extra Huang Tian. The opponent is too evil and too strong. When Tianyu met him, he was suppressed from beginning to end. Even though he had attained enlightenment and transformed himself into a great emperor, he was still defeated. Now he is about to become the shortest-lived emperor in the history of the human world. Boom! Under the cover of a monstrous destructive lightning, Tianyu's only remaining soul source was also destroyed. This was Huang Tian's method. The murderous aura was so overwhelming that it made the universe tremble. With one final powerful and fierce blow, Tianyu was wiped out in front of everyone. The entire human world was completely silent, and countless cultivators had expressions of disbelief and fear on their faces. All living beings were like sculptures, completely imprisoned, and many monks even collapsed to the ground. Emperor Tianyu had a short and tragic life. The road to becoming an emperor is to fight again and again despite repeated failures and never give up. He was defeated all the way to the great emperor realm, but still couldn't turn the situation around. In the end, he was killed again. Such a tragic emperor. Looking at the long history of the human world, they are all quite explosive existences. The notorious reputation of the great devil Huang Tian, and the tragic life of Emperor Tianyu. Today's great emperor's thunder tribulation is destined to go down in history. Boom boom boom. Tianyu disappeared. The vast calamity of the emperor is also rapidly declining. Only Huang Tian's true body stood alone in the depths of the endless sea of destructive thunder. By this time of overcoming the imperial tribulation, the former's path to becoming an emperor had almost been perfected. Without relying on external things, transcending the mark of heaven in the human world, this is Huang Tian's way of the world. Now he has truly entered the realm of ancient emperors. But at this time, there was no excessive excitement on Huang Tian's face. There were astonishing beams of light bursting out from his eyes as he looked towards the vortex of destruction and chaos in front of him. That is also the place where Tianyu fell. Boom! At this time, Huang Tian suddenly moved and waved his hand. The vast and terrifying power of the emperor erupted, flattening the place in an instant. Countless chaotic destructive air currents were suppressed. The true appearance in the chaotic vortex was also revealed. There were countless pieces of flesh and blood floating there, emitting an inexplicable luster. This is the flesh and blood of a true emperor, and its value is incomparable. Even though most of his divinity had been wiped out by the emperor's thunder, he was still unpredictable. At this time, Huang Tian ignored all this. His gaze turned to the center of those fragments of the emperor's flesh and blood. There was a little ash scattered there. One can vaguely feel that there are traces of inexplicable and powerful laws flowing. The complete lineage and heritage of an ancient emperor. Tianyu, that kid actually hid it so deeply. I was careless this time. After a long time, Huang Tian sighed softly. In this life, although he was invincible, even the emperor of the same period was defeated by him. But Huang Tian also felt a little frustrated. No, to be precise, it's depressing. Right under his nose, Tianyu, that kid, escaped again. Somehow, this guy seemed to possess some special destiny. He was always able to dodge a fatal blow in many incredible situations. Such super vitality like that of an immortal cockroach is truly amazing. If it were an ordinary ancient supreme being, he would have been killed by Huang Tian 10 times already. This guy is simply an enhanced version of the later Emperor Luangu and Emperor Jinwu. It's a real headache. Huang Tian closed his eyes slightly and scanned the universe with his immense divine consciousness. As expected, even Huang Tian could no longer sense any breath of Tianyu. Today, this guy was beaten into such a miserable state by me. Even if you want to be an emperor of the time, you need at least 1,000 years to cultivate yourself. I'm afraid I will never be able to recover. Boom. While everyone was silent, Huang Tian was still in deep thought. In the depths of the universe, there was a sudden and earth-shattering explosion. Immediately, a majestic and vast aura swept across and spread in all directions. That is the aura of a true ancient supreme being. That was the terrifying noise caused by several life-forbidden areas on the ancient star Beidou. As soon as it appeared, it startled countless monks. At one point, it even made everyone think that the supreme being of the life-forbidden zone was about to revive again and bring about a terrible disaster. But soon something even more shocking happened. Above the ancient star Beidou, huge and boundless black shadows appeared one after another and rose from the ground. Then, like lightning, it disappeared into the end of the universe without a trace. Those turned out to be the 3 forbidden areas for life: the Taichu ancient mine, the Heaven Burial Island, and the Immortal Tomb. At the moment when Tianyu, the great emperor of the time, seemed to have fallen, the supreme beings in the restricted area could no longer sit still and simply ran away. There is no way, who made Huang Tian in this life so evil and wild? He even defeated a great emperor of the time. He has such an unparalleled and powerful emperor-level combat power. Who can bear this? What if that guy gets hot-headed and attacks the forbidden zone of life like those evil bastards did 10,000 years ago? These ancient masters really can't take it anymore. So they were all very rational. They just carried the life-forbidden zone and fled far into the depths of the universe and ran away. Such bizarre behavior of the ancient supreme beings caused an uproar throughout the starry sky. Even the ancient supreme beings are afraid of that great demon king. Alas, Emperor Tianyu, he wanted to be strong all his life, but unfortunately his fate was unpredictable, and he happened to run into the great demon king in this life. For at least 10,000 years in the future, this world will be ruled by the great demon king. All over the universe, countless cultivators were sighing, their faces filled with sorrow. As the person involved, Huang Tian was also somewhat confused by the actions of the Forbidden Zone Supremes. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly came to his senses. These old guys are really smart. They can run away really fast. Huang Tian looked at the ancient Big Dipper with a sneer on his face, and said. In fact, the Beidou Supremes guessed correctly. In this life, Huang Tian attained enlightenment and transformed himself into a perfect emperor. Although he did not actively integrate the Heavenly Heart Seal, he was above all others. His fighting power is so strong that it cannot be underestimated. After dealing with Tianyu, Huang Tian's next plan is to attack the life-forbidden zone. This is a huge and extremely complex plan. Huang Tian's original goal was to destroy Shanling again. In this way, in the human world of Zhutian, there are only 2 most forbidden areas for life left: Taichu Ancient Mine and Zhangtian Island. Chapter 84: The Most Talented Empress of All Time. Huang Tian achieved enlightenment and became a powerful emperor. It has not yet integrated the Heavenly Heart Seal, but it is above all else. What is even more shocking is that there is something beyond Huang Tian in this world. There is also an Orthodox emperor. This time, when Tianyu was trying to overcome the great calamity, he was beaten badly. The emperor's body exploded dozens of times, but he relied on his tenacious vitality like an immortal cockroach. He finally survived. At the last moment, he even used the forbidden power of the ancient emperor to escape. He also merged with the heavenly heart seal and was recognized by the world as a new emperor. Unfortunately, as a great emperor of his time, his life was also quite tragic. He was crushed and beaten by his opponents all the way, even after he became an emperor. There is no way to escape this horrible curse. At least, at this stage Tianyu is still far from being able to do this. After becoming the emperor, the first thing Tianyu did was to run away. He completely hid himself and healed the wounds that had severely injured the emperor. God knows where in the universe he is hiding now. Anyway, even Huang Tian couldn't sense the exact location for the moment. In the human universe, the earth-shaking catastrophe of the emperor has finally come to an end. Huang Tian, the great devil, dominates the world. The vast demonic power swept across the star fields in all directions, making all living beings silent. Even the ancient star of Beidou and the forbidden areas of life were so frightened that they fled ahead of time and hid themselves. The top ancient sects from all sides were trembling in fear. They were all afraid that the great devil Huang Tian would take revenge on them later. Because when Tianyu was undergoing the tribulation before, the vast majority of living beings supported the former. It also provides it with tremendous support from the power of faith. Huang Tian naturally didn't bother to pay attention to the worries and fears of all living beings. They are just some ants and small shrimps, not worthy of his attention. Swish! At the moment of achieving the throne, Tianyu took a step forward. A golden avenue runs across the universe, leading directly to the ancient star Beidou. Huang Tian is back again. Unlike before, it was so cautious and dormant, arriving silently. This time he was the center of everyone's attention and was extremely powerful. The entire ancient star was shaking violently, and the aura of the emperor was spreading, sweeping across the 10 directions. This is the aura of a true ancient emperor, which can shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths and make all living beings frightened. Especially for the countless cultivators in Beidou, their faces were extremely pale. Huang Tian, the peerless devil, is back. What is he going to do? Is he going to liquidate the entire Beidou ancient star? It is extremely powerful and has incredible fighting strength. The moment he achieved the throne, even the 3 major life-forbidden areas of Taichu Ancient Mine, Burial Island, and Immortal Tomb were scared away. The remaining ancient forbidden places are the Immortal Mountain, the Sea of Samsara, and the ruins of gods. The 4 forbidden areas of life have long been silent for a long time, without any ripples. No one knows what the real situation is inside these 4 life-forbidden zones. Looking at the entire human universe, who else can compete with him? Here he comes, he's back again. Above the sky above the ancient Big Dipper star, a brilliant golden avenue descended from the sky. The aura of the ancient emperor was so powerful that the entire ancient star was shaking violently. Some of the older saints were trembling and some were almost suffocating. The higher one's cultivation level, the more one can feel this terrifying imperial power. Whoosh! Huang Tian descended upon the ancient Beidou star in one step, shining brightly, overwhelming the vast land. His first stop was in the northern region of the eastern wasteland. That is where the fairy tomb of the original life forbidden zone is located. The 6 major life forbidden zones in ancient times have lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. 3 of them had already been flattened by Huang Tian. The only ones left are the Taichu Ancient Mine, the Burial Heaven Island, and the Immortal Tomb. In this life, Huang Tian's goal is very clear. Even if we are conservative, we have to flatten one of the Immortal Tombs. Of course there is also the legendary ancient underworld. This ancient force has a long history and is even related to the legendary reincarnation. For a long time, they have been low-key and dormant. Never provoked Huang Tian, but this does not mean that Huang Tian will let them go. It has completely disappeared, without even the slightest trace left. These rats are really thorough. Huang Tian stood above the sky of the northern territory, the brilliant imperial light around him gradually faded. After careful perception and deduction, I still got nothing. But soon Huang Tian's eyes became sharp and he sneered. You can escape for a while, but you can't escape forever. Don't worry, I have plenty of time in this life to play with you guys slowly. After saying that, Huang Tian's figure flashed and disappeared again. Time flies, and 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The endless terror brought by the great demon Huang Tian was also slowly dissipating. After all, for a whole 1,000 years, this great man has never caused any dark disasters. Even his whereabouts were hidden. No one knows where the former went or what he did in secret. But only one thing is certain. This human universe will remain under his rule for a long time. 1,000 years is just the beginning. Boom. And today, from the depths of the universe, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The vast and unparalleled momentum, like a tsunami, swept across the star fields in all directions. Countless creatures were terrified and fell to their knees. This is the aura of a great emperor. It's that great demon. No, the Supreme Emperor has shown up again. An old saint said with a trembling voice filled with fear. The aura was so strong that it overwhelmed the entire universe and caused the heavens and the earth to vibrate. Countless laws of heaven and earth are all gathered in one place deep in the starry sky. It was as if he was going to forge a Supreme Emperor's body there. Such a strange phenomenon has never appeared in thousands of years. But soon some living creatures realized that something was wrong. This aura of the ancient emperor is very strong and terrifying. But it seems to be somewhat different from the big devil they know. This aura is Emperor Tianyu. Oh my god, he is not dead and is still alive. In this life, two great emperors were born at the same time. Until this moment, an elder sage finally recognized the origin of the emperor-level aura. They were also shocked that they were speechless. They originally thought that Emperor Tianyu had already passed away. After 1,000 years, it reappeared in the world. Furthermore, the emperor-level aura he displayed was still so powerful. Far beyond the past, there is no doubt that this great emperor has finally recovered his peak combat power. That's great. God bless Emperor Tianyu. This is the great emperor we all long for. Many creatures cried for joy, compared to the great devil Huang Tian. Countless cultivators in the human world naturally prefer the great Emperor Tianyu. At the very least, the latter has a kind heart and has never done anything extreme. It has never happened before that, just because of a disagreement, he destroyed several ancient star regions with a slap, killing billions of lives. It's good now. In this human universe, there is finally a being that can fight against the big devil. As great emperor-level beings, all the monks firmly believe that the Emperor Tianyu, who has returned to his peak, will surely have the foundation to fight against the great devil Huang Tian. From now on, I will change my imperial name to Yuha. All sentient beings in the human world who are kind-hearted can be protected by me. Emperor Tianyu has been silent for 1,000 years and has finally fully recovered. The first thing he did after reviving was to clear his name. From then on, in the human world, there was no longer the name of Tianyu, and only Emperor Yuha ruled the 9 heavens. The Feathered Emperor. It means to ascend to heaven. Oh, this great emperor has great courage. Countless cultivators were extremely shocked and named themselves Yuha, aiming to become immortals. That is what all the ancient supreme beings have been madly pursuing throughout the vast ancient history. But so far, no one has succeeded. Even if he was as rebellious as the emperor in the past, as powerful as the immortal emperor, the supreme god of all races. None of them have been able to achieve the legendary thing of becoming an immortal. From this we can see how courageous Emperor Yuha is. On this day, there was a huge shock in every part of the human world. Even in the remote areas of the universe, the name of Emperor Yuha is spread. This emperor is really special. On the road to becoming an emperor, he suffered defeats all the way, even though he had entered the realm of the great emperor. He was still suppressed and was almost killed after Emperor Du's calamity. Today, he has been resurrected with full health. The fighting power of the emperor has reached an unprecedented peak. Such an inspirational and legendary emperor. How can one not be moved by it? Emperor Yuha informed the world through his personal experience. On the road to becoming an emperor, one does not need to be absolutely invincible or make rapid progress. If your faith is strong enough, even if you lose the battle, you still have a chance to achieve enlightenment. To some extent, Emperor Yuha is a guiding light for all the failed geniuses on the road to becoming emperor. Give the former enough courage and confidence. At the same time, at the end of the universe, in a dead star field, 2 sharp eyes suddenly opened, tearing through the endless darkness. Tianyu, Emperor Yuha, it's really him. No wonder. Huang Tian woke up from silence, his eyes flickered and he sighed softly. He had already guessed about Tianyu's true identity. If we count the entire ancient history of the human world, I'm afraid there is only one emperor named Yuha. Only then can I have a slight connection with that kid Tianyu. Now it has come true. Feathered Emperor. Not to mention the present, even in the original plot of the great ruler. This great emperor of the human race is also extremely famous. Of course, this fame does not come from himself, but someone else. The Ruthless Emperor. One of the strongest three emperor combinations in the future era of Shrouding the Sky. The most talented woman in ancient times, and also the most ruthless person in ancient and modern times. This empress fought against the heaven, the earth, and herself. He was not gifted, but he relied on his own strength to kill all the kings and stand alone above the 9 heavens. Even the gods cannot block its way. With a physique inferior to that of an ordinary person, he finally reached the pinnacle. Became one of the strongest people in ancient and modern times. She possesses a talent that will astonish the ages, and can kill gods from outside the 9 heavens, making all gods tremble. However, it is not for the purpose of becoming an immortal, but just to wait for your return in this mortal world. The source of the birth of this peerless empress was Emperor Yuha. If there were no Emperor Yuha and his Yuha dynasty, how could future generations facilitate the rise of a ruthless emperor? The more powerful the reputation of Emperor Henren becomes, the more famous Emperor Yuha will naturally become. It can be said that Emperor Henren and Emperor Yuha would also be able to leave their names in history just by virtue of their achievements. But now, Huang Tian is witnessing the latter's rise. Even under his various hardenings, the power of Emperor Yuha is much stronger than that of the original emperor. It is because of the deep causal relationship with the future ruthless emperor. This is what led to Tianyu's tenacious vitality like an immortal cockroach. In some mysterious way, he was also protected by part of the luck of the human world in this world. Otherwise, based on past experience alone, he could have been replaced by another ordinary emperor. He had been killed by Huang Tian more than dozens of times. Now, Emperor Yuha has officially ascended the throne and reigns over the human world and the universe. Driven by fate, everything in the human world seemed to have returned to its original track. If nothing unexpected happens, the next long period of time will be the road to the rise of the ruthless emperor. Huang Tian is also looking forward to this. Compared to the immortal queen, Huang Tian feels that the ruthless one is the most suitable for him. It would take countless epochs to produce a woman like Henren. It would be such a pity if it was cut off prematurely. Moreover, Huang Tian had already begun planning the next big game long years ago. The human world of Shrouding the Heavens is just a beginning. His plan encompassed the trilogy of perfection, heaven-shattering and sacred ruins, covering countless epochs. Among them, the ruthless emperor is also one of the most critical figures. Things are getting interesting. With a whisper, Huang Tian disappeared again. For the next several thousand years, Huang Tian's true body lay dormant. It has never manifested from beginning to end. In the human universe, there is only one immortal emperor who reigns over the world and rules over the world. Under the influence of his great imperial power, everyone in the world knows and remembers the name Yuha. As for Huang Tian, this super demon king once overwhelmed and defeated Emperor Yuha. It was gradually buried by the passage of time and disappeared. But there is only one person who will never forget him. It can even be said to be unforgettable. That person is Emperor Yuha. Today, his cultivation of Taoism is still constantly improving and upgrading. In order to pursue a higher level, Emperor Yuha used all means possible. He even went so far as to create a huge Yuha dynasty. Collect the fragments of the ancient mythical green fairy cauldron scattered in the human universe. Emperor Yuha gave everything, and the purpose of doing so was simple. Just for Huang Tian. Where on earth is that damn bastard hiding? Why don't you come out and fight me? In the deepest part of the magnificent Yuha imperial palace, Emperor Yuha had a blank expression on his face and spoke with hatred while gritting his teeth. Now he has already had a premonition. His own emperor-level combat power has reached a bottleneck limit. No more promotion possible. If you want to break through this barrier, you have to break the shackles and obsessions deep in your heart. Only in this way can one be reborn and achieve nirvana again. What a pity, thousands of years have passed. The evil bastard from the past has long disappeared. Emperor Yuha took action more than once, trying his best to deduce his whereabouts. Unfortunately, they all failed. Thousands of years are enough to erase the memories of generations of living beings. In this world, only the name of Emperor Yuha is resounding throughout the human world and is unparalleled. As for the great devil Huang Tian from the past, who would still remember him? Perhaps only those who possess the emperor's orthodoxy. Or perhaps only the top powers with ancient imperial backgrounds should have records. No matter what, I must find you. I will defeat you head on and make you a sharpening stone for me on my path to becoming an immortal. The cold and low voice of Emperor Yuha echoed in the imperial palace for a long time. Chapter 85. If I were the emperor of heaven, I should marry a ruthless person. In the human world, there is a great emperor sitting in charge, ruling over the world. The Yuha dynasty was at its peak, dominating all parts of the universe. The foundation of this dynasty is extremely powerful. They roam through one ancient star field after another, engraving numerous supreme magic arrays. He is also constantly collecting fragments of ancient immortal cauldrons from the ancient mythological period. After many old antiques knew the cause and effect of this matter, they all couldn't help but gasp. They have all guessed what this great emperor of the time is going to do. At the same time, at the edge of the universe, on a desolate star, a piece of dilapidated land cracked open, and the figure of an old man in coarse linen clothes emerged. He looked melancholy, gazing into a certain direction of the universe. This old man has a very powerful aura and has already reached the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Using the star fields of the heavens as nodes, I will imitate the ancient heavens of my past and collect many fragments of the immortal cauldron. This great emperor of the time has great ambitions. It's a pity that it will all be in vain. This old man is a descendant of the ancient heavenly court. He even secretly served as the emperor's protector during a certain period of time. Unfortunately, after the shocking battle in the past, the emperor and the first general of the ancient heaven, Chuanying, disappeared one after another. For a long time, the old man's true body has been dormant in the source of God. But a wisp of consciousness often revives, and occasionally pays attention to things in the outside world. And today, the old man was awakened again. The series of thunderous actions taken by the Yuha dynasty were so loud that they affected all parts of the universe. After thousands of years of frantic search and preparation, on this day in the past, a shocking battle took place, and the fragments of the cauldron of immortality were shattered once again. Nearly half of them have fallen into the hands of the Yuha dynasty. Emperor Yuha even took action personally and broke them into pieces of the immortal cauldron, reshaped into a large cauldron embryo, although it still looks tattered and full of cracks. But the rough draft of the cauldron was reassembled into shape again in an instant. However, it also brought about horrific divine punishment and the emergence of various terrifying visions. The old man also sensed the aura of the broken immortal cauldron, which is why it manifested again. At this moment, his mood was very complicated, and he also felt an inexplicable worry. In this world, the new emperor is too harsh in his style of doing things. If we are in such a hurry to achieve success, there could be a big mess at any time. It is too dangerous for such a priceless treasure as the rough embryo of the immortal cauldron to fall into the hands of such an existence. The old man really wanted to snatch it back. But his own strength is limited, he is only at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. To the billions of sentient beings in the human world, this is already considered extremely powerful and terrifying. But in the eyes of the ancient supreme being, it was at best just a larger ant. Unless it is a chaotic body, the spirit of the immortal cauldron, the innate holy body, the great holy body, the hegemonic body, etc. Except for those most top-level and terrifying physiques and bloodlines. Otherwise, an ordinary quasi-emperor 9th level creature would be facing off against the ancient supreme being. There is absolutely no comparison between them. Not to mention, Emperor Yuha is the most enlightened emperor in the world. He is in the most powerful period of his own emperorship. Not to mention the old quasi-emperor, even the ancient supreme being in the forbidden area would not dare to act rashly. Oh, it would be great if the number one general of the ancient heaven was still here. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but think of Chuanying, the peerless imperial pride. In the past, even the emperor praised him and had high hopes for him. If he can revive, after a long period of settling down, he will definitely possess the supreme fighting power to kill the emperor. Unfortunately, this is just the old man's wishful thinking. How could he know the emperor, and even the first general of the ancient heaven, Chuanying? All of them have already fallen into the hands of a certain guy and are in his hands. In the human universe, Emperor Yuha made drastic changes, ruled the dynasty, and reigned over all directions. The power of the emperor is so overwhelming that all living beings bow down in worship and awe. The broken cauldron of the source of all things was activated with all its strength by Emperor Yuha. It is recovering bit by bit. Every time they passed through an ancient star field, there would be unimaginable ancient star dragon veins, and the power of the clan bloodline would be sucked dry. Emperor Yuha, as his name suggests, wants to ascend to heaven. The world has also seen his ambition and courage. This contemporary emperor really wants to emulate the ancient emperor of heaven. He tried his best to repair the immortal cauldron, hoping to rely on the power of this quasi-immortal weapon to fight for the path to immortality in the future. To strive for the chance to become an immortal in this life. Time passed, and another 3,000 years passed. The Yuha dynasty swept across ancient star fields and descended on countless ancient stars. The shattered immortal cauldron became more and more perfect as they repaired it with all their might. Up to now, it has almost 2/3 of its former rough shape. This is a rather shocking and terrifying thing. Countless years ago, since the fall of the emperor. This is also the only living being in later generations who can restore the Chengxian cauldron to this state. A few years later, a bombshell news came from the universe. The Yuha dynasty found an extremely special supreme fairyland. There, unimaginable and amazing creations are born. Emperor Yuha even took the initiative himself, urging the broken cauldron of immortality to descend there. He also used his great magical powers to send the immortality cauldron into the depths of the supreme immortal land for nurturing. According to this great emperor, the broken cauldron could become an immortal cauldron if it could stay in the supreme immortal land to be nourished. Within 10,000 years, it will surely recover to a large extent. During this period, the influence of the Yuha dynasty spread throughout the universe. Still frantically searching for the fragments of the immortal cauldron. At the same time, there are other top-level ancient stars with life, headed by the Beidou ancient star. Under the instruction of Emperor Yuha, he also began to collect all kinds of creatures with ancient bloodlines and physiques on a large scale. He wanted to gather the blood of these special bloodlines to speed up the recovery of the broken immortal cauldron. For example, the ancient blood of the demon, the blood of the Buddha, the blood of the gods, the blood of the saints. This was also an astonishing and huge move, and for a time, there was unrest everywhere in the universe. Since then, Emperor Yuha has disappeared without a trace. Some cultivators speculated that Emperor Yuha often sat next to the broken cauldron of immortality. As the immortal cauldron continued to heal and recover, Emperor Yuha also benefited a lot, and his Taoist power was also improved. Right now he has already gone into seclusion to practice, and is trying to make another breakthrough. Some monks also inferred that Emperor Yuha had encountered a terrible enemy. Thousands of years ago, the three long-lost forbidden areas of life reappeared. There are ancient supreme beings who also want to quietly pick peaches and seize the rough embryo of the immortal cauldron. Anyway, various rumors about Emperor Yuha continued to spread to all parts of the universe. But no one can confirm the specific truth. With this undercurrent surging, the situation in the human world is becoming more and more complicated. At this moment, a special creature descended upon the ancient star Beidou. It is still the familiar old place from the past. The spiritual energy is abundant, and the order of various cultivation paths is quite perfect. Beidou is worthy of the name of the star where emperors are buried. Practicing on this ancient planet of life would indeed surpass more than 95% of the human world. The only difference from the past is, in this life, there is no longer the Taichu ancient mine, the Heaven Burial Island, or the immortal tomb on the ancient Beidou star. This is the forbidden zone of life where these ancient supreme beings lurk. As early as in the past, Huang Tian attained enlightenment and leapt to the realm of the great emperor. The ancient supreme beings in the life forbidden zone had already formed a group and fled. Until now, they have not appeared. Huang Tian also felt a little regretful about this. It is rare that I am in my prime years in this life. As a result, all the ancient masters in the forbidden areas of life ran away one by one. Even the life-restricted area was carried away. Now even Huang Tian finds it difficult to deduce his whereabouts. But it made him a little depressed. In this time, Huang Tian returned to the ancient star Beidou not to conquer the forbidden zone of life. He wanted to see someone special. Hey, I feel it. Huang Tian restrained his breath and walked on the vast land of eastern wilderness. Soon, His mind moved, and he sensed the breath he was looking for. The figure flashed and then disappeared completely. When Huang Tian appeared again, he was already in a desolate and dilapidated mountain area. This place is very close to the northern territory. It seems particularly depressed and desolate, with only a few scattered mountain villagers living here. Huang Tian's target of this trip was exactly one of the residents of these mountain villages. Creek. In the dilapidated mountain village, a rough wooden door was pushed open. Two young figures walked out hand in hand. These are two small figures, a boy and a girl, neither of them looks to be more than 10 years old. Especially the little girl next to the boy, she looked like she was only 3 or 4 years old. They are a pair of siblings, both their parents are dead. Now, there are only two of them, brother and sister, relying on each other. The man was thin, his face was slightly yellow, and he looked like he had been suffering from long-term malnutrition. The little girl has a delicate face, bright eyes and a ponytail. Even though he was wearing dirty and ragged clothes, he still exuded an air of spirit. From this we can see that the life of these two siblings was very hard. But when the two are together, they are very happy. The little girl held her brother's hand tightly. But her little face was filled with an expression of incomparable happiness. Is this the little girl from the beginning? She is indeed pitiful to me. Huang Tian stood quietly in the distance, his eyes flickering. This was also the first time he saw the ruthless emperor in his childhood. It was very similar to the impression he had in the novel before he traveled through time. Because I saw it with my own eyes. That's why Huang Tian was so deeply touched. The little girl in front of me is quite lively. But it is obviously not suitable for practice. Even some of the meridians in the body were blocked and could not be opened at all. This kind of physique is not even as good as that of ordinary people. God knows how she embarked on the path of cultivation. What is even more incredible is how the former reached the top step by step. Become a ruthless emperor with eternal fame, even if they are in the same realm and under the same cultivation conditions. It is also difficult for Huang Tian to reach the same level as the ruthless emperor. This is the difference between people. The way of a ruthless person is really not suitable for Huang Tian. It is not even suitable for beings in the human world. Throughout the ages, there has only been one ruthless emperor in heaven and on earth. She is the most stunning and unique empress in white. Is it going according to the original plan? Or should we just take action and eliminate this future threat in advance? After seeing the little girl with his own eyes, a hint of murderous intent unconsciously emerged in the deepest part of Huang Tian's heart. He was really afraid of the ruthless emperor. These are also the only 3 or 2 people in the entire trilogy of the Great Ruler who can make him so cautious and fearful. Even someone as powerful as the emperor, as rebellious as Wu Shi, and as vigorous as the late Emperor Yi Tian. Huang Tian had never felt such fear before. At best, they are just considered as strong opponents on the path of cultivation. He has enough confidence that he can defeat it in the end. It can be said that throughout the ancient history of the human world in the era of Shrouding the Sky, there are opponents worthy of Huang Tian's attention. There has only been one from beginning to end, and that is the ruthless emperor. Tisk tisk. At this moment, Huang was really in a dilemma. If we look at it from the perspective of the Immortal Emperor, he will kill decisively and will eliminate any danger to himself. They all had to be eliminated in advance. In fact, Huang Tian had always done so. Over the endless years, he has perfectly controlled everything about the Immortal Emperor. But as a time traveler, Huang Tian has a god's perspective that goes against the will of heaven. He knew very well that after the era of the human world of shrouding heaven ended, the 4 mortal immortals who came later reached the fairyland. What a terrible dark catastrophe we will face. Huang Tian has been planning carefully and making plans for eternity. It even covers the trilogy of Perfect World, Great Ruler, and Sacred Ruins, and countless eras. His ambition is not just to become an immortal in the mortal world. Immortal King, Quasi-Immortal Emperor, End of the Road Immortal Emperor, Sacrifice to the Tao, and above sacrifice to the Tao, until the ultimate dark shadow realm. Even go beyond it and uncover the mystery of the vast and mysterious world behind the black shadow with your own hands. That is what Huang Tian wants. So from a god's perspective, the ruthless emperor must stay. And it has to continue to grow amazingly just like the original plot. Only when the 3 great emperors of the era of Shrouding the Sky gather together, can the human world and the fairyland have the power to barely protect themselves. Otherwise, even if Huang Tian defeated all enemies and ruled the human world and the fairyland in the future, In the end, he has to face the endless dark catastrophe alone. Is this something a human would do? Huang Tian wouldn't be that stupid. This great thing of Our Lady's mercy, fighting for all living beings. It is better to leave it to Yi He, Wuxi and the three ruthless emperors. Even the entire human world and the fairyland were completely destroyed. Huang Tian doesn't care either, he only cares about himself. How can we move into higher level areas more safely? I am the Emperor of Heaven, and I must marry a ruthless person. For some reason, this sentence popped up in Huang Tian's mind at this moment. It seems that this was also a teasing remark that Huang Tian had seen during the time of time travel. Now it seems that he really has this chance. Well, let's just give it a try. What if it really succeeds? At this moment, Huang Tiandao's heart was a little disturbed. Then he gritted his teeth and strode forward. Soon Huang Tian met the little Nanan siblings. Compared to the innocent little girl, his brother was very vigilant and alert. Even when Huang Tian appeared, he wanted to attack the former. Don't worry, I've ended up here too. We are all connected by the same fate. I will not have any ill will towards you. Huang Tian spoke first, breaking the deadlock. Then he lived in this small mountain village for some time. They lived a very simple and hard life in the mountain village. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset every day. Half a year has passed in a flash. After these days of getting along, the relationship between Huang Tian and his sister Xiao Nanan has become increasingly harmonious. Especially little Nanan's brother, who is full of hostility and vigilance from the beginning. I also gradually began to accept Huang Tian. As a result, the relationship between the three became closer. Among the three, Huang Tian is the oldest, looking to be in his early 20s. Naturally, he became the big brother without any dispute. The little Nanan brothers and sisters have always called Huang Tian, Brother Tian. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 86, The Holy Body of the Young Man, The Gears of Fate Went Astray. Huang Tian also gladly accepted this. As a skilled craftsman in the ancient world, Huang Tiana is an expert at barbecue and brewing fine wines. After long years of silence, it finally found its place. Although the ingredients are simpler and plainer nowadays. But every meal Huang Tian makes is still incredibly delicious. Even Xiao Nanan's brother was impressed by her. Not to mention little Nanan, the little foodie. As a result, the emotional relationship between the three was further sublimated. Later, a small tail appeared behind Huang Tian's butt. Little girl also started to stick to Huang Tian. This scene also made the ruthless brother feel a little jealous. Fortunately, the little girl is still the same little girl as before. Every time I get some delicious food from Huang Tian, she would take it back immediately and share it with her brother. This made the ruthless brother feel a little relieved. He was really afraid that this caring sister of his would be snatched away by Brother Tian if he wasn't careful. Huang Tian didn't care about this at all. This little girl's brother was also a tragic character and a short-lived man. Calculating the time, I guess I don't have many years left to live. Now Huang Tian has transformed into an ordinary mortal. I spend every day and night with my little sister, Nanan. He seemed to have forgotten everything in the past. Completely devoted to the worldly life in this world. Time passed, and 1 year later, the trajectory of destiny finally began to move. The power of the Yuha dynasty has finally arrived. Through special secret methods, they detected the special physique of the ruthless brother. It is the legendary immortal golden body. If we follow the normal ancient history records of the great ruler, the supreme reputation of the ancient holy body was gained after it had gone through the 9 invincible holy bodies of later generations. Only then was it completely spread throughout the human universe. Especially during the years when the human race had no emperor. The reputation of the invincible holy body has reached its peak in history. It is even given the beautiful name of the holy body of the human race. But this life is different. Tens of thousands of years ago, a young holy body rose up with great power. Stepping on the corpse of your arch-enemy, the overlord of the sky, you will reach the pinnacle and strive for great success. Afterwards, this great holy body fought a bloody battle with the ancient supreme being and escaped unscathed. Such unparalleled divine power made all living beings bow down in worship. Now everyone knows that among the 7 forbidden areas of life, there is the immortal mountain. But there is a great holy body lurking there. A person who has just embarked on the path of cultivation, but whose body is flowing with the same blood as that of a great holy body. The ruthless brother immediately attracted the attention of the top leaders of the Yuha dynasty. There were even sages from the older generation who came in person to take the ruthless brother as their disciple. Lead him on the path of cultivation. But they were all rejected without hesitation by the ruthless brother. The Yuha dynasty is too famous. Even above the ancient star Beidou, everyone knows it. This is the supreme imperial power created by a great emperor of the time. Naturally, the ruthless brother had also heard about it. But he couldn't let go of his younger sister, Xiaonanan. He didn't want the two brothers and sisters to be involved in the vortex of such a powerful force. My friend, you were born with a holy body, and the blood flowing in your body is the most precious. It's such a waste to hide it in such a barren and dilapidated little valley. I am a senior member of the Yuha dynasty, a saint-level being. If you are defeated by me, your future will be limitless and will surely be extremely bright. As for your sister and brother, I can bring them into the Yuha dynasty. From now on, you will ascend to heaven in one step. Not only will you enjoy a long life, but you will also have countless opportunities and fortunes. The old man was not angry at the rejection of his ruthless brother. A legendary ancient indestructible golden body, also known as the invincible holy body in the world today. The value contained is really huge. Originally facing a ruthless brother, this ordinary mortal. For a giant like the Yuha dynasty in the human world, there is no need to be so polite. Just take them away by force and suppress them. But today, the holy body lineage is no longer what it used to be. A great holy body is lurking in the immortal mountain. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, that supreme being already had the peerless combat power to fight head-on against the ancient supreme being. It even caused the supreme to bleed. To this day, how much has his cultivation of Taoism improved? No one knows this. Even the founder of the Yuha dynasty, Emperor Yuha, after he attained the status of the great emperor of the time. It can be seen from this that no one has dared to enter the immortal mountain. The young man in front of him has the same blood flowing in his body as the supreme being in the immortal mountain. In case you offend the other party because of this, even a top-tier power like the Yuha dynasty might not be able to afford it. There's something wrong with this plot. In the small mountain village, Huang Tian, who had been acting as an invisible man, frowned slightly. These little brats of the Yuha dynasty have always been running rampant and acting recklessly. How did we end up on this ancient star of Beidou, a poor and dilapidated little mountain village? Yet he seemed so polite and courteous. However, after Huang Tian heard what the old man said, he finally found the answer. Immortal mountain, the great holy body. My goodness, after all this relationship trouble, the source of the change happened to me again. There is the threat of that little guy from the immortal mountain. At present, the name of the holy body is extremely powerful. Once it is fully developed, it will be an almighty being that can fight with the ancient supreme beings. This is the real, ironclad fact before us. Once the possessor of such bloodline embarks on the path of cultivation, the path ahead for him is limitless. No force can be easily ignored. No wonder these little brats in the Yuha dynasty are so eager to take the ruthless brother as their disciples. Once this disciple accepts it, it is equivalent to tying a future great saint body to the chariot of the Yuha dynasty. Even if Emperor Yuha dies in the future, the Yuha dynasty can still rule the human universe for at least 10,000 years. Who wouldn't be tempted by such huge and terrifying potential value? Not only this old man, but also some leaders of the star regions neighboring the Yuha dynasty have arrived. In an instant, the ancient star Beidou became an extremely desolate village. It has become a delicious pot. Meanwhile, the news that a legendary holy body and bloodline had appeared in this small hill spread like wildfire. As a result, the matter became more and more serious. Even in various parts of the universe and the starry sky, there are some terrifying and powerful beings who quietly descended and gathered at the ancient star of Beidou. The name of the holy body is too touching, even if there is no way to claim it as your own. But you can also feel it up close to see what is so extraordinary about the legendary holy body. How incredible is the inheritance method of the holy body lineage. You can even take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the supreme being in the immortal mountain, which will bring you many benefits. As a result, a holy body turmoil inexplicably arose on the ancient star Beidou. From all over the universe, the ancient Beidou Taoist sects have been mobilized. The conditions they offered were more generous than the other, and they all wanted to take away this young man with the blood of the holy body. As for Huang Tian and Xiao Nanan, they were also included in the package. But each force appeared to be very polite and courteous. Anyone dares to rob and fight for it blatantly. Just kidding, the young man in front of me has not yet embarked on the path of spiritual practice. But his background is too terrifying. No one wants to be targeted by that supreme being. Huang Tian was speechless about the development of this situation. If I had known earlier, things about my little girl would turn out like this. As early as the beginning, he had already killed that young great holy body. Although we lost an ancient supreme combat force. But compared with the little girl, this is nothing at all, just cut it off. Immortal Mountain, great sacred body. The Beidou holy body incident became increasingly serious and out of control. Even in the end, some hidden and mysterious quasi-emperor level antiques showed up. No, we can't go on like this. Things have gone too far, it's time to think of a way to turn things around. Huang Tian stood at the window of the simple house, watching the powerful people from the outside world passing by, and muttered. If we allow the situation to continue to develop, it may get out of control. Brother Tian, those people are bad people, Nanan doesn't like them. Just as Huang Tian was thinking about how to solve the current problem. He felt the corner of his clothes being tugged gently a few times. I don't know when little Nanan came to his side. Blinking a pair of big spiritual eyes, looking at the yellow sky. As the holy body of little Nanan's brother was revealed, the peaceful life of the three people in the ordinary and simple mountain village was completely disrupted. The living standards have improved a lot. Even the little girl was wearing all kinds of gorgeous brocade clothes. But little Nanan felt increasingly unhappy. She grew up in hard times. More precocious, more acute in mind. Little Nanan knew very well those people who came to visit her. They all had ulterior motives and wanted to take her brother away. Let the two brothers and sisters be separated completely. Although Xiao Nanan and Huang Tian can leave with them. But she was still very unwilling in her heart. Little girl likes and enjoys this hard-earned ordinary and happy life. In her heart, as long as her brother and brother Huang Tian are there, she will be there. That was her home. Deep down in her heart, she longs for an ordinary, simple and free life. Don't worry, Nanan, no matter what happens in the future, we will never separate. Huang Tian touched Nanan's little head, comforted her with a gentle smile on his face. After spending a long time together, Huang Tian has already immersed himself in the local environment and completely integrated into the life in the small mountain village. In order to experience it for himself, he even closed off all his emperor-level perceptions and cultivation. He completely became an ordinary mountain dweller. It is this kind of truly immersive interaction that makes them become friends with each other. The relationship became more and more harmonious, just like family members, inseparable. Little Nanan's dependence on Huang Tian is also growing day by day. Although it cannot be compared with his brother. But Huang Tian believes that as time goes by, he will be able to replace him one day. The days passed by. An ordinary and remote village, due to the young holy body of the ruthless brother. Become extraordinary. Every day, there is still an endless stream of bigwigs from various forces. Among them, the Yuha dynasty even dispatched a group of elite strongmen from the star field to descend on Beidou. Yuren listed this place as a key territory controlled by their dynasty. Such behavior also made many major forces across the starry sky dissatisfied. But there is nothing we can do. After all, in this great dynasty, there is a great emperor in charge. Rumble. Just today, the ancient star Beidou underwent earth-shaking changes. This source is not where the ruthless brother is. But it is the legendary forbidden zone for life. For unknown reasons, the 4 forbidden areas of life had been silent for a long time. The ancient forbidden land, the immortal mountain, the samsara sea, the ruins of gods, etc. all burst out with infinite divine light on the same day. Immediately, under the horrified gazes of countless creatures. The 4 forbidden zones of life rose from the ground, rushed into the depths of the vast starry sky, and disappeared. This sudden change in scene also shocked all living beings in the universe. No one knows what kind of changes happened. Why would such shocking changes happen at the same time in the 4 mysterious and ancient forbidden areas of life? Unfortunately, no one can give an answer. This storm was like a vast torrent, sweeping across the ancient Big Dipper star and all over the universe. For a time, it became the focus of attention of countless monks. But as time went by, the monks, originally anxious and curious hearts gradually calmed down. Everywhere in the universe, everything was calm and peaceful, without a single disturbance. The expected earth-shattering and terrifying supreme battle in the life-forbidden zone took place. It was as if the departure of the 4 life-forbidden areas of Beidou had never happened. From then on, above the ancient star of Beidou, following the original burial island, Taichu ancient mine, and immortal tomb, the remaining 4 forbidden areas of life also completely disappeared without a trace. This made billions of living beings on this ancient star breathe a sigh of relief. The forbidden area mountain that had oppressed his head for endless years was finally eliminated. As the driving force behind all this, Huang Tian smiled indifferently. Looking at the entire human world and universe, in heaven and on earth, is there anyone else who can be so nonchalant? At the same time, the 4 major life-forbidden zones were activated, causing such a big commotion. He is the only one who can do it. At the moment, the matter of Beidou's ruthless brother caused a small incident because of the Dacheng saint body. Huang Tian naturally had to find a way to change the original plot back. The best way is to get rid of the source person. It might be too late to kill the great holy body lurking in the immortal mountain. Since there is no way to get rid of it, just pack it up and send it away. But in order to make this move less obvious, Huang Tian went all out and sent away all 4 life-forbidden areas in one breath. There is another benefit to doing this. The 4 forbidden areas of life under his own command were also completely hidden like the Taichu ancient mine. From now on, I will be lurking in the dark, and I will naturally be more afraid of deterrence than before. Time flies, and another half a year has passed. The small village where the ruthless brother lives has more and more visitors. The holy body's bloodline is so exciting that countless powerful people from all parties want to get a piece of it. As time went on, the atmosphere became more and more subtle. A ruthless brother, in order to protect himself and his little girl, Tianji's small home. He has always firmly rejected all kinds of instigation and let the Yuha dynasty and other forces take their course. Even with the unparalleled conditions and various welfare opportunities offered, he never wavered in his determination. And slowly, many major forces gradually lost their patience. The Yuha dynasty was the most prominent. They are the largest force in the human world and universe, and with the real body of Emperor Yuha in charge, they are fully confident. Chapter 87 Ancient Earth, Kunlun, the leader of all immortals. That's why I was so polite before. To a greater extent, it is because they are afraid of the terrifying holy body in the immortal mountain. It's good now. Above Beidou, all the life-forbidden areas fled away for unknown reasons. Without the deterrent power of the great saint body in the immortal mountain. Treating a mere young holy body like that is just something they can do to them. With Huang Tian's secret intervention, the trajectory of the human world and the universe seemed to have returned to the beginning. In the end, the Yuha dynasty still used tough measures to take away the ruthless brother. Of course, to appease his heart. Huang Tian and little Nanan were also taken away. Huang Tian was like a passerby in time, experiencing everything in front of him personally. But he did not intervene again. It was originally in his plan. I had no intention of getting involved at all. He did this for only one purpose. It is a special cause and effect formed with the little girl in her childhood. The future ruthless emperor is so amazing. Even in the late Holy Ruins era, he was qualified to perform sacrifices. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo. In terms of sacrifice, it may not be impossible. Only such a peerless empress is qualified to be by his side. Huang Tian is not the fool that is Kai Wang from the perfect world. He only knows how to use force and confront head-on. He is doing this now just to get a good start. As for whether we will be able to subdue that truly ruthless empress in the future, Huang Tian was not worried about this. He also has absolute confidence in himself. Even if this fails, he will be ruthless and kill the empress in advance. No matter what kind of creature it is, if it is not useful to him, he can kill it. The trend is like a torrent, rolling forward. Under the impetus of the Yuha dynasty, the ruthless brother finally embarked on the path of cultivation. His holy body bloodline was also stimulated. The golden and majestic sea of suffering of life, the mysterious vision unique to the Holy Eucharist. The young holy man has natural talent and is beginning to show his potential. Over time, if nothing unexpected happens, Brother Henren's path of cultivation will be extremely brilliant and bright. But all this was broken by an unexpected mutation. Emperor Yuha reappears after thousands of years of silence. No one knows where his real body is, and he seems to have encountered an unknown and terrifying disaster. The situation is very bad. He merely sent back a will. At all costs, speed up the revival of the immortal cauldron in the supreme immortal land. When necessary, all the foundation of the dynasty can be destroyed. Emperor Yuha descended with a will and order. The entire human universe was shaken again. The huge Yuha dynasty began to operate at a frenzy. In addition to using many supreme magic arrays and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Even those with various ancient physiques and bloodlines were all sent to the supreme fairyland. The ruthless brother is naturally among them. The Yuha dynasty strictly follows the orders of the great emperor. He used all his means to speed up the recovery of the broken immortal cauldron. Heavenly demon blood, divine blood, Buddha blood, Taoist blood, and even holy blood. Many ancient physiques and bloodlines were offered sacrifices and poured onto the broken cauldron of immortality. This is a very harsh and extreme measure. No one knows what kind of terrible disaster the great Emperor Yuha encountered. What have you witnessed yourself? Why is he so eager to restore the immortal cauldron from the past? But one thing is for sure. This human universe seems to be experiencing a horrific catastrophe. Ordinary creatures seem unable to sense it. But there are some ancient sages with profound Taoism, and even quasi-emperor level strongmen. Daoshin trembled inexplicably. Somehow, they felt as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. This old you is really miserable. I haven't taken any action yet, but he, the great emperor of the time, is still living such a miserable life. Oh, how sad. Somewhere in the supreme immortal land, an illusory and blurry figure appeared. He is Huang Tian. As early as when the ruthless brother was forcibly taken away. Huang Tian followed all the way. After a long time. He finally saw the broken immortal cauldron again. This place is worthy of being called the supreme place for becoming immortal, and it also contains traces of the ruined ancient heaven. This is the legendary Kunlun. It is also the predecessor of the ancient earth. In the ancient mythological period, the emperor ruled over the heavens, imitating the true emperor of heaven in the legend of the chaotic ancient era. Create the ancient heaven and be the most respected. He also led all the people of heaven to come here and forge an immortal cauldron. This Kunlun is really amazing. Countless years ago, a fairy bell was born here. That is a real immortal weapon that is even older than the Hongchen cauldron. It is as famous as the legendary Wangta. Later, the emperor attacked this fairyland by force and completely formed a feud with the Kunlun clan. This is why the Kunlun clan later gave birth to the immortal emperor who had not yet achieved enlightenment. Carrying the immortal bell stained with the blood of the Kunlun descendants, they went to beat up the emperor. With the fall of the emperor, the ancient heaven collapsed. This supreme fairyland has long since disappeared and its whereabouts are unknown. At that time, even the ancient masters from several major life-forbidden areas jointly deduced. No trace of it was found. But I never thought that the tower would actually appear in this life. It is said that it was discovered by Emperor Yuha. But in Huang Tian's opinion, Yuha is just an unlucky guy. Invisibly, I was plotted against by some terrifying guys. It was enough for Huang Tian to call it horrible. Looking at the entire human universe, except for the super old sixth emperor. Who else could it be? In addition, there was the later intervention of the ancient masters of the three major life-forbidden areas, Burial Sky Island, Taichu Ancient Mine, and Shanling. It is not easy for Emperor Yuha to still hold on until now. But through Lao Yu's condition, Huang Tian also roughly understood the current situation of Emperor Zun, the Super Sixth. It has not yet reached the level of extremely terrible and comprehensive recovery. At best, it only differentiated a very small part of the power. He secretly controls everything in the human world and the universe, and wants to rely on the hand of Lao Yu, the great emperor of the time. Just speed up the recovery of the Hongchen cauldron. And just at this time, the ancient masters of the three major life-forbidden areas, including the Burial Sky Island, the Taichu Ancient Mine, and the Immortal Tomb, also appeared. As a result, the three forces secretly launched a fierce confrontation and game. And Emperor Yuha is undoubtedly at the weakest position. He wanted to launch a fierce counterattack, but his strength was not enough. Therefore, we can only place all our hopes on that supreme cauldron of immortality. Huang Tian is lurking in the darkness, his eyes penetrating the eternity. All changes in the situation in the human world and the universe cannot escape his eyes. He understood that it was due to his strong rise. The emperor, who was sleeping in secret and practicing, instinctively felt a little uneasy. Although the former's true body is still in cultivation and has not yet awakened. But the emperor's will still has some power, and it has begun to manifest and interfere with the human world. In the human universe, this mysterious and terrifying undercurrent is surging. The root cause lies with Huang Tian. After his Taoism cultivation broke through the heavenly emperor realm, and even reached the height of the next few lifetimes. Huang Tian did not follow the path of the immortal emperor. Directly break into the strange world and use the source of immortal materials from that world. To realize self-nirvana, and rush straight to the mortal world. On the contrary, Huang Tian's real body is still stuck in the human universe. Combine the eternal dream method of Emperor Yi Tian of later generations with the nirvana method of the immortal phoenix himself. He created a supreme method of using his true self and will to experience the worldly affairs and dream of eternity. Because he needs to plan for eternity and play a super chess game covering countless epochs and years. Whether it is the emperor, the current ruthless man, or even the future Wuxi, Yi He. All of this is in the chess game that spans countless epochs. The current Emperor Yuha is just a tool. The person who prompted the little girl to transform and embark on the path of spiritual practice. Just as Huang Tian expected. Under the extremely extreme measures taken by Emperor Yuha at all costs. One after another, top-level ancient bloodlines fell. In order to speed up the recovery of the immortal cauldron. These young people with gifted physiques have already greatly overdrawn their original energy, and their life essence is constantly being drained. Even if it is a ruthless brother, it is still like this. Huang Tian has been witnessing this in secret. But there was no intention of helping at all. If the ruthless brother is not good enough, how can the little girl become what he expected? The stunning and peerless Empress in white in later generations. My life is almost coming to an end. It's just, I'm still worried about my younger sister. If I leave, who will take care of my sister? The ruthless brother has already died and is on his deathbed. What he was thinking about the most was his younger sister, Xiaonanan. Too bad he couldn't stand up again. The holy blood in the body has been drained, and the fire of life is rapidly extinguishing. For some reason, at this moment, his dull eyes were filled with vision. It was as if I saw an extremely familiar figure, standing there quietly. This is Brother Tian. How could he appear here? No, all this is my dying hallucination. After the ruthless brother had exhausted his remaining strength, he tried hard to open his eyelids a little bit. What meets the eye is nothingness. The final scene is completely frozen. The ruthless brother fell, just like in the original plot. Especially when he tried so hard to keep his eyes open before he died. Look far towards the direction of the ancient star Beidou. It also became an eternal scene. It is destined to be seen by ruthless people in the future. Alas, the great torrent of the world, everything is caused by this. You and I are all struggling in this world, and no one can escape. Silently, Huang Tian reappeared. He stared at his ruthless brother's already cold body, shook his head slightly and sighed. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. The remaining spirit of the ruthless brother, which had not yet dissipated, was forcibly taken into his hand. Then Huang Tian looked towards the direction of Kunlun behind him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Emperor, you have a good trick, using Kunlun Immortal Mountain as a trap. Do you want to completely eliminate all the instability and hidden dangers in the human world? It's a pity that you still underestimate me. You think you control all living things and plan the human world. But you will never know that you are just a chess piece in my vast chess game. After saying that, Huang Tian floated away. His existence seemed to have escaped from this human universe, leaving no trace. No living being can deduce it. Even if a true immortal were to descend in the future, it would be difficult to do so. This is where Huang Tian's greatest confidence comes from. The wheel of fate rolls forward. Little girl lost her brother. She was also thrown out by the people of the Yuha dynasty. For a young holy body that has already been cooled down and has no use value anymore. This is even more true for the relatives that come with it. Of course, Huang Tian is also with little Nanan. The two of them depend on each other. After going through many dangers, he escaped from the territory of the Yuha dynasty. Elder brother. Little Nanan was heartbroken, and the thoughts kept echoing in her mind. The scene of separation between himself and his brother. But I never thought that that meeting would be our final farewell. At this moment, the little girl was completely hopeless and looked like a walking corpse. Huang Tian has always been by his side. Until a long time later. Little girl finally regained some spirit. The simple, cute and spiritual little girl of the past is gone forever. Instead, there is a little girl who is full of obsession and hatred. Practice. I want to start practicing and become stronger. No matter what the cost, I will try my best to revive my brother. As expected, the fire of hatred and obsession in little Nanan's heart was completely ignited. Although she has no bloodline talent and is even inferior to an ordinary mortal body. But little Nanan has the most terrifying obsession in the world. No difficulty or risk can defeat her. Finally, after paying an unimaginable price, little Nanan successfully embarked on the path of cultivation. Huang Tian saw everything. He knew that his little girl had already embarked on the path of cultivation that he had expected. It is also the first sign of the rise of a future generation of ruthless people. Half a year later, Xiao Nanan and Huang Tian unexpectedly encountered people from the Yuha dynasty again. This time, the other party showed no mercy and killed them both. Little girl, run. Huang Tian took the lead, standing in front of little Nanan, and fought the powerful enemy alone. He tried his best to fight with the powerful men of the Yuha dynasty. Although they were just a group of monks from the 4 extreme secret realms. But for Xiao Nanan and Huang Tian at this stage. But it is invincible. In the end, Huang Tian was slashed 981 times and unfortunately died. He held on to the monks of the Yuha dynasty until his death. Brother Tian, the little girl, who witnessed all this, screamed miserably. Even his eyes were completely red. At this moment, little Nanan was filled with hatred towards the Yuha dynasty deep in her heart. It has already reached its strongest stage ever. Little girl, run, leave me alone. In the end, the little girl turned and left with tears in her eyes. She can't die, she wants revenge. He must also resurrect his brother and brother Tian. When everything was settled, little Nana's figure disappeared without a trace. Huang Tian, who was already cold and covered in blood, suddenly flashed with light. Miraculously resurrected again. You ghost. His sudden appearance also scared the little guys from the Yuha dynasty half to death. Immediately, they all ran away in panic. HMPH, a bunch of ants. Huang Tian snorted coldly and flipped his hand, destroying all these small shrimps. Hey, little girl, don't blame me. You will thank me in the future. Huang Tian stared at the direction where Xiao Nanan left and said softly. At the same time, he turned his eyes and looked towards a certain direction in the starry sky. Lao Yu, I hope you can hold on. To be able to live a second life again. Then you will also have the opportunity to see what a true ruthless emperor is. Chapter 88. The battle in Kunlun Fairyland, the whole universe is shocked. In this world of mortals, all living beings are trying to survive. Just like in the original plot, little Nanan also embarked on the path of spiritual practice. Huang Tian did not get involved or even pay attention to this. Compared to the original life, the little girl in this life has deeper obsession and stronger hatred. No one can predict how far she will go in the future. Huang Tian was somewhat looking forward to it. After dealing with Xiao Nanan's matter, Huang Tian focused on the target. Then they became the 3 forbidden areas for life: Taichu Ancient Mine, Burial Island, and Immortal Tomb. There is also the 6th Emperor who has already revealed some traces. In this life, Huang Tian stepped into the realm of the Great Emperor and surpassed the Heavenly Heart Seal. It would be a shame if I couldn't destroy 1 or 2 life forbidden areas by myself. As for the super 6th one, Emperor Zun. If there is a chance, I can deal him another heavy blow. It is also a very good thing to interfere with and hinder his transformation to the Heavenly Emperor realm in disguise. But I want to lure out those dormant old guys one by one again. It is not an easy thing either. Especially in this chaotic and terrifying undercurrent situation. Therefore, the puppet Emperor Yuha came online again. Lao Yu, I have to rely on you again this time. In Kunlun, the leader of all the immortals on ancient Earth, Huang Tian's figure appeared silently again. In the current human universe, 3 forces are secretly competing and confronting each other. Emperor Yuha is undoubtedly in the weakest position. They were even targeted by the ancient masters of the 3 major life forbidden areas. Suffered a serious injury. Soon after, he was ambushed again in the depths of Kunlun Supreme Immortal Land by a trace of the Emperor's thought imprint. To add insult to injury, this is why he is the greatest emperor of the time. It is blessed with the mark of heaven's heart in the human world. If it were another old man in the supreme position, he would have been killed long ago. The cultivation level of the emperor today is so terrifying. Even Huang Tian, the supreme emperor of all races, has to be described as terrifying. Although only a tiny amount of the power of the brand was manifested, it was still not something that Emperor Yuha could resist. Fortunately, Lao Yu was not destined to die and he managed to escape. Now it is dormant, fleeing to the edge of the universe, without any trace. The huge Yuha dynasty now seems to be at its peak, ruling over all parts of the human world. But in reality, it has already been in danger. Even their pillar, Emperor Yuha, could fall at any time. Today, Huang Tian descends, Kunlun, the leader of all the immortals on ancient earth. The purpose is very simple, that is to get the broken immortal cauldron. Tens of thousands of years ago, he single-handedly wiped out the forbidden zone of life, Shenshu. He fought a great battle with the Silkworm King in the Sea of Samsara and suppressed it with force. Later, in the deepest part of the ancient Forbidden Land, the path to becoming an immortal changed dramatically. A piece of the fragment of the immortal cauldron is causing chaos, trying to break the seal of the immortal road. They were all suppressed by Huang Tian with absolute power. As long as there is that piece of special green copper, the path to immortality will be forever sealed in the ancient forbidden underground. This so-called immortality cauldron can never be completely reconstructed. Boom. Then Huang Tian took action. His true body directly killed its way into Kunlun of the ancient earth. Chaotic mist surged around his body, covering up all of his original energy. But the blood of the emperor is so vast and powerful. Suddenly, the entire Kunlun fairy mountain began to rumble and shake. This ancient fairy mountain contains too much imperial heritage. In the past, this Kunlun lineage also gave birth to ancient supreme powerful men. The tradition has been passed down for endless years, but unfortunately, it was later attacked by the powerful emperor himself. The ancient supreme beings lurking in the Kunlun fairyland were also killed in a massacre, some were injured and some died. Finally, the Kunlun lineage began to decline after experiencing the ancient mythological ancient heaven period. Even the ancient fairy bell flew away on its own. Up to this day, in the human world, Emperor Yuha has attained enlightenment and once again occupied the Kunlun fairy mountain. On the surface, he has become the controller of this fairy mountain. But in fact, Lao Yu is also a tragic character. Invisibly, he has been led by some terrifying guy and has become a puppet. But he himself was still at a loss. Now the appearance of Huang Tian, this variable, is going to completely disrupt the current situation. Give Lao Yu some help. Boom boom boom. Huang Tian's true body stepped into the Kunlun immortal mountain on ancient earth. He was unstoppable all the way, regardless of the imperial magic array, the forbidden rules of the fairyland. Nothing can stop its progress. Countless terrifying divine lights and chaotic immortal thunders appeared, and the vision was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. But these are nothing in front of Huang Tian, the great emperor of the time. When he attained enlightenment as an emperor in the past, the tribulation he went through was much stronger than this. It only took a few moments. Huang Tian had already fought his way to the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain. There, one ancestral dragon mountain after another stands, absorbing and spewing out endless elixir of creation. This is an unimaginable place of supreme creation in the human world. It can almost be called a paradise for immortals. Otherwise, how could it be possible to successively produce the immortal bell, the immortal cauldron and other supreme and powerful immortal instruments? Boom. Wu Jin also sensed a certain crisis. That mysterious creature not far away is so scary. The broken immortal cauldron also felt a sense of urgency and wanted to escape far away. But Huang Tian didn't give it any chance at all. A huge hand appeared, covering the sky with one hand, and directly grabbed it. No matter how the immortal cauldron trembled and struggled, it could not break free. Roar. At this time, inside the broken immortal cauldron, there was also a faint sound of a terrible roar. This is not the real spirit of the Chengxian cauldron in the past, but another mysterious imprint of thought dormant in the cauldron that has revived. This naturally belongs to the super sixth one of Emperor Zun. Looking at the entire human world and universe, I'm afraid it's only the former. Only then could it merge into the broken immortal cauldron so quietly. Even the emperor of the time failed to notice the slightest thing unusual. The sixth emperor wants to draw on the power of the entire Yuha dynasty. It can help him speed up his recovery and at the same time take the opportunity to eliminate many potential hidden dangers. This plan kills two birds with one stone, it's really a brilliant one. Unfortunately, Huang Tian's appearance completely disrupted his plans. In the Kunlun Fairy Mountain, countless ancestral dragon peaks were shaking violently. Countless chaotic lights shot up into the sky, and a broken cauldron kept shaking. A vast divine power erupted that was capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. But he was still unable to do anything about Huang Tian's huge hand that covered the sky. In the broken cauldron, a ball of light appeared and burned fiercely. The terrifying aura of the Emperor level is still increasing. Looking for death. Two cold and murderous words came out from the broken immortal cauldron. This imprint of thought was not from the Emperor's true body. But it is also extremely terrifying, far beyond the level of ordinary ancient supreme beings. He knew how to hide and lie dormant, even when he ambushed Emperor Yuha in the past. None of them used their full strength. But today is different. Such a terrifying and powerful Emperor-level powerhouse has appeared in the human universe. The other party obviously has bad intentions. It was obvious that they were coming for his broken immortal cauldron. How could we endure this imprint of the Emperor's thoughts? He was eager to use his strongest power at this stage to kill this powerful enemy. He even used the broken immortal cauldron to devour all the flesh, blood, soul and other things of this great Emperor-level powerful man. In response to this, Huang Tian sneered repeatedly and was not afraid at all. If the Emperor came in person, he would be a little afraid in his current state. But now, it was just a thought imprint. What's there to be afraid of Huang Tian? If he is destroyed, it will be over. Boom boom boom. The deepest part of Kunlun Immortal Land. A shocking and terrifying humanitarian imperial war broke out. This is also after a long time. Huang Tian, the Immortal Emperor, once again faces the ancient Heavenly Emperor. The two are like a tit for tat. One of them is a body in the mortal world of a great dream, and the other is an imprint of thought. Neither was their heyday. But this battle was shocking enough. The entire human universe was shaken. Countless eyes converged on the supreme fairyland of Kunlun. Such a high-level war in the human world can be felt by anyone who is not blind. Oh my god, a great battle of the ancient Emperor level. Is it the Emperor Yuha who has reappeared? Which ancient supreme being is he fighting with? What a terrifying aura of war. Even though we are separated by countless star fields, it is still so terrifying. All over the universe, countless cultivators were horrified and their bodies were shaking. Even the few remaining and extremely rare quasi-emperors were awakened. I felt unprecedented fear. And deep in the wilderness of the universe, there are some empty places that have long been sealed off. There was also a surge of overwhelming supreme energy, which manifested itself again on its own. Surprisingly, they were the three forbidden areas of life that had long since escaped in the past. Such a powerful aura, both of them belong to two supreme emperors of the world. But none of them is that guy Yuha. One of the figures was enveloped in the mist of chaos, and even our supreme thoughts could not detect it. Who is this person who has such great abilities? In that broken immortal cauldron, there is indeed something strange inside. That's not the revival of the spirit of the Chengxian Ding, but it's being controlled by another mysterious force. Inside the Taichu ancient mine, there were several ancient supreme-level icy divine thoughts being transmitted out. The battle in the supreme fairyland Kunlun caused too much noise. No matter how dormant and hidden these ancient masters were, they could still feel it. Moreover, this is closely related to the existence of the ancient emperor-level beings. No ancient master can underestimate it. No, the imprint law in that broken immortal cauldron seems familiar. Although the other party tried their best to hide and cover up the truth, it is still difficult to completely isolate it as it is in the peak imperial battle at the moment. It's Emperor Zun. That old bastard is not dead yet. A trace of the Emperor's consciousness is dormant in the broken immortal cauldron. Does he want to use the broken immortal cauldron to revive again? Damn it. We were all fooled by that old bastard. Kill them together. We must not let the Emperor come back to life again. The Sky Burial Island was shaking violently. An ancient emperor seemed to have keen insight into something and let out a cold shout. Rumble. The two life-restricted areas of Taichu Ancient Mine and Shanling also shook violently. Emperor Zun. An existence that once represented invincibility and terror. As early as the ancient mythological period millions of years ago, he was already high above all others, towering over many emperors and kings. Because of the disaster on the road to becoming an immortal, all the major life-forbidden areas have also participated in the siege and killing of the emperor. The hatred between them is as deep as the sea. Now we know that a trace of the Emperor's thoughts still survives in the world. How could these ancient supreme beings remain seated? Although they were also wary of another mysterious Emperor-level creature. But the psychological shadow and fear of the Emperor are even stronger. Boom boom boom. In just a few breaths, at least 7 or 8 ancient lords attacked at the same time. The killing intent of the Supreme Being was so fierce and terrifying that it made the human world and the universe tremble and all living beings fear. It seemed as if an extremely terrible dark disaster had struck again. My fellow Taoists, don't hesitate. Once the Emperor revives and returns to his peak state, there will be no chance for us to survive in this human world. Looking at the Burial Heaven Island, there are still some ancient masters in the Taichu ancient mine who have not come out. The supreme being of the Shanling lineage was a little anxious, as these were the only 3 remaining life-forbidden zones. Shanling is undoubtedly the weakest side, and the number of supreme beings is pitifully small. They knew very well that once the Emperor returned against the will of heaven, the first group to be destroyed would be the Shanling lineage. So no matter any major cosmic storm in the future, the several supreme beings of the Shanling lineage are all hard-line advocates of war. We strive to work closely with the Taichu ancient mine and the Zhutian island to eliminate many hidden dangers with ease. Boom. Finally, in the depths of the universe, more terrifying supreme thoughts erupted. Such a large number of ancient supreme beings, after such a long time. If they joined forces again to attack, the scene will be unimaginable and terrifying. Ho ho, damn it, you did this on purpose. In the deepest part of Kunlun's supreme immortal land, the Emperor's mental imprint was still fighting fiercely with Huang Tian. Huang Tian was clearly in an absolute advantage. But he was not in a hurry to erase the imprint of the Emperor's thoughts. It's just constantly hitting it in disguised forms to weaken it. The Emperor's imprint of thought had already been noticed. This mysterious and terrifying opponent is too strong. Compared to the contemporary Emperor Yuha, he is much stronger. With just the current imprint of his mind, he really cannot defeat the opponent. Therefore, the Emperor's imprint of thought wanted to take the broken immortal cauldron and escape far away. However, in front of Huang Tian, he had no chance at all and was always suppressed and beaten. Yes, I did it on purpose. This supreme opportunity of becoming a broken immortal cauldron belongs to all living beings in the human world. You, me, and him all have a share. Why is it that you alone have it all? You are such a coward, get out of here right now. Huang Tian's face was cold and he attacked ruthlessly, causing the broken immortal cauldron in the sky to clang and tremble. His righteous words almost made the Emperor vomit blood. Is this bastard pretending, or is he really unaware? What is the supreme opportunity of becoming an immortal? It belongs to all living beings in the human world. That was the supreme opportunity to become an immortal, created by him, the ancient Emperor of Heaven. It can only be something that belongs to him, the Emperor. Other living beings have no right to be contaminated. However, the creature in front of him was obviously too powerful, far surpassing the average Emperor-level strongman. From which corner did it come out? Even this thought of the Emperor was very confusing. It's a pity that at the moment, he is just a mark of thought. If the Emperor's true body were to resurrect, he would come here in person. Maybe we can guess something. Now, this imprint of thought is hard to describe. The only thing he could do was feel extremely aggrieved as he was constantly being crushed by Huang Tian. The broken immortal cauldron that had been repaired with great difficulty. Cracks kept appearing on it, and it looked like it was about to collapse again. This really hurt the Emperor's body because of the imprint of his thoughts. Of course, what made him feel sad about the broken immortal cauldron at this moment was not the mark left on it. Lurking in a more hidden corner at the end of the universe. Emperor Yuha's eyes turned completely red. His eyes were fixed on the endless starry void. Staring at Huang Tian's figure wrapped in chaotic mist. Other ancient supreme beings, even the Emperor's thought imprints. It is impossible to see his true identity. But after a long period of fighting, Emperor Yuha was finally defeated by him. How can I not see it? Even with his eyes closed, his 5 Emperor-level senses were blocked. Emperor Yuha can also sense his mortal enemy based on the resentment that is deeply rooted in his bones. That bastard guy, after being silent for a long time, finally reappeared. Chapter 89. All the masters joined forces to beat up the Emperor again. That bastard guy, as soon as he came up, ran to destroy his own nest in Kunlun Fairyland. He also wants to seize the cauldron of immortality. This is intolerable. Boom. Emperor Yuha took a step forward and walked out of the place where he had been dormant and cultivating. The aura of the great emperor of the time was overwhelming and swept across the human world. Such a powerful and unconcealed majesty of the emperor shocked the world. No one expected that when the supreme battle in Kunlun Fairyland would begin. Thousands of years later, the true body of Emperor Yuha will reappear. Even at the beginning, many monks believed that in the Kunlun Immortal Land, there is a supreme figure, Emperor Yuha. Now that I think about it, their guess was wrong. Oh my god, in this world, besides the Yuha Emperor, there is also the Wangdao Supreme. Everywhere in the universe was shaking, and every body was trembling. There were endless emperors in ancient times, for billions of living beings in the human world. This is not good news. On the contrary, it is a shocking piece of bad news. At this moment, Emperor Yuha appeared in person and participated in the Kunlun Immortal War. God knows what kind of violent and terrifying storm will be set off in the later stage. Boom. But today, for all living beings in the human world, it is destined to be a day of great fear and anxiety. In addition to Emperor Yuha, the ancient masters from the other 3 life-forbidden areas also came to kill. One after another, the disappeared life-forbidden zones appeared, hovering over the Kunlun Immortal Land. Burial Island, Taichu Ancient Mine, Immortal Tomb. Not only did the ancient supreme beings come in person, but they also used their great supernatural powers in the end. Even their own restricted area was moved here, just like in the past. The purpose of their coming here today is very clear. I came here just to kill the emperor. I don't want to give the terrifying and rebellious guy any chance to come back to life. Boom. Above the Kunlun Supreme Fairyland, the Yuha Emperor also arrived. Countless great laws roared, and endless strange phenomena descended from the sky. The former is the great emperor of the time, who has integrated the mark of the heart of heaven in this human world. Wherever the emperor goes, there is naturally an interaction between heaven and earth, and astonishing visions. You all are here too. Looking into the distance, there are 3 life-forbidden areas wrapped in chaotic energy. Emperor Yuha also had a solemn and fearful look on his face. Thousands of years ago, he, the great emperor of the human race, came to the Kunlun Supreme Fairyland. He had also fought against this extremely terrifying life-forbidden zone many times since ancient times. Regarding the supreme level background lurking deep in the restricted area, even Emperor Yuha was extremely wary. Unexpectedly, today, several of their forces would choose to descend and manifest at the same time. Emperor Yuha, we are not here to be your enemy today. We are only here to kill the emperor who is about to revive in the Kunlun Supreme Immortal Land. You are just like us, trying hard to collect the fragments of the immortal cauldron. You want to regain control of a complete and intact immortal cauldron of the origin of all things. What a pity, we were all deceived. That bastard Emperor Zun is the biggest black hand hiding behind the scenes. A cold and supreme voice was transmitted from the Taichu ancient mine. At this point, it is impossible for these ancient masters to fight against Emperor Yuha. Because they now have a more powerful and terrifying enemy between them. The threat posed by that old bastard Emperor Zun is too great. Once he is resurrected against all odds, he will return to his former glory. No life-restricted zone can bear it. Ancient heavenly emperor, he is not dead yet. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuha was also greatly shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, many memories of past experiences kept flashing through his mind. The broken immortal cauldron, the supreme immortal land of Kunlun, and the mysterious great fortune that is coming. Finally, he encountered an inexplicable and terrible ambush in the depths of the universe and nearly died. Everything, all came to light. In an instant, all the fog in Emperor Yuha's mind was cleared and he found the final truth of the matter. Emperor, Your Majesty. Emperor Yuha had an extremely ugly expression on his face and said with hatred while gritting his teeth. As a top emperor in the world, he has always been played around by others. Like a puppet, being manipulated by others. In the end, he almost lost his life. The source of all these disasters was actually that bastard emperor. In just a moment, Emperor Yuha was filled with hatred and murderous intent towards the emperor. It also soared rapidly and came to the second position. As for the number 1 on the list, it would naturally be Huang Tian. The ultimate enemy. That was Emperor Yuha's lifelong obsession. Roar. With a loud shout, the Emperor Yuha's aura became stronger, and the power of the origin of the laws and order of the boundless heaven and earth was manifested. All of them were bestowed upon his imperial body. It was as if the endless laws of order in the human world and universe were all converging on him. This is one of the benefits of integrating the heavenly heart seal for the current emperor. Every move he made could mobilize the original power of the human world and enhance his own emperor-level combat power. Boom! Amidst the countless divine lights, Emperor Yuha gathered all the fighting power of a peak emperor. With the force of thunder, he charged into the supreme fairyland of Kunlun. Good. Seeing this scene, the ancient supreme beings in the Taichu ancient mine also shouted in a low voice. They didn't expect that they could convince Emperor Yuha so easily. But today we have the full support of this great emperor. This is also great news for all life-forbidden areas. Everyone, let's start taking action quickly. Use the combined power of the 3 life-forbidden zones to seal off Kunlun, and then attack with all your might. We must kill the emperor in the shortest possible time and completely destroy him. The cold words of the ancient supreme being were also heard on the island of Burial of Heaven. Their murderous intent towards the emperor had already reached its peak. He even did not hesitate to join forces with his potential rival, Emperor Yuha. Even the mysterious emperor-level existence Huang Tian was ignored and put aside for the time being. Everything is just to kill the common enemy, the emperor. Boom boom boom. Following Emperor Yuha, the ancient masters lurking in the 3 major life-forbidden areas also took action. One after another, blurry figures stepped out and rushed into the depths of Kunlun Fairyland. A terrifying and earth-shattering supreme melee begins again. But today's supreme melee is very special. It is not to deal with Huang Tian, nor is it to deal with Emperor Yuha. These beings, on the contrary, united together in perfect harmony to fight against the emperor together. Roar! He suddenly became the target of beating by all the supreme powerful beings. Inside the broken cauldron of immortality, the trace of the emperor's thoughts became even more furious. Originally, he had been suppressed by Huang Tian and his strength was constantly weakened. Now Emperor Yuha and the ancient supreme beings from the 3 major life-forbidden zones have arrived. Now the emperor's mental imprint became even more passive. In just a few breaths, his mental imprint was shattered several times. If it weren't for the protection of the broken immortal cauldron, it would have been wiped out long ago. Damn you, you bastards! When he was once again pierced through by the fierce attack of Emperor Yuha. The emperor was completely furious with this thought imprint. He wished he could use all means to summon his real body. With the invincibility of thunder, he killed all the supreme creatures present. But unfortunately, at this moment, his true body as the emperor was in the most critical transformation. It's about to break through into a new and more terrifying level. There was no way to mobilize more strength to attack. Now he could only rely on his thought imprint in the broken immortal cauldron to fight to the death. Emperor, you old man, you deceived us so much in the past. Today we will kill you completely. You will never be able to revive again. Inside the Taichu ancient mine, there was a roar from the ancient supreme being, and his words were filled with endless hatred. Obviously, this is also a super living fossil from the past emperor period. It is very likely that he belongs to an ancient celestial being, or his reincarnation. But the other party's identity is too mysterious and ancient, as if he possesses some supreme secret method to conceal his aura. Even Huang Tian would find it difficult to see in a short period of time. But it is undeniable that this old guy is really powerful. As he raised his hand, he actually condensed a diagram of the Great Tao Chaos Sword formation. Boundless chaotic energy surged, separating heaven and earth. There was also endless chaotic sword energy sweeping down. This is the supreme sword formation created by Lingbao Tianzun in the past. Are you, one of the 9 heavenly lords? The broken Chengxian cauldron suffered heavy damage again, and more cracks appeared on it. It also conveyed the imprint of the emperor's thoughts and the voice of exasperation. Lingbao Tianzun, one of the 9 Tianzun in the mythological era. He is also one of the very few powerful people who can make the emperor feel a little afraid. 4 dark red imperial swords and a diagram of a chaos sword formation gathered together. In addition, the legendary true body of Lingbao Tianzun personally takes the lead. The power is unimaginable and extremely terrifying. According to ancient legend, Lingbao Tianzun once relied on this supreme sword formation. I once killed a real immortal. Today, the emperor's imprint of thought was revived due to various coincidences. Being separated from his true body, he descended into the human universe. I didn't expect to face the terrifying and supreme spiritual sword formation again. You don't need to know who I am. But you, Emperor, must die today. The ancient deity suspected to be Lingbao Tianzun, his true body is dormant deep in the Taichu ancient mine. His cold and merciless voice rang out again. It's just a pity that he used the chaos sword formation diagram. It is merely the result of the condensation and evolution of one's own supreme imprint. It is not the manifestation of the real spiritual sword formation from the past. There was no sign of the 4 legendary emperor swords of killing descending together. But even so, it is terrifying enough when driven together by many ancient supreme beings. The imprint of the emperor's thought was destroyed and the immortal cauldron was defeated. This Taichu ancient mine is really powerful. Seeing this scene, even Huang Tian, who was not far away, couldn't help but sigh. The Taichu ancient mine is worthy of being the life-forbidden zone with the strongest supreme power in the world of Zhutian. Over the countless years, God knows what kind of monsters and demons are lurking in there. It seems that there are more than one ancient celestial being in mythology. Those old guys are all very capable and amazing. Even for Huang Tian, it would be difficult to see through his background in a short period of time. But there is one thing Huang Tian can be sure of. The ancient supreme being who has evolved the imprint of the spiritual treasure supreme sword formation. This is definitely not the Lingbao Tianzun of the past. But the other party undoubtedly got the essence of the spiritual sword formation. If those 4 spiritual treasures and imperial swords were in his hands, it may not be impossible to restore the true power of the number 1 killing sword formation in the human world. Boom! In Kunlun's supreme immortal land, the brutal battle continued. Under Huang Tian's subtle guidance. After thousands of years, the broken immortal cauldron that had been reassembled with great difficulty collapsed again. It turned into countless green lights and shot towards the vast universe. Seeing this scene, Emperor Yuha felt very painful. That was what they had collected bit by bit during the Yuha dynasty in the past, spending countless energy and time. All of a sudden, it was all gone. Of course, what is even more crazy is the imprint of the emperor's thoughts. Originally, he was powerful enough to even kill the ancient supreme being. But after being hit hard one after another by Huang Tian, he was constantly weakened. His situation had long been precarious. He was then surrounded and beaten by many ancient supreme beings, and even the broken immortal cauldron collapsed again. How good can this imprint of his thoughts be? Just a few breaths later, this imprint of thought was also broken. Chi. The ancient supreme beings did not give him the slightest chance to buffer. Cluster after cluster of ancient supreme Tao fire emerged and gathered together. He began to frantically refine the broken imprint of the emperor's thoughts. Roar! You damned guys! I will never let you go! Under the raging terrifying supreme Tao fire, the emperor's broken thought imprint roared. He tried his best to resist, but in the end he could only be refined into nothingness. The dignified emperor of ancient heaven can be regarded as the most powerful person in the human world and the universe. It is infinitely close to the 8th level of the red dust heavenly emperor realm. Unexpectedly, the imprint of thought that was revived and differentiated from it ended up in such a miserable and depressing way. Buzz. When this thought imprint was completely refined. Outside the human universe, there is an unknown place of endless darkness and mystery. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. From time to time, there was also an extremely suppressed and angry roar. But the next moment, this vast and terrifying aura converged like a tide and disappeared without a trace. Everything fell into endless darkness and silence again. In the supreme Kunlun fairyland, the supreme melee came to an end. The imprint of the emperor's thoughts was completely erased and destroyed. Above the sky, there was depression and silence. They are a common enemy, and the emperor's will has been destroyed. The only things left are the 3 major life-forbidden areas, Emperor Yuha, and Huang Tian. These 3 giant forces are confronting each other. At this moment, the eyes of the first 2 were also focused on Huang Tian. Compared to the forbidden zone of life in Emperor Yuha, they know each other inside out. The only creature who was enveloped in endless chaotic mist was Huang Tian. It still makes them unable to see through it. Only Emperor Yuha was gritting his teeth, with hatred and resentment in his heart overwhelming. This evil bastard is really him. When he was going through the great calamity, he was tricked so badly. Just a little bit and this great emperor would be truly dead. Now that they meet again, it is like enemies meeting, and they are extremely jealous of each other. You bastard, I will kill you today. With a loud roar, Emperor Yuha went crazy again, and his emperor-level aura was overwhelming, rushing straight towards Huang Tian. This was the most furious and all-out attack ever made by an emperor of the time. Even when he was fighting against the emperor and was branded with the imprint of his thoughts. Even Emperor Yuha still has some reservations. But facing Huang Tian, his destined enemy, Emperor Yuha had to give it his all. It's a fight to the death at all costs. Chapter 90. It is so difficult to continue the fate of being the peak emperor in this life. Emperor Yuha's behavior was so crazy that he almost lost his mind. It also gave a big scare to the other 3 life-forbidden areas. They couldn't figure out what kind of life and death feud there was between Emperor Yuha and Huang Tian. But now these 2 guys are fighting to the death. These ancient supreme beings were quite happy, sitting on the mountain and watching the fight between tigers. By then, when both sides are exhausted, it will be a good time to reap the benefits. Lao Yu, in your current state, you still want to fight me to death. But it's quite irrational. Compared to Emperor Yuha's crazy and life-threatening behavior, Huang Tian seemed calm and indifferent. With ease, he easily dodged countless emperor-level secret attacks. Huang Tian has everything under control for the situation here. Today he had gone to great lengths to capture Emperor Yuha and the 3 old guys from the life-forbidden areas. All of them were attracted here. It's not just aimed at the emperor's reviving mark of thought. He has bigger plans later. And you old antiques in the restricted area. The current emperor is not really dead yet. One of his thoughts was erased, but his true body is suspected to be undergoing some kind of horrific transformation. That is far beyond his peak level in the past. If we don't find him in time, his transformation will be interrupted. In the future, the entire human universe will be ruled by him again. While Huang Tian was fighting with Emperor Yuha, he also continued to reveal shocking news. These words were too earth-shattering. The emperor's true body is not dead yet, and is still dormant somewhere in the human universe. A new and even more terrifying transformation is beginning. This is fucking going to scare the ancient supreme to death. As a result, the restricted area supremes who were originally prepared to watch the drama could no longer sit still. The 3 major life-forbidden zones rumbled and vibrated, intervening in the emperor-level battlefield. The 3 of them trapped Huang Tian in the middle, with a terrifying aura of supreme power surging. The emperor is really not dead, can you take this seriously? The news revealed by Huang Tian was too shocking. Even the ancient supreme beings could not remain calm. Originally, they were still working together to eliminate the emperor's idea of resurrection through borrowing a corpse. Still feeling complacent. As a result, Huang Tian poured a basin of cold water on him without any hesitation. The old guy Emperor Zun is not really dead yet. The so-called life-forbidden zone is probably going to become a complete joke. Of course, when I became enlightened before, I was also attacked by an unknown person like Lao Yu. The other party tried his best to hide it, but I definitely would not have misjudged the aura contained in the immortal cauldron. Otherwise, my peak emperor body would not have been injured so badly. Huang Tian said calmly. He is very familiar with tricking the masters in the life-forbidden zone into becoming cannon fodder. Newbies come up with all kinds of excuses without even blinking an eye. At the same time, in order to verify the authenticity of what I say, Huang Tian's mind moved, and a trace of inexplicable energy emerged in his body. Horrifying and creepy, it was the aura of the immortal cauldron that terrified even the ancient supreme beings. The bright green light flickered, seemingly only a few strands, but it was extremely terrifying. This is definitely an unrivaled power that can seriously injure or even kill an ancient lord. It was in the deepest part of the ancient forbidden land, the road that was broken into immortality. The green copper fragments moved strangely, releasing a terrifying force. But today, Huang Tian also concealed it and condensed it. This is even more powerful and terrifying than the emperor's mental imprint. When the mark of the immortal cauldron appeared, all the masters fell silent. The supreme Kunlun fairyland fell into deathly silence. Now there are various evidences and clues. It seems that the old bastard emperor is not really dead. This is extremely bad news for the ancient supreme beings. It is no exaggeration to say that this is shocking news. In addition, there were many shocking chaos that had occurred in the human universe before. Half of the original 6 life-forbidden zones have been gone, leaving only 3 major forbidden zones remaining. The supreme foundation of the life-forbidden zone has been severely weakened. If the situation continues to develop in this way, one can imagine the predicament of these ancient masters. I really don't know, until which day. They will be destroyed in one fell swoop by the Emperor or other unknown and terrifying existences. Since you have confirmed that the Emperor is not dead, where is his real body now? Inside the Taichu ancient mine, an ancient supreme being spoke and asked coldly. Regarding Huang Tian, a guy who has always been hiding and has never revealed his true identity. They are also extremely hostile and wary. This mysterious guy in front of me may not even be as good as the Emperor. But his royal cultivation and combat power are absolutely terrifying. Didn't you see that he could fight against the Emperor's mind imprint alone before? Even under the full force of Yuha, the great emperor of the time, he was still so at ease. That's right, the Emperor's affairs were all caused by you alone. In this case, you must give us an explanation. The sky burial island rumbled and trembled, and the ancient emperor spoke inside. At this point, the situation in the human world has become increasingly complicated and terrifying. Even if one was the supreme ruler in ancient times, it would be difficult to protect himself. The most urgent task is to find the evil spirit of the emperor as soon as possible. Get rid of him before his transformation is complete. As for Huang Tian, this mysterious and terrifying supreme being, the three major restricted areas can only be put aside. You old guys, you must be crazy. If I knew where the Emperor's true body was, I wouldn't be wasting so much time with you guys here. I've already killed him. Instead of talking so much nonsense here, why don't you hurry up and search for the whereabouts of the Emperor? Once the other party truly succeeds in his transformation, your three life-forbidden areas will be in real danger. Faced with the powerful aura of the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings, Huang Tian didn't care at all. Today he descended upon the supreme fairyland of Kunlun, and the imprint of the Emperor's thoughts had been removed. He was too lazy to fight with these ancient emperors. Instead of engaging in meaningless fighting here, it would be better to dig some big holes for these old guys in the life-forbidden zone and the sixth old man of the Emperor. The Emperor, that guy, still wants to transform peacefully and impact the 8th level of Heavenly Emperor. How could Huang Tian let him get his wish? Why not just go all out and include the three major life-forbidden zones in your calculations along with the former? This not only greatly consumed the strength and time of both sides. At the same time, it can also better delay the transformation progress of Emperor Hongchen Xian. Although this old fellow is very sinister and black-bellied, his way of cultivation is steady and subtle. He did not follow the method of the eternal dream to accelerate his transformation into immortal. Instead, it chose to let its true body lie dormant, and slowly transform itself over an endless period of time. This method was somewhat similar to that of the ancient divine Silkworm clan. But it is obviously more stable. This also gave Huang Tian a great opportunity. According to the progress of his transformation in the mortal world, as long as there are no variables or accidents in the future, he will surely be able to surpass the Emperor and be the first to touch the threshold of the mortal world. At that time, it will be time for Huang Tian to let go and reap the human world and universe. Rumble. Huang Tian's calm words echoed in the supreme Kunlun immortal land, and also made the masters in the restricted area furious. But in the end they still endured it. Now that the unrivaled enemy, the Emperor, is before them, they really don't want to waste any more time and energy. Finding the whereabouts of the Emperor's true body is the most important thing. Humph. With a cold snort, Taichu ancient mine left first. Soon, Tiandao Island and the Shanling lineage disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the once bustling supreme Kunlun fairyland was left with only the two enemies, Yuha and Huang Tian. To be precise, Huang Tian is also the biggest victim of Emperor Yuha throughout his life. What on earth are you planning, you bastard? After a brief silence, Emperor Yuha spoke again. His face was indifferent, and there were terrifying beams of light bursting out from his eyes, tearing through the void, and staring at Huang Tian intently. To this peerless enemy who has suppressed him all his life, Emperor Yuha really understands it all too well. The other party's scheming and cunning are difficult to estimate, and his cultivation level is also incredible. It is worth it for the other party to go to such great lengths to attract him in the three life-forbidden areas. Huang Tian's plan was naturally extremely shocking. Lao Yu, your destiny as an emperor in this life is almost coming to an end. Instead of questioning me here, you should find a place to hide. Practice at ease and adjust your state. Then I will use an immortality elixir to extend my life. Otherwise, after thousands of years, I won't be able to see you again. Compared to Emperor Yuha's serious and cold expression, Huang Tian looked calm and relaxed. It was as if he didn't take the contemporary emperor of the human world seriously at all. "You bastard." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuha's face twitched unconsciously. Huang Tian's words hit his biggest weakness at the moment. Yes, Emperor Yuha is about to die. Don't be fooled by his current appearance as a great emperor with all the power and invincibility to swallow up the universe. But he just forced himself to do that. The essence of his life as a great emperor was completely destroyed in an inexplicable and terrifying attack at the edge of the universe in the past. The current Emperor Yuha is only halfway through his reign, but he is about to die. It is quite rare to see a human emperor who died so young. It is comparable to the little monkey from ancient times. No, Emperor Yuha is undoubtedly more miserable. That fighting monkey, at least, still had a peach elixir of immortality to swallow. On the other hand, Emperor Yuha has nothing but the Yuha dynasty, and he has yet to find the elixir of immortality. I have to say, this is also a very sad thing. If I tell this to others, I'm afraid no one will believe it. A dignified emperor of the time, the most powerful person who has inherited the seal of heaven's heart. The emperor, who is halfway through his life, had already begun to worry about his lifespan. There's nothing we can do about it. This is actually all Huang Tian's fault. In the ancient times, this supreme emperor went through a lot of crazy things. Major life forbidden zones, and even the human universe. All the remaining rare treasures of immortality and the reserves of elixir of life were almost emptied by it. What's more, later on, those two bastards, Tianxi and Bushidaoren, followed suit. They secretly colluded with each other and wreaked havoc in this forbidden zone of life. It also made the elixir of immortality and various immortal treasures in the human world become extremely rare and almost impossible to see. To this day, Emperor Yuha is one of the many unlucky people who have suffered from this eternal disaster. The emperor who was at the peak of his power could not find a magical medicine to prolong his life. It is too difficult to continue the emperor's mandate. Haha, Lao Yu, don't be so angry. After all, we are old acquaintances who have known each other for a long time. Why don't you show me a clear way? Let's go to the restricted area of life. Those old guys must have some in stock. You are the great emperor of the time, and you possess the strongest fighting power, enough to outlast one or two imperial masters. Even if I can't swallow the immortality elixir, I can still refine the blood essence of the ancient emperor and extend my imperial life a little bit. Well, in my opinion, among the three forbidden areas of life, only the Immortal Mausoleum has the weakest foundation, so we should start with them. The success rate is the highest. Boom. Huang Tian hadn't finished speaking yet. The furious attack of Emperor Yuha came again. Yuha really hated Huang Tian to the extreme. This bastard is still making sarcastic remarks at this time. Encouraging myself to destroy the life forbidden zone is really too insidious. Boom. The supreme Kunlun fairyland, Yuha and Huang Tian. The battle between these two great emperors of the time was fierce and extremely tragic. The vast Kunlun fairyland was rumbling and shaking, almost collapsing. This is a true peak battle between emperors. The entire human universe is trembling. Countless living beings across the starry sea are unaware of the ins and outs of the matter. But we understand that Emperor Yuha has encountered an extremely powerful enemy. Targeted by a mysterious emperor-level being. This battle was so horrific that it shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths and made countless cultivators panic. It was as if a dark disaster in the human world had erupted again. After lasting for half a month, the shocking imperial battle in the supreme fairyland of Kunlun finally came to an end. The two great emperors of the time had long since disappeared. It was not until later that some fearless monks of the older generation dared to go there quietly and get close to that supreme fairyland. Looking around, billions of endless star fields collapsed, and the remaining aura of the terrifying emperor flowed. The bodies of the saints and sages of the older generation will collapse. And in the deepest part of that sea of stars, many cultivators also saw drops of crystal-clear imperial blood floating. That was all the blood of the ruined emperor whose divinity had long been worn away. But there is still unimaginable aftermath of imperial power surrounding it. From this we can see how terrifying the peak imperial war in the past was. What a pity, with so many emperors coexisting in the same era, we have no way of knowing the final outcome of this battle. This is a shocking event that will go down in history. In the human universe, time flows. Another 1,000 years passed. The great battle at Kunlun Supreme Immortal Land had long passed. It also became an absolute forbidden area for all living beings in the human world. To this day, no living creature has ever been able to set foot there. The horrific aftermath of the battle between the two emperors and the remaining traces of the emperors are enough to wipe out everything. Since that battle, Emperor Yuha and the mysterious Emperor Huang Tian have disappeared long ago and have not been seen since. Some even speculated that Emperor Yuha was defeated and suffered a severe blow, and had already died. There are also living beings saying that the great emperor of the time, whose achievements are comparable to those of nature, is experiencing an unimaginable nirvana and rebirth. I want to live another life as an emperor. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 91. Overwhelming the ancestral star of the tyrant body, the great saint body emerges. There are many speculations and opinions in the human world. Unfortunately, no one can confirm it. The trend is like a torrent, rolling forward. As time went by, countless monks made surprising discoveries. The laws of heaven and earth in this life have once again undergone amazing changes. The supreme imperial way belonging to Emperor Yuha is constantly declining and collapsing. At this point, all living beings finally chose to believe that Emperor Yuha was really dying. The great emperor is about to fall. The laws of the emperor could no longer be controlled and began to collapse. On this day, countless creatures throughout the Yuha dynasty knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. The first dynasty that was once high and mighty and ruled over all the starry seas is no longer as glorious as it once was. Just like the ancient heaven in the ancient mythology. No matter how powerful, glorious and invincible a force is, it will eventually be unable to withstand the erosion of time. But the Yuha dynasty was hit by a series of misfortunes. After this new chapter of the great emperor began, many forces in the human world and the universe began to move. They all wanted to take advantage of the death of Emperor Yuha to plunder the heritage and amazing fortune of this supreme dynasty. In the human world, a great chaos broke out again, and endless fighting swept across the star fields. And in the process, no one noticed. On an ancient star called Beidou, there is also a weak figure rising up step by step and becoming stronger. At the same time, a tall and handsome figure descended to a secret place in the human universe. This world lies dormant deep in the endless sea of stars, isolated from the rest of the world, yet contains its own world. Throughout the ages, this ancient star has also had a very domineering name, the Domineering Star. At this moment, the way of the ancient star is extremely special. It only respects the way of the hegemon. Other creatures are not suitable for practicing here. Today Huang Tian is here. His purpose was simple, which was to completely wipe out and subdue this ancient star and use it for his own purposes. Boom. This time, he did not hide anything. One's own aura is peaceful and calm, and contains the aura of the great emperor. But as soon as he set foot on this ancient star, it caused endless waves. Countless great laws revived and transformed into terrifying divine chains of order, slashing towards him. This is the way of the tyrant body lineage, which is extremely domineering and fierce. He has extremely fierce murderous intent towards any powerful person who is not a descendant of the tyrant body lineage. Although Huang Tian has restrained his great emperor cultivation. But his existence is too transcendent. After arriving here, the supreme magic formation of this ancestral star has been revived autonomously. It has created an unprecedented sense of urgency. Boom. At this moment, the entire tyrant body ancestral star was boiling. Many descendants of the tyrant body bloodline raised their heads with expressions of horror. No one knows what kind of shocking changes have taken place on the ancient star of tyrant at this moment. Why would this ancestral formation that had existed for endless years revive on its own and cause such a big commotion? And in the most sacred and ancient forbidden area of the tyrant ancestor star, there lies an ancient cave, filled with chaotic mist, which is extremely mysterious. At this moment, an aura of ancient supreme level also erupted from the depths of the ancient cave. Apparently, there are still some supreme antiques lurking in the ancient cave of Tyrant's ancestral star. When he sensed the crisis on his ancestral planet, he chose to wake up as soon as possible. Which master has come to my tyrant body's ancestral star? Why don't you take the initiative to come out and see me? In the tyrant ancient cave, chaotic mist gushed out, and faintly one could see wisps of immortal substances boiling. This ancient cave is truly extraordinary, containing supreme creation. At the same time, an old voice was heard from the depths of the ancient cave. Haha, a supreme-level tyrant body, not bad. What a pity. You are too weak alone. You might as well wake up the other two in the ancient cave together. Otherwise, we won't be able to have the next conversation. A light laugh was heard, and Huang Tian's figure appeared. In front of this ancient cave, which has been regarded as a forbidden place of life since ancient times, he is still so casual and indifferent. He walked leisurely in the garden as if walking on flat ground. No supreme killing formation or restriction could do anything to him. Boom. As Huang Tian said this, the ancient cave shook even more violently. There was a powerful and domineering blood energy surging out. This is the body of a great tyrant, but no one knows when he will achieve enlightenment. But this fighting power is still extremely strong. Resurrecting at this moment and being teased by Huang Tian, he chose to attack with domineering force. In an instant, the entire tyrant star was rumbling and shaking. Countless laws of heaven and earth, and divine chains of order, all gathered together. This kind of attack is really fierce and domineering. Any alien being that comes here will be in trouble if their cultivation is not high enough. They will inevitably be completely suppressed by the domineering power of this ancient star and will find it difficult to break free. Obviously Huang Tian is not among them. Facing the powerful body in the ancient cave, he took action. He still walked forward calmly. When that terrifying and powerful fist came close to him, Huang Tian then stretched out his hand and easily blocked it with one finger. I've already said it, your mere tyrant body is far from enough. If the other two tyrants don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, two rays of divine light burst out from Huang Tian's eyes. The emperor-level aura in the body was also released slightly. Boom. In an instant, the entire tyrant body ancestral star was shaking violently. As a result, countless ancient star laws were shattered. The emperor-level aura contained in Huang Tian himself is too powerful. The so-called dominant body's inherent restrictions could not stop him at all. Crack. Even under the impact of his breath, the ancient chaos cave that was originally heavily protected and engraved with countless supreme patterns also collapsed. Roar. Immediately, two terrifying roaring sounds were heard one after another. These are the other two great tyrants who have been awakened. The aura of an ancient emperor. Are you the emperor of the Yuha dynasty? No, the great emperor's aura is completely different. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to my tyrant body ancient star? The powerful figure at the beginning groaned, and his huge body walked out of the ancient cave on its own initiative. This is a burly and ferocious figure, covered in purple blood. Filled with a breath of wildness and murderousness. It's like a prehistoric beast, very scary. One can tell at first glance that this is a terrifying existence that has been stained with the blood of countless creatures. But now, he is facing Huang Tian, a mysterious emperor-level figure. This ferocious tyrant seemed particularly fearful. An alternative way to achieve enlightenment. Not bad. It seems my trip was not in vain. Huang Tian's eyes flickered as he looked at the domineering figure in front of him and nodded slightly. As expected of the ancient star of tyrant body, this old antique that has been sealed up all this time is indeed quite capable. If he let go and fought tooth and nail, he might actually be able to take away half the life of an old ancient master. The great holy body can challenge the ancient supreme being. As the overlord of their arch-enemy, he can naturally do it. And the domineering body in front of him was also very stunning. It is even stronger than the young and accomplished tyrant body that he had picked up and refined into a wild slave. But I want to have a conversation, but there are three of you at the same time, and you alone are not enough. After a while, Huang Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, he slapped his palm forward with force, and the terrifying power of an emperor burst out. It destroys everything in the world like a rotten wood, and no one can stop it. The great tyrant body roared at the first moment, and its purple hair danced wildly. He swung his fist and tried his best to resist, but unfortunately, he was blown away in just a moment. The alternative way of achieving enlightenment is to achieve a great and powerful body, which is very strong and terrifying. But in front of Huang Tian, it was so insignificant, just a great emperor-level aftermath impact. It is enough to suppress it completely. Boom. The ancient chaos cave in front of them was about to be affected and completely destroyed. At this time, the other two ancient tyrants lurking deep in the ancient cave were also forced into a corner. The only thing to do is to show up. Soon, two huge blocks of divine source emerged, both wrapped in endless chains of the Great Way Order. They all roared together, mobilizing their own dominant power through the divine source block. The surging purple blood boiled and turned into two torrents, all pouring into the body of the young overlord. In an instant, the latter's combat power also soared rapidly. The three great tyrant bodies are now connected in chi and blood, and are as one. They attacked with all their might, confronting Huang Tian's emperor-level offensive head-on. Boom boom boom. Although it was just a simple attack, the aftermath was so earth-shattering. The entire tyrant body ancestor star was trembling and shaking violently. It seems like it will collapse at any time. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Huang Tian nodded slightly and retracted his own strength in time. In front of him, the three great tyrants also staggered backwards. The first young and accomplished tyrant was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. If you look closely, you can see that both his arms and hands are shaking uncontrollably. The attack just now was too much pressure on them. Huang Tian is the most powerful emperor in the world, and he is not just an ordinary emperor. When he takes action, the three great tyrants can unite to resist and remain unkilled. It's already a great fortune. Well, it's okay. Now I can tell you that I have set my eyes on your tyrant body ancestor star. I want to subdue you and use you as my own. What do you think? After a simple deterrence, Huang Tian said with a smile. His words were direct and quite forceful, and he stated his purpose directly. This really confused Zun Dacheng. Who on earth is this guy? Damn it, he said right from the start that he wanted to conquer their entire tyrant planet. This is really crazy. However, judging from the opponent's terrifying combat power, the former seems to have the capital to be so crazy. At this time, people are concerned about the identity and origin of the mysterious Emperor Huang Tian. There are more or less some speculations about the three overlords. Because of this, after Huang Tian said this, all three of them were completely silent. Before answering your question, we want to know one thing. Are you the mysterious emperor who appeared in the Supreme Kunlun immortal land thousands of years ago? Quote. After a long silence, the first young and powerful tyrant spoke. That's right. Huang Tian nodded. Okay, you want to conquer our ancestral star, that's no problem. But what benefits can you bring to the tyrant lineage in the future? Quote. The first tyrant stopped talking, but the ancient tyrant in the huge divine source block beside him started talking. Judging from their posture, they are planning to take turns to fight. Of course, this is not an intentional move. Instead, within the controllable range, try your best to obtain more benefits for your own hegemony lineage. After Huang Tian's initial intimidation, these three supreme-level tyrants are all very clear about this. Even if the three of them broke the seal and attacked with all their might. I'm afraid he can't be a match for Huang Tian, the great emperor of the time. Once the relationship is completely broken, the entire tyrant star will probably be ground down. This is a scene that no one wants to see. Haha, it's already this late. Do you think you still have the capital to bargain with me? Huang Tian sneered and didn't give the other party a good look at all. There are some things he can give, but the other party must never ask for them. It seems that these three guys in front of me still can't tell the difference between the big king and the small king. The great emperor of the human race, we all admit that you are very powerful and extremely terrifying. My tyrant body lineage is powerless to stop your conquest, but we can choose to fight to the death in the last battle. If that's the case, in the end, you'll still get nothing. The third old tyrant spoke. He is the longest surviving great master in the world. It can even be traced back to the early ancient times. Of course, if we really go into the seniority and age, Huang Tian is still enough to crush this old guy. Really? Are you three worthy enough to fight to the death? Huang Tian snorted coldly and strode forward. With every step he takes, his emperor-level aura will be strengthened. After 3 steps, the 3 tyrants who had been gritting their teeth and holding on were no longer able to resist. They staggered backwards and kept coughing up blood. The divine sources of the other 2 dormant old tyrants also shattered. He was forced to reveal his true form and revive. At this time, Huang Tian stood alone, with the aura of a great emperor spreading across the world. The entire tyrant ancestor star was constantly collapsing, and billions of creatures were trembling and kneeling on the ground. He couldn't even control his own body. This is the terrifying power brought by a peak emperor, a complete crushing from the depths of his soul. Rumble. Just when the yellow emperor was at his peak, unrivaled, and crushing the 3 tyrants. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. A golden road crossed the sky and descended to this place. That turned out to be the great holy body that had been lurking in the immortal mountain. He actually chose to manifest himself at this time and appeared in the tyrant body ancestral star lineage. Your Excellency is the great emperor of the world, why are you forcing us so hard and destroying lives? This is really too much. Boundless golden light illuminated the 10 directions, and the great holy body descended, with surging blood and energy, extremely powerful. But this time, he didn't come to help Huang Tian. Instead, he chose to stand on the side of his arch-enemy's lineage, and was extremely hostile towards the mysterious Emperor Huang Tian. This sudden change not only made the 3 great tyrants a little stunned. Even Huang Tian was speechless. This younger generation holy body kid is really tired of living. He actually dares to jump out and rebel against me. Haha, a great saint body that can be compared to the great emperor level. No wonder you have the confidence to challenge me. Bati is the mortal enemy of your sainty lineage. Are you sure you really want to stand up for them? Huang Tian had a blank expression on his face as he stared at the great saint body in front of him, and said quietly, I don't want to be your enemy, but for the sake of all the people in this universe, I have to stand up. The great saint body took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. He had sensed it as early as the moment Huang Tian appeared and descended on the tyrant body's ancestral star. Of course, at this stage of the great saint body, it is naturally impossible for him to sense Huang Tian's true identity. In his opinion, this was an extremely terrifying mastermind behind the scenes. In the past, the shocking turmoil in the supreme Kunlun fairyland and the battle with the emperor were all led by him alone. This time the opponent is so powerful that he descended on the tyrant body's ancestral star and wanted to wipe it out in one fell swoop and conquer this ancient star. Behind such a major move, there will inevitably be endless waves of disasters. Therefore, the great holy body has no choice but to take action. Chapter 92. At the end of the holy body's road, the light of becoming an emperor begins to appear. After the supreme beings in the 3 major life-forbidden areas lay dormant and Emperor Yuha disappeared without a trace. In the entire human universe, there is no one who can stop this mysterious emperor. I'm afraid that only I, with my great holy body, can do it. For the sake of all living beings in the human world, he stood up without hesitation. Well, what a holy body. You are indeed the one who cares about the world and is the most benevolent and holy. Huang Tian said in a deep voice, with cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. For a long time, deep in his heart, he had wanted to erase this great holy body. Different road non-phase plan. The places that should have been used in the past have long been used. At present, the use of this great holy body is dispensable. Since he has taken the initiative to jump out today, just kill him directly. It also saves you from having to worry about it later. Boom. The emperor-level aura around Huang Tian surged again. The 3 great tyrants were also blown away, coughing up blood. They are very powerful and have achieved great power, but they are still far from enough when facing the great emperor Huang Tian. On the other side, the great saint body also had an extremely solemn expression. The Taoist cultivation of the mysterious emperor Huang Tian far exceeded his expectations. Only at such a close distance can you personally feel the opponent's full-blown aura. Only then did he realize how wrong his assessment of the former's combat capability was. Of course, the great holy body is even less aware of this. The mysterious emperor before him was the senior whom he had admired and respected so much in the past. But now the arrow is on the string and we have to shoot. Boom. Under the impact of Huang Tian's great emperor's aura, the blood of the great saint body was boiling red, and his combat power was reaching its extreme. Although he is very strong, he has practiced hard for many years. Although he had already made further progress in the field of alternative enlightenment and reached the end of the holy body lineage breaking level, it can be said that this is the ultimate state that the holy body can reach throughout the ages. But facing Huang Tian, he was not at all confident. Try your best, or you won't have any chance next time. The so-called holy body and the tyrant body are just like ants in my eyes. There is not much difference. Huang Tian took a step in the void and walked towards the great holy body. The aura of his own emperor level radiated outward, shaking the entire universe, and all living beings were horrified. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The momentum of the great saint body was completely suppressed. He knew that this couldn't go on. Otherwise, he would not have the slightest chance in this battle. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. At the critical moment, the great saint body roared, and its combat power climbed to a peak. He finally made a move, and right from the start he used the invincible boxing skills passed down from the holy body lineage. 6 hazy shadows of the ancient universe kept rotating behind it, containing endless power in the world. This is also the strongest attack of the holy body at present. As soon as this peerless boxing technique was released, the entire tyrant body ancestral star was rumbling and shaking. Countless imprints of the supreme laws are collapsing. The combat power of this great holy body is too strong, and it has reached the stage of breaking the path to the holy body. It is completely comparable to a great emperor. In the starry sea of the universe, countless creatures also felt this vast and unparalleled holy body blood. Is that the legendary immortal golden body, the invincible holy body today? Oh my God, how strong is his fighting power? Why do I feel the power of a true emperor? This holy body is truly beyond belief. Has he already attained enlightenment and become an emperor? Everywhere in the universe was shaking violently, and a great holy body comparable to that of a great emperor appeared in the world. He displayed his most powerful strength, creating astonishing visions that shook the human world. This kind of momentum and pomp is no less than that of a great emperor of the time. Even in the deeper parts of the universe, people are frantically searching for the 3 forbidden areas of life where the ancient emperor of heaven is. At this moment, traces of them have appeared and they are floating at the end of the universe. The shape of the forbidden area was completely covered by infinite chaotic energy, but those terrifying gazes could see through the endless void. Is it the great saintly body from the immortal mountain in the past? I never thought that his physique and bloodline could have reached this level. You can now truly stand shoulder to shoulder with us. What a pity. He has unparalleled combat power but is a brainless guy. For the sake of an old enemy, tyrant body Zuxing, he actually dared to jump out and become an enemy of that mysterious guy. Hee, what a great saint with a heart for the world. This kind of people are destined to have a miserable end. In the life-restricted area, an ancient supreme being spoke coldly. The growth rate of the great holy body was indeed beyond their expectations. The former already truly possesses the invincible capital to fight them head-on. If it were under normal circumstances, this holy body would have just stepped out of the immortal mountain. He will definitely be attacked by the 3 major life-forbidden zones and will never be allowed to survive. But now, there is absolutely no need for that. The outcome of the matter of tyrant body ancestral star has already been determined. Let's join forces and search for the whereabouts of that old fellow emperor as soon as possible. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and I have already vaguely sensed some of his aura. I'm afraid we are getting closer and closer to where his real body is hiding. We must not be careless. An ancient lord from the burial Sky Island lineage spoke up. This forbidden zone of life is too special and mysterious. The Sky Burial Island also contains shocking secrets from the chaotic ancient era countless years ago. No one knows what method the ancient supreme being lurking inside used. I actually sensed some clues about the Emperor. Okay, if we can really find the Emperor's trace by then, we will act according to the plan and must not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, a supreme being in the Taichu ancient mind responded. In the entire human universe, the danger posed to them by the Emperor is undoubtedly the greatest. Although they knew clearly that the mysterious Emperor Huang Tian took the initiative to tell them the news. He must be plotting against them in secret. But this was an open conspiracy. Even though they knew the other party's intentions, these old guys had no choice but to do this. That's why the ancient masters of the 3 life-forbidden zones have such tacit understanding. They worked together tacitly, hoping to find the Emperor who was in the critical period of transformation as soon as possible and forcibly interrupt his transformation process. At the same time Huang Tian was plotting against the Forbidden Zone Supreme. Of course, these old guys are not willing to sit and wait for death, and have already thought of ways to fight back. This can also be regarded as a secret game between each other. Boom. Endless chaotic energy surged, and the blurry figures of the 3 major life-forbidden areas disappeared again. At this moment, on the tyrant body ancestor star, a shocking battle between emperors broke out. The great saint body fights fiercely with Huang Tian, the mysterious emperor of the time. From the very beginning, he put all his strength into it and unleashed the strongest power in his life. He wanted to gather his strength and defeat Huang Tian. In just a few breaths, the great saint body's 6 paths of reincarnation fist had already been launched. He launched a crazy attack at Huang Tian. This kind of terrifying offensive force was really powerful. Even if an ancient supreme being reached the highest level, it would be difficult for him to survive. Unfortunately, the opponent of the great saint body is Huang Tian. Even though his fighting power was amazing, his invincible fist could dominate the human world and kill the ancient supreme being. But in front of Huang Tian, he was still far from enough. With just a white palm, he was able to block the most powerful attack from the great saint body. At this moment, the two of them had already stood in the endless chaotic void. Far away from the ancestral star of the tyrant body, there are infinite imperial laws covering all directions. This was arranged by Huang Tian himself. His battle with the great saint body was a great challenge for a top-level emperor like him. Although it's nothing, but the tyrant body ancestor star couldn't hold on. In order to prevent this special ancient star from being destroyed, he deliberately protected it. It even completely separated him from the battlefield of the great holy body. Haha, is this the power at the end of the Saint Body Breaker level? If that's the case, I'm really disappointed. Above the chaotic void of the sky, Huang Tian sneered as he stared at the great saint body in front of him and said lightly. They fought each other for only a few breaths. But the two had also engaged in hundreds or thousands of head-on battles. Huang Tian, however, was just strolling in the garden, standing in the endless and fierce attack of the great accomplishment saint body. In the end, there was no damage at all. But Huang Tian had not yet taken the initiative to attack. Chaos runes appeared in the depths of his eyes. He was gazing at the mystery of the great saint body's bloodline, exploring the supreme path at the end of his holy body's broken path. As in the past, he was trying to figure out the mysteries of the emperor, the primordial immortal fetus, and the chaotic body bloodline. That's why he pressured his opponent to use all his strength. In just a moment, all the mysteries of the area at the end of the holy body's severance were revealed. Huang Tian saw through most of it. Only a small part remains, which is the end of the holy body and the endless darkness further away. Ahead lies an endless and terrifying dark abyss. But at the end of the endless dark abyss, a faint light seemed to appear. That is the light of enlightenment and emperorship belonging to this great holy body. In the endless darkness, this little light is extremely weak and almost negligible. But the former has evolved. Being able to reach this point, this holy body is indeed extraordinary and can be compared with the ancestor of the holy body lineage. This also aroused Huang Tian's slight interest. He wanted to see what this great holy body would look like when facing the intense pressure of life and death. Can it force out even more incredible potential? Complete the lineage of the holy body, an unprecedented act against the will of heaven, and become an emperor. If it is really achieved, it will be a huge gain for Huang Tian. If the holy body of a queen who has attained enlightenment and become an emperor can be completely refined. This is much stronger than the domineering slave in the ancient forbidden underground. Even if the hope is slim, only less than 1 in 10,000. Huang Tian is willing to give it a try. Boom! The endless void trembled violently and twisted madly. In this sealed special space, the great saint body's face looked solemn. The red blood energy was burning all over his body. He had already tried his best in the battle to this point. But the mysterious emperor in front of him was still unharmed. It has to be said that this was an unprecedented blow to the great saint body. But now he has no choice. Even if you know both, they are not on the same level. But this great holy body still wants to fight to the death. If he didn't continue to attack, he would probably fall down immediately. Boom boom boom. The great saint body took a deep breath, but it madly burned the essence of the holy blood in its body. This is the source of his life blood, which will be completely consumed once burned. Even when he himself was about to perish, this great holy body had been completely given up. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the aura of the great saint body actually increased again. It has surpassed the general emperor level and is approaching Huang Tian bit by bit. Although there is still a long distance between them. But his performance also made Huang Tian nod slightly, expressing his approval. The fire of enlightenment has become a little stronger, but unfortunately it is still far from enough. While easily dodging the desperate attacks of the great saint body, Huang Tian's eyes were still paying close attention to the transformation of the Tao fruit in the other person's body. Standing at the end of the holy body road, there is already an endless dark abyss ahead. Only in the depths and distance, there is a little light swaying. Although the fire had grown a little bigger, it was still nothing compared to the endless darkness. Still seems too insignificant. Under the desperate fight of the great saint body, the sky and the void trembled even more violently. There was even a slight crackling sound. This sealed area of void seemed to be about to be blasted apart. That great saintly body is so strong. It is incredible that people like me with such physique and bloodline can reach that level. What shall we do next? On the tyrant body ancestor star, a fully developed tyrant body and two gigantic blocks of divine source stand. They were also closely watching the Sky Emperor level battle. The incredible combat power displayed by the great saint body at this time also brought them unimaginable impact and shock. The level of those fields is too terrifying. The three great tyrants lived for a long and endless time. But no one has ever reached that level. Even, subconsciously, they all developed a fear of that great saint body. Let's wait and see what happens and see the final outcome of the war. It would be best if both of them were defeated. Then we will use all our strength to kill them both. Even if it costs a lot, as long as it succeeds, it's all worth it. The huge block of divine source vibrated, and the cold words of an old and domineering figure were heard. Whether it is the great holy body or the mysterious Emperor Huang Tian, the threat posed to their tyrant ancestral star lineage is simply too great. If they had the chance today, they would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. As for the previous incident, the great saint body stood up and spoke up for their hegemony body ancestral star. On such a major issue of right and wrong, how could this old tyrant care about these things? Killing the powerful enemy is the best way. It has to be said that although the holy body and the tyrant body are from the same lineage, their styles of doing things are obviously and completely different. In this cruel and terrifying human world, undoubtedly, only those who are cold-blooded, ruthless and murderous like tyrant can live longer. The three great tyrants secretly communicated with each other through their spiritual thoughts, and their plan was quite good. But soon, a loud earth-shaking noise completely interrupted everything. At the end of the sky, the countless imperial sealing laws were broken. A hole was blasted through the extremely solid imperial-level magic circle. Immediately, there was a flash of light, and two figures flashed out from the imperial magic circle one after another. The great saint body and Huang Tian were facing each other in the air. Just like in the beginning. But the only difference is that the aura of this seemingly invincible holy body is obviously much weaker. Chi. After a while, he staggered backwards. With every step he took back, hideous bloodstains would appear on his extremely strong and indestructible body. The deep red holy blood kept overflowing from the corners of his mouth. The great holy body was defeated. And the defeat was horrible. Even his indestructible holy body, which he was most proud of, began to crack like porcelain, and the cracks spread rapidly. Seeing this scene, the three tyrants and countless creatures in the universe couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 93. The great saint body is covered in blood, and the heavenly sword is extremely powerful. What kind of terrifying power could be able to injure a saint who is at the peak of his power like this? You have to know that this is an invincible holy body with the aura of an emperor. But in today's imperial battle, he was injured so badly. The strongest and indestructible golden body was full of cracks, and red holy blood kept flowing. Even the space between his eyebrows cracked, and clusters of essence and blood spilled out. At this moment, not only the three great tyrants, but even all living beings in the universe can feel it clearly. The fire of life of this invincible holy body is extinguishing and heading towards destruction. On the other hand, on the other side of the tyrant ancestor star, Huang Tian stood there leisurely, still as calm and composed as ever. It was as if he had never participated in the shocking imperial battle just now. Such a posture made everyone feel terrified and their bodies tremble unconsciously. Buzz. The old tyrants who were originally watching the show and preparing to secretly join forces to pick up the leaks. They were completely silent, and the two huge blocks of divine source were trembling restlessly. The power displayed by the mysterious Emperor Huang Tian is really too terrifying. It's even beyond their understanding. I lost. Above the boundless sky, after a long silence, the great saint body spoke. His words contained endless loneliness and unwillingness. What a gifted man he was in the past. He rose to power with his golden body and holy bloodline, and became famous throughout the entire starry sky Emperor road. He made rapid progress all the way until he achieved perfect holy body, and on the ultimate Emperor road he killed a great tyrant of the same period. At that moment, he was in great glory and looked down upon the world. Later, He even carried his seriously injured body and fought in the forbidden zone of life together with a mysterious old senior. How powerful and heroic that is. It was also because of the battle in the past that his true body was hiding in the Immortal Mountain. With a sufficient lifespan, he had more time and energy to practice, and strive to improve his holy body cultivation. Finally, after tens of thousands of years passed, he broke through again in the forbidden area of the Supreme Fairyland. Moreover, on the basis of this alternative way of achieving enlightenment, he further improved and reached the ultimate end of the holy body lineage. At that level, the great saint body already possesses the supreme combat power to truly fight against the emperor. It can even kill the ancient supreme being in the forbidden area. The Holy Synod is also very proud of its achievements today. The ultimate end of the holy body's severance is comparable to the holy body's ancestor countless years ago. But he had an even more surprising goal. I want to cross that endless dark abyss and continue a supreme divine path for the holy body. Unfortunately, he still failed. After a long time, no matter how many means and methods he used, there was no effect. He almost got himself into danger several times. It was not until today's battle that this great saint suddenly woke up. The so-called end of the holy body lineage is nothing more than being able to fight head-on with an emperor-level existence. Once he encounters the top emperor, he will still be crushed. It is too difficult to attain the holy body and become an emperor. This is a dark path that is almost hopeless. I'm afraid there's nothing to hope for in my life. I wonder if there will be a peerless genius in the lineage of the saint body in the future who can break the fate curse of this saint body. The life fire of the great saint body became weaker and weaker, his eyes also dimmed, and he murmured. Huang Tian stood quietly in the void of the sky, his eyes flickering, but he did not speak. At this moment, the outcome of this situation has been decided. This great holy body was severely damaged by his own hands, and even the source of life was destroyed. There is no possibility of recovery. Even if there is another immortality elixir placed in front of him now, it will be useless. No one in this world can save him. It's a pity for your lineage. You are too foolish. This is the inevitable outcome. Huang Tian finally spoke, speaking calmly. While he was speaking, he didn't look for any traces and glanced at Tyrant Ancestor Star. The three old and powerful figures behind all felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts and felt an unprecedented oppression. Buzz. Hearing this, the great saint body that was about to perish. As if it was a last burst of energy, his eyes became bright again and he stared at Huang Tian intently. I have been able to reach this level in this life, so I think I am very strong. He is even not weaker than the great emperor of the time. But who is your true identity, this mysterious emperor? Can you tell me before I die, and fulfill my last wish before I die? The great saint body spoke weakly. He has reached the end of the holy body road in this life, and even if he faces an ancient supreme being, he has the confidence to kill him. But today he was defeated by Huang Tian. The two of them were not even on the same level of beings. Before death, a strong obsession suddenly arose in the heart of the great saint. I am eager to know who this mysterious emperor in front of me is. In this world, there is no one who can beat him, an invincible holy body, so miserably and crush him so thoroughly. How could he be an ordinary emperor? There must be an unimaginable and shocking origin. So he was eager to know Huang Tian's true identity. Since you are so persistent, I will grant your wish. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Huang Tian's eyes. Immediately, he waved his sleeves, and endless divine light emerged in an instant. It wrapped Huang Tian and the dying great saint body together and disappeared. What? They're all gone. Upon seeing this scene, the three old tyrants on the Tyrant Ancestral Star looked at each other in bewilderment. This sudden change made them a little overwhelmed. Originally, after witnessing with his own eyes the heaven-defying power of the current Emperor Huang Tian, these three old guys have already begun to give up resistance. But I never expected that before I could even open my mouth, the person I was waiting for disappeared. What does this mean? Disappearing on your own initiative and letting their Tyrant Ancestor Star go? The three old and powerful figures stared at each other and communicated silently. Since the crisis of my Tyrant Body Ancestor Star lineage has been resolved for the time being, why don't we migrate quickly, escape to another remote place on the edge of the universe, and lie dormant completely? As long as we escape this disaster, our Tyrant Body Ancestor Star lineage will definitely have hope in the future. After a moment's silence, the first great Tyrant Body spoke. No matter what, given the current situation, we can only take a chance. Combine the strength of my 3 tyrant bodies and attack together. Soon the 3 old tyrants reached a consensus and took action one after another. The ferocious and tyrannical blood of the hegemony rushed straight into the sky, and resonated with the supreme Taoism of this hegemony ancestral star. This place is the ancestral land of the tyrant lineage. Over the endless years, it has contained too many great laws of the strongest tyrants after their death. Now, under the full force of these 3 old guys, all the strength of the tyrant body lineage has been revived, and the entire ancestral star seems to be burning. The fire of the infinite great way surged like the tide of the ocean, spreading rapidly. This kind of power is truly powerful, and it carries the aura of an ancient supreme being. But this shocking phenomenon came and went quickly. Seeing that the tyrant ancestor star was about to migrate its entire clan to the edge of the universe. In the sky, endless divine light suddenly appeared, and the laws of the avenue surged. Silently, they gathered into a giant hand that covered the sky and the sun. Immediately, a huge hand slapped down, and there seemed to be no aura of the Supreme Emperor. But it caused the vast sky to tremble violently. The giant hand was crystal clear all over, with Taoist light flowing around it, just like the legendary hand of God, mysterious and terrifying, beyond measure. Ah! A huge hand covered the sky and pressed down, and soon 3 screams rang out. The 3 brave and ferocious tyrant bodies were swatted down by the big hand like flies. There was not even a trace of resistance. Such a sudden and strange phenomenon made many descendants of the tyrants on the ancestral planet terrified and knelt on the ground in fear. All living beings in the universe and the sea of stars were also horrified. The mysterious Emperor Huang Tian is too powerful and terrifying. Although his real body suddenly left for unknown reasons, he left behind a handprint of the great Tao. But it was still so terrifying, a hand pressed down. The so-called 3 ancient tyrants joined forces, but they had no power to resist at all, and they were suppressed like a landslide. The power of the Emperor is so terrifying. At this moment, no matter how horrified and shocked all beings in the universe are. In an unknown star field in the vast universe, in a life-forbidden zone, chaotic light flickers. 2 figures suddenly appeared, they were Huang Tian and Dacheng Shengti. This is Immortal Mountain. Looking at the extremely familiar scene before him, the great saint body was extremely stunned. Before this, he was also very curious about where this mysterious emperor would take him. It is a legendary, mysterious and unknown place where the emperor practices. Or is it one of the 3 forbidden areas of life, or some other more unknown supreme place? During this trip, the great saint had made all kinds of guesses in his mind. But in the end, he never expected that he would return to the most familiar place, the Immortal Mountain. No, although you are the great emperor of the world, this forbidden area has long been lost in the sea of stars in the universe. It also contains a supreme forbidden magic array, which can prevent even a being as powerful as you. It is absolutely impossible to come here so easily. Who are you? At this moment, the great saint body's heart was in turmoil and he was extremely restless. He stared at Huang Tian intently and asked in a low voice. For some reason, when he was deep in the forbidden area of Immortal Mountain, he stared at Huang Tian again. But I felt an unprecedented coldness and terror. The person in front of me is too mysterious and scary. The whole body seemed to be shrouded in endless fog. The more one explored, the more unfathomable and terrifying it seemed. And at this instant, in the deepest part of the great saint's body, even an idea that seems impossible but extremely terrifying emerges uncontrollably. In a split second, he even had to forcibly interrupt this thought. Because this idea is really too shocking. At the same time, it is also the situation that the great holy body is most reluctant to accept and face. Haha, you are so smart. The moment you return to this place, shouldn't you have any more guesses in your mind? Yes, just as you think, this Immortal Mountain is exactly my territory. Not only the Immortal Mountain, but also the Samsara Sea, the ruins of gods, and the ancient Forbidden Land are all places under my control. My little one, we have known each other for a long time, but unfortunately, in the end, you cannot be fully used by me. You even dared to take the initiative to jump out and become my enemy. This is the way to your death. Don't blame others, Huang Tian said calmly with a calm expression. He seemed to be narrating an insignificant matter. The pale face of the great saint body opposite was also full of despair and complexity. Old senior, it really is you. I am not wrong for being defeated by you today. But if my guess is correct, the old senior body of yours that I saw in the past. I'm afraid it's just like what's happening right now. It's only a small part of your identity. The great saint body spoke with difficulty, the light in his eyes becoming dimmer. But he still stared at Huang Tian. You little guy, you really don't give up. As he spoke, the chaotic mist around Huang Tian dissipated, and an inexplicable divine and sacred original energy revived in his body. That aura is vast and endless, and incredibly powerful. Although it was only a brief moment, he was completely restrained. But the body of the great saint staggered backwards, his face extremely pale. This kind of original aura is the legendary immortal phoenix. Are you the immortal? Having said this, the great holy body could no longer continue. Because since no one knows when, an extremely sharp heavenly sword has already pierced through his body. An endless supply of red holy blood essence was continuously devoured by this heavenly sword. The immortal heavenly sword that has been silent for eternity has finally been unsealed today. Clang clang clang. The heavenly sword reappeared in the light of day, and the god within was extremely excited. Especially when it saw its master again, the blade clanged and trembled, releasing an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The red dust quasi-immortal weapon is in a similar state to the broken immortal cauldron at this stage. Unfortunately, this is not enough. Your transformation process needs to continue. You are not yet fit to be born into the world. Huang Tian's eyes flickered as he stared at the peerless heavenly sword in front of him. Over the long years, he has been practicing hard, his true body has been in an eternal dream, and he has experienced countless tribulations in the mortal world. His cultivation of Taoism has also been improving. The same is true for the immortal heavenly sword that is integrated with his life. All the amazing fortunes and various kinds of peerless divine gold that Huang Tian had obtained were also integrated into the heavenly sword. Today, there are blood-red phoenix gold, dragon-patterned black gold, eternal blue gold, fairy tear green gold, and feathered blue gold. These supreme divine golden immortal materials have already been melted into one with the heavenly sword. In order to speed up the transformation and advancement of the heavenly sword, Huang Tian even differentiated out part of the chaotic body and the essence and blood of the primordial immortal embryo. Let the immortal sky sword devour and refine it. Under the effect of so much heaven-defying divine gold and supreme true blood essence. Only the immortal sky sword could be promoted so quickly. At this point, it could be called a quasi-immortal weapon. It is on par with the broken immortal cauldron in ancient heaven. And today, this heavenly sword revived again and directly killed the great saint body. It is also madly swallowing its peak holy blood, which is also a great tonic for the immortal sky sword. Deep in the forbidden area of Immortal Mountain, hazy mist flows. A holy body at the peak of perfection fell down, its strongest golden body was torn apart by the heavenly sword, and the essence of its divine bloodline was continuously absorbed. This is an extremely terrifying scene. The peerless heavenly sword had been silent for thousands of years. Once it revived, it slashed down a peak holy body with overwhelming power. Chapter 94, The Tyrant Surrenders, and the Female Devil of Beidou rises. Huang Tian stood quietly in the restricted area, witnessing everything in front of him. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. It was not until the great saint's blood and essence were almost sucked dry that he took action to stop it. At this time, the heavenly sword had absorbed most of the essence of the holy body. The blade was covered with a layer of rich red haze and surrounded by the aura of the strongest divine bloodline, making it even more unfathomable and terrifying. Okay, continue to lie dormant. When the time is right in the future, I will definitely let you reappear in this world. That will also be the most brilliant moment for your peerless heavenly sword to shine brightly in the mortal world. Huang Tian waved his hand and sealed the peerless heavenly sword again. Although the heavenly sword deity continued to resist and struggle, it was eager to return to its master. But there was nothing I could do, and I could only fall into a deep sleep unwillingly. How sad. Huang Tian glanced at the fallen great saint body in the distance and shook his head. Then he waved his hand and took the corpse of the great holy body. Although too much life essence and blood has been lost in his body, this is still a holy body at its peak stage. Having reached the end of the holy body lineage, it can be called the Emperor's corpse. Such a rare treasure certainly cannot be wasted. It's still a long way off. The saint body lineage achieved a heaven-defying feat of attaining enlightenment and becoming an emperor. It looks like it will take Yihei, the son of destiny, from the future to complete it personally. After saying that, Huang Tian's figure flashed and disappeared again. A moment later, in the edge of the universe, in a special mysterious realm, Huang Tian's figure reappeared, and under his feet was a magnificent ancient star of life. After personally solving the hidden danger of the great saint body, Huang Tian came back again. At this time, the entire tyrant star was filled with deathly silence and depression. The three old and powerful tyrants were suppressed by a huge crystal hand. It can't make any waves at all. Haha, the three of you, it's such a good show. Now it's your turn. Tell me the answer, you tyrant lineage, do you want to fight or surrender? Huang Tian's figure descended on the tyrant body's ancestral star, looking at the three suppressed old tyrant bodies in front of him. He waved his hand and dispersed the hand of God formed by the imperial laws. Only the three old and powerful beings can be freed. At this moment, they all looked terrified, staring at Huang Tian. Although no one had ever seen with their own eyes the final outcome of that great holy body. But the three old tyrants were extremely convinced that the latter was really dead. The guy in front of me is so terrifying. He is so decisive and ruthless in killing. A powerful holy body that could rival the ancient emperors was taken care of in no time. Looking at Huang Tian's leisurely strolling posture, it seems that he has not used his full strength at all. Great Emperor, you are highly accomplished and extremely powerful. My tyrant body lineage is willing to submit to you. Finally, the one with the longest seniority and the longest lifespan spoke. His words were very old and slow. There was an indescribable loneliness and frustration in his words. Today, he doesn't even have the energy and lifespan to step out of the divine source block. Once the source is revealed, this world will probably come to an end. Beside him, the other two great tyrants also remained silent. Especially the first tyrant, his hair was dancing wildly and his fists were clenched. The originally wild and ferocious pair of purple eyes had turned blood red without anyone noticing. At this moment, it was extremely frustrating for their tyrant lineage. They were once an invincible clan that was high and mighty and could look down upon the human world and the universe. I didn't expect that today, it would end up in such a miserable way. A mysterious emperor came to the ancestral star of tyrant body in person, and suppressed this clan so much that they could not raise their heads at all. Even the three great tyrants, the supreme figures of ancient times, had no power to resist at all. No one can accept this outcome. This is especially true for the most wild and domineering supreme being of the tyrant body lineage. But now the cruel reality is right before our eyes. Faced with Huang Tian's strong oppression, the tyrant clan had no way out. If they do not surrender, they will face a tragic end of genocide. Just like the invincible holy body before, even the entire tyrant body ancestor star will be completely transformed into cosmic dust and annihilated into ashes. Haha, it really is a tyrant body. He who knows the current situation is a hero. He is much better than that holy body. Don't worry, your lineage belongs to me. What you gain in the future will far outweigh what you lose now. Huang Tian was very satisfied with the decision of the tyrant body lineage and said with a smile. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and 3 streams of light instantly poured into the center of the brows of the 3 old tyrants. Now that the tyrant clan has been successfully suppressed, some backup preparations must naturally be made. It is just like in the ancient times, when Huang Tian, the supreme god, ruled over all races. A special mark and brand has already been left on the emperor's people. Moreover, the seal set by Huang Tian for this hegemonic body lineage is even more powerful. It can also be called a kind of supreme curse power that penetrates deep into the blood and soul. Once this forbidden curse is planted, from now on, the tyrant clan will be completely ruled by Huang Tian. There is no longer any possibility of betrayal. The 3 old tyrants all turned pale and vomited purple blood. The moment the brand entered their bodies, they both felt it. That kind of throbbing deep in the soul is too terrifying. It was as if the other party could completely control their life and death with just a thought. Okay, the matter here has been resolved, you guys can continue to lie low. If necessary, I will give you instructions in the future. After saying that, Huang Tian's figure soared into the air and flew straight into the sky. But when his figure disappeared, above the sky of the tyrant body ancestral star, 3 groups of brilliant and gorgeous divine lights emerged. In an instant, infinite life energy surged, filling the heaven and earth. This is the legendary elixir of immortality. Oh my god, 3 of them appeared at once. Seeing this scene, the three old tyrants no longer cared about continuing to mourn. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time, they all attacked. Three crystal clear and brilliant immortal medicines of different shapes fell into their respective hands. The immortality elixir, it has long been extinct since the end of the ancient times. Even if you are an ancient supreme being in the forbidden area, it is difficult to obtain one. I didn't expect this mysterious emperor to have such incredible means to extract 3 plants at once. It really opened our eyes. An old tyrant sighed and said that the more he came into contact with Emperor Huang Tian, the more he could feel his horror. In the human world today, even the ancient emperor and supreme being find it extremely difficult to obtain a single strain of the immortal elixir. In front of the great emperor, they were like big cabbages, with 3 of them thrown out. One was shaped like a unicorn, one was shaped like a peach, and the other was red like a fairy phoenix. I have to say, Huang Tian is indeed very ambitious. It is a great honor for our tyrant body lineage to be able to submit to such a great emperor who defies the heavens. Maybe it's not necessarily a purely bad thing. There's a lot to look forward to in the future. In front of the huge divine source block, a radiance flashed, and the great tyrant body absorbed the immortal elixir. Although this old and powerful figure had swallowed the elixir of immortality countless years ago, I can no longer rely on the elixir of immortality to live another life. But a complete elixir of immortality can still add some precious years to his life. Of course it can't be wasted. The same is true for the other 2 great tyrants. We will continue to return and wait for the changes in the future. With the last shout, the 3 figures of the great tyrant bodies disappeared again. They escaped into the ancient cave of supreme chaos on the ancestral star and lay dormant again. From then on, the supreme power of the entire tyrant star disappeared and became restrained. Countless descendants of the tyrant body also returned to their normal practice path. It was as if the earth-shattering changes on the ancestral star not long ago had never happened. The human universe and the boundless star field. A golden avenue crossed the sky, and Huang Tian's real body crossed the vast sea of stars. Finally arrived at a dead place. Ahead of him was endless darkness and coldness. This place is at the end of the universe and is closely integrated with the endless chaotic zone. Even an ordinary ancient supreme being would be in trouble if he did not perceive it carefully and deduce it with all his strength. I'm afraid it's hard to find this place. Yes, it's their aura. I didn't expect these old guys to be so good. We have even found some traces of the Emperor's 6th Master's aura. It looks like I don't need to do it myself. Huang Tian stood in the endless darkness, and all the aura of the Emperor around him was restrained. There was a gleam in his eyes, staring towards a certain chaotic direction. Before the great battle in Kunlun Supreme Fairyland, he had deliberately revealed the news about the Emperor's 6th brother. The purpose is to divert the trouble away and use the power of the supreme beings in the 3 forbidden areas to restrain and influence the transformation of the Emperor. What he didn't expect was that the ancient masters in the restricted area would move so quickly. Following the few clues left in the human universe, we really went to search for the whereabouts of the Emperor. At this time, the aura of the 3 forbidden areas had completely disappeared, and even Huang Tian could not sense it. In other words, they really entered a strange and unknown secret place. As for the specific situation, Huang Tian had no way of knowing. But there is one thing he is very clear about, that Super 6th Emperor is going to be in big trouble. It might be difficult to kill Emperor Zun, the strongest person in the realm of Heavenly Emperor, relying solely on the supreme background of the 3 life forbidden areas. But it is not difficult to make some noise during his transformation, the most critical period. At present, the hidden dangers in the 3 restricted areas have been temporarily removed, and the great saint body has also fallen. The tyrant body ancestral star lineage is also under my control. The situation in the human world is almost certain. Just wait until my true body's cultivation reaches a higher level. Then you will have enough confidence to enter the strange world. Huang Tian's eyes flickered, and he was thinking secretly in his heart. He has now reached the 7th level of Heavenly Emperor realm, and if he can advance one more level, it is the legendary 8th generation of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Once he reaches this realm, Huang Tian can be said to be truly unrivaled in the human world. Even the Super 6th Emperor is not afraid. After saying that, Huang Tian took a deep look at this special ancient land, and his figure disappeared again. Time passed in the human world, and thousands of years passed. The legends of the ancient emperors and the supreme turmoil of the past have all been buried by time. Even the Yuha dynasty quickly declined as Emperor Yuha's heavenly heart seal collapsed. The once glorious and supreme dynasty that ruled over the world is now falling apart. A new chapter has begun, and many amazing people have emerged from all over the universe. On the road to becoming an emperor, an extremely fierce battle for the genius has once again begun. And deep in the universe, on an ancient star called Beidou, an extremely special scene is taking place. This ancient star once produced many geniuses. In this life, for thousands of years, there has not been another peerless genius who has set foot on the road to becoming the emperor of the starry sky. Because a female devil was born on this ancient star. At the very beginning, she was still very weak and had little strength. Any ordinary sect disciple can crush her at will. But no one had ever thought that it was such a seemingly weak and ordinary little girl. But it has risen strongly in an unprecedented and alternative way. In just less than 1,000 years, she had grown from her weakest stage to the realm of an ancient powerful being. Not to mention the various geniuses of the younger generation, even the masters and supreme elders of the older generation are no match for him. And wherever this female monk walked, there was a sea of blood. On the ancient star Beidou, all those with special bloodlines and physiques were defeated by it. Any living creature that was defeated by her was killed, and even their physique and blood were devoured by her. Therefore, the reputation of this generation of female devil began to spread. All the major forces in the 5 regions of Beidou have gathered together, all wanting to kill this female devil. Because they all felt a strong sense of crisis. The growth rate of that female devil is too fast. Moreover, the means by which they rose to power were so cruel, brutal and weird that wherever they went, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In just 1,000 years, countless geniuses and powerful creatures have fallen at his hands. What is even more incredible is that every time the female devil was surrounded and hunted by various forces, they can all survive tenaciously and then quickly launch a terrifying counterattack. Any force or powerful party that has ever participated in the siege on her will become the target of the female devil's revenge. To this day, even the powerful beings from ancient times are no match for the female devil. The major sects and forces had no choice but to invite some living fossils to come out and kill the king-level beings. Some forces even deployed their terrifying semi-saint level power in order to eliminate future troubles. And this force includes the former members of the Yuha dynasty. They are a branch of the former supreme dynasty and are rooted on the ancient star Beidou. After thousands of years of development and recuperation, this branch has gradually grown stronger. Although it is far from comparable to the supreme dynasty during its heyday. But it is enough to stand as one of the top forces in the 5 regions of Beidou. There was even a legend that this branch of the immortal dynasty also mastered some of the most powerful foundation of the supreme dynasty. According to the development of the situation, the power of this Yuha branch would only become stronger and stronger. But with the rise of the female devil, their lineage also suffered a devastating blow. Chapter 95, Cao Yusheng of the Perfect World, the wicked Taoist priest of the era of Shrouding the Sky. When that female devil was promoted to the realm of ancient great powers, she launched a terrible revenge on the Yuha branch. In the eastern wilderness of Beidou, dozens of strongholds of the former Yuha dynasty were uprooted in just a few days. Even the ancient city with the most powerful people in charge was not spared. A female devil descended and launched a bloody massacre on them. On that day, many monks saw a huge black hole emerge and cover the sky. Boundless, terrifying and murderous aura swept across the world. A woman wearing a bronze mask appeared. Her face could not be seen clearly and she looked extremely mysterious. She stood above the sky, with a huge black hole on her back, just standing there. This made countless monks tremble with fear. Then there is no more. After the first battle, all branches of the Yuha dynasty were wiped out. Several top-level powers joined forces and soared into the sky, but they all fell in the end. The world was filled with blood, and endless slaughter swept across the eastern wilderness. It was not until that moment that the world finally understood how terrifying that mysterious woman was. From now on, the name of the female devil spread throughout Beidou. On the ancient star, a massive joint demon-killing operation is also taking place. At this moment, in the northern region of the eastern wilderness, in a secluded mountain area, a burst of brilliant divine light suddenly erupted. Wuli and Tianzun, haha, this ancient seal has finally been broken by Daoye. It is said that this place is the burial place of an ancient saint. I don't know if it is true or not. But judging from the strength of this outermost magic circle, I'm afraid it's not much different. This time, I've made a fortune. Amidst the dazzling divine light, there was also a burst of excited laughter. Following the sound, I saw a canyon deep in the endless mountains. A fat figure emerged. He was wearing an ancient Taoist robe and a purple gold crown on his head. But he didn't look like a Taoist monk at all. He had a big belly and a ruddy face. The first impression he gave was that he was a wretched person. He didn't look like a decent person at all. In front of him, a crack had already appeared. From the dark cave, a cold and gloomy air gushed out. It was more like there were countless evil spirits from hell roaring and wailing. If it were an ordinary cultivator or living being, he would have been frightened to death. But this fat Taoist priest had an excited look on his face, staring at the seal of the black hole with fiery eyes. Looking at the round and flawless entrance of the cave, and the various black jades, formations, and talismans scattered around. One can tell at a glance that this fat Taoist priest is definitely a veteran in this field and is extremely skilled. Haha, what a great master of Beidou stealing curtains. I wonder if fellow Taoist can also count me as one. At this moment, a light voice suddenly sounded in this dead and desolate mountain area. But it seems particularly abrupt and scary. Ah, ghost. Fatty Duan, who was originally concentrating and planning to continue digging the hole. He was so frightened that he collapsed and couldn't help but scream. When he came to his senses, he saw a young figure appear not far away, who seemed to have appeared there at some point. The other person was standing there quietly, looking at the fat Taoist priest with amusement. Master, you are a master in the field of digging holes and graves, why are you afraid of so-called ghosts and gods? It's a shame to be so ugly. I guess it's a bit unfair to your outfit. Huang Tian stared at the fat Taoist priest in front of him who looked panicked and continued to tease. He is in a good mood now. When he first returned to the ancient star of Beidou, he discovered such a special guy. After confirming it with my eyes, I can't be wrong. This fat man in front of me is very important. The legendary lord of the underworld Cao Yusheng can now also be called the wicked Taoist Duanda. A super antique that has run through the trilogy of Perfect World, Great Ruler, and Sacred Ruins. This is an extremely rare item for Huang Tian. In the past years, Huang Tian had searched everywhere in the human universe for the whereabouts of this fat man. Unfortunately, they all returned in vain. The Hades had a profound level of Taoism and had found an alternative and special path to reincarnation. If it weren't for some special opportunities, it would be impossible to catch him from among billions of living beings. Even for Huang Tian, who is in this mortal body of great dream, it is very difficult. But today, this fat guy fell into my hands on his own initiative. Oh, brother, you really are too kind to me. Meeting is fate, so why not visit this ancient cemetery of saints and sages? We two will join forces to drill through it together and share the gains equally. What do you think? At this time, Fatty Duan was a newborn in another life. His Taoism was not very high and he had just reached the semi-saint realm. But this guy's eyesight was extremely sharp. After just their first meeting, Fatty Duan began to actively win him over. He even went so far as to suggest a joint collaboration with the intention of splitting the profits 50-50 afterwards. There's nothing I can do, the guy in front of me is just too mysterious and unpredictable. Fatty Duan is now a genuine semi-saint on this ancient star of Beidou. Apart from some ancient power background, he can basically do whatever he wants. But when facing a young cultivator like Huang Tian at such a close distance, Fatty Duan felt that his body was shaking inexplicably, and his soul was extremely uneasy. It seemed as if he was being stared at by a chaotic monster from prehistoric mythology. Fatty Duan knew that this time, he might have really met a master, and not just an ordinary master. 50-50, that's a good suggestion. Just keep on going. I will follow behind you and support you. Huang Tian did not reject Fatty Duan's proposal, but agreed to it in a joking manner. Hold the fort for me. Upon hearing that, Fatty Duan's mouth twitched, and he felt a little numb. His previous proposal was only for the sake of self-protection, and he wanted to win over the mysterious young man in front of him. Now, the other party agreed without any hesitation. Just let this big guy walk behind him and support him. Just thinking about it, Fatty Duan felt a chill on his back. If this big guy slaps me in the face, I'll probably be finished. I'm afraid that this so-called tomb of ancient sages will really become my final resting place. What? You don't want to? Huang Tian said softly, looking at the fat man with a confused face. When he met this wicked fat man like me in this life, he rarely had the intention of playing a joke on me. In front of a great emperor like himself, this fat guy can't escape even if he has wings. Ahem, I couldn't ask for more to have you as my guardian angel to support me. Let's do it together this time. Fatty Duan's mouth twisted, revealing an expression uglier than crying. Under the pressure from the big boss Huang Tian, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Soon, an ancient sage's tomb was chiseled open by Fatty Duan. This amazing technique, the use of various Taoist patterns, magic tools and secret techniques, was really skillful and smooth. After a set of drilling and digging, they went straight through deep into the ground. However, these series of actions made Duan Pang exhausted and he was almost foaming at the mouth. At this time, the endless gloomy fog was surging, extremely creepy, and some unknown and terrifying evil creatures appeared. They kept emerging from deep underground, which gave Fatty Duan a lot of trouble and he was almost torn to pieces by the evil creatures. Boom! Fortunately, Huang Tian took action in time at the critical moment. With just one slap, all the dark things in the sky disappeared, and the entire sage cave was rumbling and shaking, and breaking apart. He is so powerful. Oh my god, where on earth did this godlike being come from? Seeing this scene, Fatty Duan was completely stunned. He had coveted this ancient sage's tomb for a long time and had been preparing for it for several years. As a result, after such a fierce operation, he was exhausted like a dead dog, but his effort was still far inferior to Huang Tian's slap. Senior, you can't play tricks on me like this. Fatty Duan collapsed on the ground, sticking out his tongue in exhaustion. Of course, some of them were frightened by Huang Tian's terrifying power. That was a genuine tomb of a saint king, but it couldn't withstand a slap from the former. What kind of peerless killing array, what kind of deadly situation would inevitably lead to the death of saints and sages? All were reduced to ashes and turned into dust. It's a rare opportunity to meet a Beidou craftsman like you, so naturally I want to see your skills as an unscrupulous Taoist priest in digging graves and holes. Now that the small matter at hand has been resolved, it's our turn. Huang Tian strolled in the underground cemetery of saints and sages. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the relics of various magical instruments scattered and buried around. Then he stared straight at Fatty Duan and said in a low voice. What? It's our turn. Senior, I'm timid, please don't scare me. Hearing this, Fatty Duan, who was originally lying on the ground weakly, immediately jumped up high and staggered backwards. This time he was simply frightened. Huang Tian's words were truly horrifying. What does it mean that small things have been solved? It's his turn now. Fatty, I just need you to cooperate with me. I won't hurt you. Huang Tian said calmly with a calm expression. Whoosh! While he was talking, Fatty Duan had already flashed away and fled straight to the outside world. Moreover, although this guy is fat and generous, his movements are not slow at all. In less than a breath, he had already rushed out. His body speed was extremely fast. 9 secrets of the way. I didn't expect this fat guy to have cultivated it in this life. Very interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Tian's figure disappeared. Boom! Outside, in the endless vast forest, a fat figure was running desperately. He was already sweating profusely, and his Taoist robe was completely soaked, but he did not dare to stop at all. All around him, Tao patterns were flowing, and endless void was twisting. Every time he flashed, he was millions of miles away. This time, Fatty Duan really tried his best to escape. In less than a moment's time, he had already fled from the northern region of the eastern wasteland all the way to the southern region without stopping at all. With this momentum, even if a true saint came, he would be far behind. No, this ancient star is becoming more and more dangerous. A peerless female demon has risen up in front of it, and her power is unparalleled. Now this mysterious young man who frightens me to death has appeared. If I stay here any longer, my life will be in danger. It seems like it's time for me to set foot on the ancient road of the starry sky and sweep the ancestral tombs of the universe's geniuses. While Fatty Duan was running frantically, he was also thinking secretly. He felt that his life was really difficult. He had finally managed to make it through and achieve the status of semi-saint. Before he could do anything, he was already dominating the world and was the only one standing in the tombs of all saints and ancient kings. A notorious and extremely terrifying female devil has risen up strongly, and all the talented creatures in the 5 regions have been slaughtered. Looking around on the ancient star Beidou, there were mountains of corpses and rain of blood everywhere. That female demon was so cruel that even a newly promoted semi-saint like Fatty Duan was frightened of her. Although at this stage, Fatty Duan is a semi-saint, logically speaking, his cultivation is one level higher than that of the female devil. But he just didn't dare to make a move. Even wherever the female devil went, Fatty Duan tried his best to avoid her. The fat man felt from some mysterious source that the evil woman was too evil and weird. It cannot be viewed from a normal cultivation perspective at all. He would rather fight and kill a true saint. Nor would he want to face a female devil who is at the level of a 3rd level immortal. After much effort, Fatty Duan finally managed to get rid of the female devil. When they were planning to excavate a long-planned tomb of a sage, Huang Tian appeared. The oppression that this mysterious young man brought to Fatty Duan was unprecedented. My heart of Taoism almost collapsed. Now, if the fat man wants to survive, he can only be forced to set foot on the ancient road of the starry sky and fight for a chance to enter the tomb of the great emperor. Buzz buzz buzz. The fat man was running away, thinking in his heart. But soon he realized that something was wrong and he was running for his life. The Xing character spell and the Zukong Xuanyutai appeared at the same time, but after all this fuss, why was he still standing still? The surrounding scene has not changed at all. Haha, Fatty, you must be tired from running. Why don't you stop and take a rest? Wait until you have rested enough, then continue running. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded again. At some point, Huang Tian appeared in front of the fat man. He had his arms folded, a joking smile on his face, staring at Fatty Duan. Ah, ghost. Seeing this scene, Fatty Duan's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but scream again. Huang Tian's methods and magical powers were so incredible that they were even beyond Fatty's cognition. I originally thought that the other party was a super old antique sage transformed. Now it seems that Huang Tian is much more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom. In an instant, Fatty Duan gritted his teeth, opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, and in his body, there was an astonishing burst of light. Especially between his eyebrows, there is a powerful and ancient pattern of chi reviving. This is the aura of an ancient great emperor. Could this fat guy have mastered the heaven-devouring demon cap of the ruthless man so quickly? No, right now the little girl is still in the process of rising, and she is far from even completing her first emperor body. That is definitely not the sky-devouring demon cover. This fat guy has a lot of supreme power. Feeling the substantial aura of ancient supreme power, Huang Tian raised his eyebrows. His first reaction was the lid of the heaven-devouring demon jar in Fatty Duan's hand. It's just that the timeline obviously doesn't match. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 96, The Lineage of the Ancient Underworld, The Heavenly Treasure is Born. Boom. But no matter what, Huang Tian still took action, and this time his target was very clear. I came here just for this fat guy. The initial round of joking and teasing is almost over, now it's time to get serious. Boom. Huang Tian's huge hand crushed down, the sky was shaking violently, and time and space seemed to be imprisoned. Fatty Duan risked his life, and even the mysterious supreme weapon he sacrificed with his own blood and essence was suppressed. In a flash, Fatty Duan groaned, the corners of his mouth turned pale, and bright red blood continued to flow. In front of the great emperor Huang Tian, let alone Fatty Duan, a mere half-saint. Even if his true body, the Dark Emperor, was revived, Huang Tian would not be afraid at all. The result was naturally no surprise. Fatty Duan was suppressed and fell into a coma. The chubby figure was forcibly detained by Huang Tian and imprisoned in the void. As a result, this entire area of heaven and earth was completely isolated, and no living creatures from the outside world could sense anything. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the great power of Huang Tian, Fatty Duan's body was still shaking unconsciously. Especially the supreme ancient artifact deep in the center of the eyebrows, its true appearance was revealed first. It turned out to be an ancient seal, quite incomplete. Although it contained the supreme power, it was only a forbidden weapon. Huang Tian didn't even look at this thing, his attention was still on the deepest part of Fatty Duan's sea of consciousness. Under Huang Tian's extreme pressure, Fatty Duan could no longer hide all his secrets. In the deepest part of the sea of consciousness, supreme marks emerged one after another. This is the legendary reincarnation seal. It is also the method used by the Hades to prove his way to becoming an immortal in the mortal world, in the entire human world of Shrouding the Sky universe. He is the only one who has the capital to come up with such an alternative way to achieve immortality. If the reincarnation seal is integrated for 9 lifetimes, one can attain immortality in the mortal world. But as of now, only 3 reincarnation seals have been born in the body of the Hades. It is still a long way from the expected integration of the 9 seals. This method of becoming an immortal in the mortal world is really tortuous. Looking at the 3 pure white reincarnation seals in front of him, Huang Tian couldn't help but sigh slightly. With his current level of cultivation, the secret of the samsara seal naturally could not be hidden from him. In just a few breaths, he had acquired all the essence of the mysteries. It has to be said that this method of becoming an immortal through the 9 worlds of reincarnation seal can almost be called the worst method of becoming an immortal in the human world. Compared to the emperor, the ruthless man, Yi He, including the supreme emperor Huang Tian. Their ability to live through 9 lifetimes and transform themselves into immortals in the mortal world are far more advantageous than this reincarnation seal, and their combat power is even stronger. From the ancient mythological period to the present day, millions of years have passed. This fat guy had only just managed to condense 3 reincarnation seals. It is conceivable how slow the transformation progress is. Every time a new life is born, everything must be cut off, including the memory, which will be completely erased. The mark of the soul keeps disappearing and being reborn, leaving only the original body. It was not until the final period of Zhutian that Fatty Duan finally caught the last train, integrated the 9 reincarnation seals, and was promoted to immortal. From this, we can also see that the cultivation talent of the Hades Emperor Duanda is indeed not that strong. Compared to Emperor Zun, Huang Tian, Henren, Wuxi, Yi He and others, there is no comparison at all. His only advantage is that he lives long enough. From perfection to shrouding the heavens, and then from shrouding the heavens to the Holy Ruins world. Even until the late period of the Holy Ruins era, Fatty Duan had not been able to break through into the realm of the ultimate immortal emperor as he wished. Although this samsara seal technique is not the most advanced method of becoming an immortal in the world, it is better than nothing and can be considered as part of my background. After a moment, Huang Tian's divine consciousness left the depths of Fatty Duan's sea of consciousness. Huang Tian in the outside world stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Duanda, who had already rolled his eyes and fainted. His eyes flickered, and he was also thinking and planning something. This time he returned to Beidou in his true form, and his biggest gain was the fat man in front of him. He didn't even pay attention to the rise of the ruthless man. Now Huang Tian's biggest consideration was to think about how to use this fat man. The other party's cultivation level is not that great, but his potential value is incredibly amazing. Cao Yusheng, the brother of Emperor Huang Tian in the chaotic ancient era. The founder of the mythological era, the lord of the underworld, the king of the underworld, the reincarnation lineage of the ancient mythological era. No matter which identity is revealed, it will be shocking enough. Plus, this fat guy has done some earth-shattering things. In the ancient mythological period, he accepted an emperor as his disciple, and wanted to cultivate a second emperor Huang Tian in this human universe. Unfortunately, Fatty Duan was wrong in the end. The emperor is extremely talented and can be considered one of the strongest people in the human world throughout history, but his ambition is also extremely terrifying. This will eventually lead to a series of subsequent disasters and chaos. If we really trace it back, Cao Yusheng is the root cause of all the troubles in the human world. Swish. After thinking for a long time, Huang Tian waved his hand and packed up Fatty Duan and took him away. His figure dissipated between heaven and earth like a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace. Boom. When Fatty Duan's figure completely disappeared, in an unknown, sealed mysterious ancient land in the universe. However, there was an inexplicable aura vibrating, and a light source wrapped in gray mist emerged from the deepest part of the supreme secret land. A terrifying aura permeated the light source, causing the vast secret land to tremble violently. Through the strands of light, you can see that in the light source, there is a roulette-shaped object floating. If there was a forbidden zone supreme here at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. Because they could recognize at a glance that this artifact was the legendary Hades' most powerful magical weapon, the Tongtian Mingbao. This is also the supreme treasure of the ancient underworld. It was created by the Emperor of the Underworld himself countless years ago. Ever since the former disappeared, the Tongtian Mingbao has been dormant in the Underworld. A long time has passed, and there are still many supreme beings in the ancient Underworld. However, no ancient emperor could perfectly subdue the Tongtian Mingbao. The most they could do was to stimulate it and revive it. Especially since the end of the ancient times, when the fighting saint emperor passed away, one peerless warrior after another emerged in the human world and universe. In all the forbidden areas of life, endless disasters were set off. Even a powerful clan like the Underworld had to rely on the supreme might of the Tongtian Mingbao and completely retreat into dormancy. Whether it's the Emperor Yuha's enlightenment and domination of the universe, or the battle in the supreme Kunlun fairyland, and other shocking events. The ancient Underworld lineage has been silent and has never participated. However, today, this Underworld that has been silent for endless time has experienced such a shocking change. It was caused by the supreme and powerful Tongtian Mingbao. The Tongtian Mingbao has really revived on its own. Who is driving it? Quote. A cold voice came from the depths of the ancient underworld of endless darkness and silence. The supreme being who had been dormant in the ancient underworld was awakened, and the Tongtian Mingbao shone brightly. The entire ancient underworld was rumbling and shaking, and huge cracks appeared one after another. Such a big commotion has never happened before in history, even the ancient supreme beings were shocked. There is no living being in this world that can revive this Tongtian Mingbao to this extent. Even the various imperial magic arrays we set up can't suppress it. Could it be that, he, the former Hades emperor, is about to return to the underworld again? At another end of the underworld, a supreme voice was also heard. There was a hint of suspicion and fear in his words. The legendary Hades was too mysterious and ancient. What is even more terrifying is that according to ancient legend, Lord Ming went too deep into the realm of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation he created will suppress anyone who enters the underworld for the rest of their life. Even these imperial masters are like this. In addition, the current rulers of the underworld are all supreme emperors. But compared to the mysterious Hades, they can only be regarded as younger generations. Not to mention these ancient emperors, even the emperors from the ancient mythological era. The same is true in front of the Hades. Because behind the Hades, there is another terrifying identity. In his previous life, he was the mythical ancient celestial master. He is also the first ancient celestial master in the mythological era, known as the Lord of the Underworld. The invincible emperors of the past were all disciples of the Underworld Lord. One can imagine how terrifying this Lord of the Underworld is. No, it's impossible. The Hades has disappeared for countless years, how could he suddenly return? This Tongtian Mingbao may have sensed other unknown or shocking things in the human world. That's why there's such a big commotion. Perhaps it's time for our lineage from the underworld to come out into the world. At this time, an ancient supreme being also spoke. His words revealed a cold and murderous intent. The underworld had been silent for too long. But the supreme foundation has not suffered too much damage. In the eyes of some supreme beings, the ancient heaven has collapsed, and the supreme beings in the forbidden area of life in the outside world have fallen, causing great damage to their vitality. This is the best opportunity for their ancient underworld lineage to emerge. It is obvious that the underworld today is divided into two factions. On one hand, there is the conservative faction that advocates lying dormant. On the other hand, there is the faction that advocates coming out into the world and conquering the human world. For a long time, the conservative faction of Ji Yuzun has held the upper hand. Therefore, since the ancient times, the underworld has fallen into a long period of silence and dormancy. But as time went by, even the supreme of the Forbidden Zone joined in secret. The supreme foundation of the radical faction camp is becoming increasingly powerful. What's more terrifying is that they are ambitious and have brought back some horrific laws from the outside world. They established some kind of close connection with the Tongtian Mingbao and united together. It seemed like it was trying something, and it was suspected that it had already created a terrifying and evil monster. This lineage has long been impatient and is eager to release the monster that was born from the Tongtian Mingbao. Boom. In the deepest part of the local government, the supreme beings who were hiding in the dark were arguing with each other. The aura of the Tongtian Mingbao became more and more powerful, and finally it broke through the blockade of the imperial laws of the supreme beings in the underworld. Directly break the void and disappear. The Tongtian Mingbao actually left the underworld on its own. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? The supreme beings of the ancient underworld were all shocked for a moment. They looked into the distance in the direction where the dark treasure left with deep eyes. But no ancient master came to stop it. This Tongtian Mingbao is too extraordinary, just like the immortal cauldron that the emperor used to have. It has long surpassed the scope of ordinary ancient supreme instruments, and the instrument spirit nurtured inside is even more like that of the ancient supreme instruments. It is suspected that during the endless years when Lord Ming disappeared, it had already developed its own intelligence. Its status and position in the underworld is equivalent to that of a top supreme being, and no one dares to look down on it. Now that Mingbao has revived on its own, it has caused such a huge reaction. The deities of the underworld also wanted to see what this supreme underworld treasure was for. The aura of the underworld suddenly appeared, making the human world and the universe feel an inexplicable oppression and terror. Fortunately, this kind of energy is fleeting, except for a group of ancient sage-level creatures in the world. Not many monks sensed it. Even at the end of the extremely remote and unknown universe, in the three major life-forbidden areas, the ancient masters also felt it. Unfortunately, they have more important things to do now and have no time to take care of the underworld. Boom! The Tongtian Mingbao was born and escaped from the hidden place of the underworld. It tore through the endless void and headed straight for the depths of the universe. No one knows what this supreme treasure from the underworld is intended to be used for. Only the spirit of the instrument nurtured inside has already fully recovered. In the entire human universe, it is probably the only one that knows about the original energy that suddenly appeared in the universe at the beginning. Why on earth did this existence manifest? It's him. I definitely didn't perceive it wrongly, it's really him, he's back. In the endless cold and dark star field, the Tongtian Mingbao passed by at an extremely fast speed. In every instant, it cut through hundreds or thousands of star fields. Soon it descended upon the ancient Big Dipper star, shining with a black luster. The dark treasure teleported to a barren mountain area in the southern region. Everywhere you look, it's all desolate and dilapidated, with no trace of any living creature. That trace of the original energy has completely disappeared. Even I can't figure it out. What kind of existence could have suppressed even him? At this moment, the Tongtian Mingbao was shaking violently, and an extremely rare cold voice came from inside. This time Tongtian Mingbao revived and rushed over in such a hurry. It did not come here to save the Lord, but to determine the whereabouts of that person from the past. As early as when the Lord of Hell abandoned it and left the underworld alone, the spirit inside the Hades treasure had already begun to rebel. Otherwise, it would not have been mixed up with those ancient masters of the underworld with evil intentions for such a long time. And they are working together to try something. The dark treasure is psychic and possesses unimaginable ambitions. With its current status and identity, it is no longer afraid of many ancient supreme beings. But it was most wary and afraid of one particular creature. That person was the Lord of Hell. Countless epochs ago, Lord Ming created it single-handedly. And he used all the strength of the underworld to transform the Hades treasure to its current level. Once the him of the past returns to the underworld again, the Tongtian Mingbao is bound to be suppressed. Buzz. Buzz. In the endless void, the dark treasure trembled, and a chaotic misty aura flowed around it. At this time, it still did not give up and was deducing something. Countless ancient and obscure runes of the Great Way kept emerging. Surrounding its body, this Taoism is too ancient and mysterious, carrying the meaning of reincarnation. Found it. After a long while, the dark treasure trembled and wisps of black light emerged. Immediately, it tore through the void and flew away into the sky above the ancient Beidou star. Almost at the next moment, somewhere in the universe, the endless void collapsed, and a dark treasure with dazzling black light descended. It was so powerful that it cut across the entire star field. At this moment, in front of it, there was a handsome and tall figure standing there. This person was Huang Tian, who had left Beidou not long ago. You got here so quickly, you're not slow at all. Under the impact of the vast and terrifying imperial aura, Huang Tian's face remained calm, not affected at all. At this moment, he stared at the sky-high treasure hanging in front of him and nodded slightly. Your ancient underworld heritage magic weapon is indeed good. Chapter 97. The end of reincarnation is the final destination of all souls. Boom. As Huang Tian's words fell, Tongtian Mingbao trembled violently. It then swooped down, and after a surge of chaotic light, a blurry figure was reflected inside the dark treasure. He is the spirit of the dark treasure, who has undergone a transformation over a long period of time. At this moment, we can even call it the true spirit of Hades. Who on earth are you? Is the reincarnation body of Mingzhen in your hands? Quote. Ming Bao manifested a vague living body and had a face-to-face conversation with Huang Tian. He also stated the two questions that he most urgently wanted to know at this stage. Judging from his speaking attitude, he completely put Huang Tian on an equal footing. Unsurprisingly, Ming Bao's true spirit also sensed the horror of the mysterious creature opposite. This is an unprecedented, yet extremely powerful imperial master. As for who I am, you don't need to know that. You just need to know that the reincarnation of the underworld emperor that your clan has been trying so hard to find is indeed in my hands. Huang Tian's face was calm, and he spoke lightly. He had sensed it the moment the aura of this Tongtian Mingbao burst out. Otherwise, with Huang Tian's cultivation level, how could he allow this sect's celestial treasure to come to him on its own initiative? Everything was done on purpose, and of course the purpose was very simple, which was to take a look at the background of this underworld. In other words, he could take advantage of Fatty Duan and take this opportunity to plan something. Chi Chi. As soon as the words fell, Huang Tian waved his hand and detained Fatty Duan. At this time, the latter was still in a deep coma and had not recovered. Between his eyebrows, a special ancient immortal seal emerged, containing the mystery of endless reincarnation. Reincarnation seal, it's indeed him. When Tongtian Mingbao saw the immortal seal of reincarnation between Fatty Duan's eyebrows, he could no longer remain calm. The king of hell plunged into reincarnation, and continued to experience the tribulations of reincarnation in this mortal world. No one in the world can find his true body, once Fatty Duan's body and the mark of reincarnation appear. With the Tongtian Mingbao, he could immediately determine that this was the Mingwang that he had been searching for endless years. The magic weapon trembled violently, shaking out endless avenue runes, and finally rushed down fiercely. Judging from its posture, it really wants to swallow Fatty Duan in one bite. But unfortunately, after a flash of light, Fatty Duan's body was imprisoned by Huang Tian again. Even a magical weapon like Tongtian Mingbao could not be taken away from him. Clang! With a loud roar, the body of Mingbao was blown away. Hundreds of dead star regions in radius completely collapsed and turned into cosmic dust. You've seen what you should have seen. You want to take this fat guy back. What suitable bargaining chips can you, the ancient underworld lineage, come up with? Huang Tian's face was calm, with a gleam in the depths of his eyes, and he spoke softly. Other supreme beings, ancient emperors, etc., were afraid of this all-powerful treasure, but Huang Tian himself didn't care at all. Not to mention his own cultivation level of a peak emperor in this life, his immortal sky sword alone is not inferior to this underworld treasure in any way. The early bait has been spread, and now it's time to close the net. You, whatever you want to say, just say it. You can take away everything that our ancient underworld lineage can possess. The Tongtian Mingbao was hanging high in the sky. In front of it was a Mingbao spirit with a blurred shape. He spoke in a low voice. From the first moment he saw the reincarnation of the Hades, he made up his mind to seize the former at all costs. The reincarnation body of the Hades contains supreme mysteries. Especially the reincarnation seals that formed one after another in the other party's body, which were too compatible with the Tongtian Mingbao. If Mingbao could swallow and refine it, the benefits would be unimaginable. It can even be said that the true spirit of the Hades treasure will transform into another Hades emperor, who may even be stronger and more terrifying than the original Hades emperor. Okay, that's really straightforward. If you can fulfill my 3 conditions, I will give you the reincarnation body of the Hades emperor. Conversations between giants are always so simple and direct, Huang Tian said directly. No problem, just go ahead. Mingbao Junling agreed without hesitation. A reincarnated body of the underworld emperor is of incredible value in its eyes, even more important than the entire ancient underworld combined. No matter how difficult and harsh the conditions Huang Tian asked for, it was willing to give it a try. Of course, the transaction talks between the two are only limited to the level of sufficiently strong strength. If Huang Tian's cultivation was not strong enough, he would have been killed by Tongtian Mingbao in the first place. And before that, Mingbao exploded and made a strong move to capture Fatty Duan, which was also a side test of Huang Tian's strength. The result is predictable. Instead of gaining any advantage, it was slightly at a disadvantage. That is why we have this equal dialogue between the two now. The first condition is that I need to enter your ancient underworld lineage, go to the end of reincarnation, and find some ancient artifacts from the epic. Huang Tian's eyes flickered as he stated the first condition faintly. This lineage of the ancient underworld is very capable of surviving. They have integrated many of the methods of the former underworld emperor, and also joined forces with the ancient masters of the underworld. It has been hidden since ancient times until now and rarely shows up. Therefore, over the long years, even Huang Tian has never truly set foot in the land of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation that was opened up by the Lord of Hell Cao Yusheng and continued from the era of the perfect world. Now that the Hades Emperor has reincarnated and both the Tongtian Hades treasure have appeared, Huang Tian naturally does not want to miss this opportunity. At the end of reincarnation, all souls have their final resting place, where all living beings of an era's reincarnation are buried. It can even be traced back to several ancient eras ago. This is what Huang Tian values most. You, the great emperor of the world, are actually going to reincarnate into the underworld. Hearing Huang Tian's words, Mingbao Zhenling was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Huang Tian's first condition was like this. Of course, this was not only not difficult, but also quite simple. You just need to use the special secret method of the underworld to bring Huang Tian into the ancient underworld. What really makes Mingbao feel a little uneasy is what kind of plan Huang Tian, the mysterious and terrifying emperor, has when he enters the cycle of reincarnation. If this big guy gets completely mad and starts making a scene in the underworld, it would be a huge trouble for the entire underworld. This made Mingbao's true spirit have to think carefully about it. Of course, everything has two sides. Huang Tian's desire to enter the underworld for reincarnation is also good news for Mingbao himself. It seems that it can't do anything to the great Emperor Huang Tian by itself. If we use all the power of the ancient underworld, we will undoubtedly be more confident. By then, as long as the Hades, reincarnated body is snatched away, even if the underworld pays a heavy price and is destroyed, it will be worth it. Okay, no problem, I promise you. After weighing the pros and cons, Mingbao Zhenling agreed to Huang Tian's request. In that case, let's go. After completing the first condition, we can move on to the next one. Huang Tian nodded and said calmly. Buzz buzz buzz. Hearing this, Tongtian Mingbao did not hesitate, and his true spirit returned to Mingbao, operating his great supernatural power. Wisps of dark black light gushed out, gradually covering the area, and then a flash of light appeared. Mingbao and Huang Tian both disappeared. Soon, at the edge of the universe, in a place of endless darkness and deathly silence, a ray of black light cut through eternity and distorted the void. It was as if it had touched some kind of supreme magic array, and ripples began to appear across the sky. Eventually, this ray of black light also merged into it, completely disappeared, and its whereabouts disappeared. After going through countless void magic arrays and barrier restrictions, a black light flashed, and Huang Tian's figure appeared in an ancient and silent starry sky. Looking around, countless desolate and broken stars are constantly rotating, one after another hanging high in the sky. This starry region is so vast and boundless that it can be said to be endless. God knows how long these broken stars have existed. They are incompatible with the ancient times of this world. The rich and heavy breath of time flows, as if it has gone through one era after another. Rather than being a vast star field, this place is more like an unimaginable underworld purgatory. The underworld is vast and boundless, like another ancient universe. Death is the eternal theme and the black land stretches endlessly. Huang Tian stood on a broken ancient star, and all kinds of corpses and broken bodies could be seen everywhere under deep pits. No one knows what era this ancient corpse is from. It's so old that it's a little scary. The end of reincarnation is the final resting place of all souls. This is the important place of our underworld. Silently, Tongtian Mingbao emerged. At this moment, it had already restored its original form as a magic weapon and transmitted the message. Huang Tian nodded and didn't say anything more. He stepped forward and displayed the power of an emperor. With one step forward, he crossed the endless black disaster land. All he saw was destruction, and deep underground there was a terrifying river of blood flowing. Corpses can be seen everywhere, along with many mottled coffins. The ancient underworld lineage during this period had not yet experienced the rise of Henren, Wuxi, Yihei and others. It has been dormant since ancient times and is still in its heyday. It can be seen that the deeper you go, the older the ancient monuments you witness. Boom! especially when Huang Tian stepped into a special area in the deepest part of the underworld. Strange visions occurred, and huge monuments appeared one after another, all of which recorded the former glory of the underworld. It is engraved with the eras and years of the ancient cycle of reincarnation, as well as the past and marks of every master of the underworld from ancient times to the present. Especially the last few ancient monuments, which were shining brightly and had an extremely sharp aura. It was obvious that the supreme being of the underworld had revived and also sensed the arrival of Huang Tian. A great emperor-level being. Although the ancient master of the underworld's dormant lineage has not yet revealed himself, his eyes have penetrated the endless void and converged on this place. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. There are so many ancient supreme beings. This lineage of the underworld is indeed amazing. Huang Tian sensed it slightly and knew the amazing heritage of the ancient underworld during this period. According to the current situation of the human world, apart from the Taichu ancient mind, the underworld should be the most powerful and supreme force. Even the mysterious forbidden area of Burial Sky Island cannot be compared with it, let alone the immortal mausoleum. No wonder this omnipotent treasure would let itself go and wander freely in the endless underworld. It can be said that it is full of confidence. Boom. Huang Tian didn't care about the gazes from the supreme beings of the underworld in the dark. He displayed the magical powers of an emperor and was able to cross the endless star field in one step. At this time, he had already arrived at the deepest part of the endless underworld. What comes into view is an endless stream of corpses, coffins, and huge sinkholes. It seemed as if all living beings in the universe were buried here, and there were more than one. It seemed as if the endless eras were a cycle of reincarnation. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the final resting place of all souls, reincarnation. In a trance, in the deepest part of the vast underworld, amidst the endless silence and darkness, a faint voice emerged. This voice seemed to have spanned eternity, and contained an unimaginable demonic power. Even Huang Tian had all sorts of shocking and terrifying reincarnation visions in his eyes, and he himself was briefly unconscious. This ancient aura and traces of Taoism are even older than the ancient mythology period. Even the blood of my real body is boiling inexplicably. It seems that the ancient artifacts and traces I am looking for are here. Feeling the increasingly violent blood resonance in his body, Huang Tian felt something in his heart. The reason why he was willing to enter the underworld was that he wanted to use the heritage of the ancient underworld to perceive the times before the Shrouding Heaven era. The relics of the legendary turbulent ancient times and the remnants of the legendary Emperor Huang Tian. Although they had never met each other, Huang Tian, whose cultivation had reached the same level as theirs, could sense each other through the remaining scars. I benefited a lot from it, just like Yi He in later generations, who returned to Mount Tai, performed the forbidden techniques of the Emperor of Heaven, and traced back the years. Reversing time, we entered the chaotic ancient era, and saw the figure of Huang from the human world standing on the top of Mount Tai. More importantly, after personally exploring this time, Huang Tian was also convinced of the deepest part of this ancient underworld. The value contained is greater than you can imagine. It not only inherits the reincarnation tradition of the Hades Lord Cao Yushan. Even some traces of the heavenly emperor from the chaotic ancient era in the perfect world were preserved. Boom. At this moment, Huang Tian seemed to be in a state of ecstasy, and his whole body was glowing. In the many ancient pits around, the broken inscriptions were trembling, and wisps of light were emerging. Soon, they all gathered towards Huang Tian, and the entire vast underworld began to tremble. The forbidden land of the underworld is the supreme foundation of our underworld. Even if you are the emperor of the human race, you cannot be so presumptuous and rude. At this moment, an ice-cold voice was heard, followed by a terrifying supreme power. All the huge monuments of the underworld in the sky exploded, and a burly and blurry figure stepped out. There is no doubt that this must be an ancient supreme being with extremely powerful Taoist skills. He was obviously at the peak state of the ancient emperor, and at this moment he actually manifested in his true form. The heavy fog dissipated, and the figure of the supreme lord of the underworld gradually became clear. He was covered in black iron armor, with a terrifying black light flowing all over his body, and in his right hand, he held a spear. His left hand was holding up an ancient black gold shield. With this posture, his aura was too fierce, like a peerless demon god resurrected. The vast underworld also rumbled and trembled under the majestic momentum of this ancient lord. Moreover, as soon as this supreme being of the underworld appeared, he was filled with an extremely sharp and terrifying murderous intent. Obviously, he had already set his sights on Huang Tian, the great emperor of the time, and wanted to take action against him first. Chapter 98, Fighting in the Underworld and Defeating All the Supreme Beings. Boom! As the Supreme Lord of the Underworld spoke, the endless underworld trembled even more violently. In addition, there is also a terrifying aura of the Supreme Being surging. It can be seen that there will be a big commotion in this ancient underworld today. The source of all these disturbances is the Tongtian Mingbao and the great Emperor Huang Tian. The Supreme Being of the underworld is indeed very powerful, even more domineering than the ancient being of the Forbidden Zone. Very good. I hope your strength can be as strong as the confidence you have in speaking like this. Facing the overwhelming might of the Supreme Being, Huang Tian continued to stroll leisurely in the garden, his eyes scanning the ancient sights in the endless underworld. Finally, his sight finally fell on the armored Supreme Being of the underworld in front of him. Boom! But before he could finish his words, Huang Tian made a powerful move. The peerless and domineering fist blasted forward, containing the power of the Endless Emperor, and the attack was so fierce. Piece after piece of billions of underworld lands were exploded. The expression of the Supreme Lord of the underworld who had just revived also changed. He was already strong enough. But he never expected that today he would meet an emperor who was more powerful than him. As soon as they disagreed, they started fighting. Over the long years, such emperors were rare in the world. Roar! You bastard, you dare to treat my underworld lineage like this, you should be killed. Soon, the Supreme Lord of the underworld also reacted. The aura of the Supreme Lord surged around him, and he thrust the spear in his hand forward with all his might. Boom! In a flash, Huang Tian's domineering fist and the underworld's war spear collided head-on. Suddenly, an incomparable ripple of terror erupted between the two, and countless imperial laws wreaked havoc, destroying everything. Even in the depths of this forbidden underworld, it is the same, with broken ancient stars turning to dust. The soil in the underworld was constantly cracking, and ancient corpses and coffins from various eras were turned into powder. This was the ancient supreme battle. Any slightest aftermath of that power, if spread out, would be enough to destroy all living things. After endless violent energy raged, a huge and boundless pit appeared at the front of the underworld. This deep pit is more than billions of miles away, like a huge pit that swallows the sky, covering all directions and is extremely creepy. At the same time, the figures of Huang Tian and the Supreme Being of the underworld also emerged, and at this time they were still in a fighting posture. The imperial laws collided with each other, like endless divine flames, with constant roars. With just a pair of fists, he took on the attack of the old man Zhenyu's spear head-on. This emperor from the outside world is so strong. Looking at the great battle taking place deep within the underworld, a supreme being from deep within the underworld spoke, and there was a hint of fear in his words. Crack, crack, but just as he finished speaking, something even more horrifying happened. Among the two who seemed to be evenly matched, another figure staggered backward, with terrible royal blood flowing between his palms. The man was actually the ancient supreme being from the underworld. He was wearing armor and holding a spear and an ancient shield. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he showed off all his might as the supreme being of the underworld, but after one move, the winner was immediately clear. He is so powerful. In the distance, wisps of black light kept flowing, and a vague creature emerged from the Tongtian Mingbao. Previously, when Huang Tian was fighting with the supreme being of the underworld, it did not step forward to stop them. The underworld true spirit also had its own calculations. Although it had reached a cooperation agreement with Huang Tian earlier, it had actually set foot in the ancient underworld. The initiative thus fell into the hands of this Tongtian Mingbao sect, and this place became its absolute home ground. The power that can be exerted is far beyond that of the outside world and is extremely terrifying. Therefore, after Tongtian Mingbao brought Huang Tian into the underworld, he did not conceal his aura at all. This is why the supreme being of the ancient underworld came to the door so quickly. Originally, Tongtian Mingbao wanted to use the power of the Supreme of the Underworld to suppress Huang Tian from the side and continuously weaken his fighting power as the Emperor. Finally, when the right opportunity comes, it actually takes action. But now it seems that Mingbao Junling still underestimated Huang Tian. With just one strike, he was able to suppress an ancient master of the underworld who was at his peak from the front. Roar! I am the Supreme, invincible in the world. How can I be easily suppressed by you? Come again. feeling the severe pain coming from his own palms, and the drops of supreme blood sliding down. The supreme being of the ancient underworld was completely enraged. The aura around him surged again, and his royal blood boiled. Judging from the situation, he really intends to fight to the death with Huang Tian. If you want to fight me to the death, you are still far behind. Don't waste your time, old guys lurking in the dark. Come on all of you, this will make things a little more fun. Facing an incompetent and furious supreme of the underworld, Huang Tian shook his head indifferently. With his current level of cultivation, it would be too boring to fight against an ancient supreme being. The result must be no surprise, even Huang Tian himself didn't know it, he was beyond all the ways and above the heavenly heart seal. Just how strong is the emperor-level combat power of the time? Because there has never been a living being that can allow him to use his full strength, even when facing the supreme beings in the restricted area. Huang Tian can still kill everyone and leave calmly, and now he is facing the supreme being of the underworld. If there was an opportunity to take down a few supreme masters of the underworld, Huang Tian would certainly be happy to do it. What an arrogant young man. Don't think that just because you defeated a contemporary emperor of Yuha's level, you can be truly invincible in the world. The foundation of our underworld lineage is absolutely beyond your imagination. As Huang Tian finished speaking, another supreme being spoke. Moreover, this ancient lord was extremely capable, and he actually revealed the secret of the battle in the Kunlun fairyland in the past in just one sentence. Apparently, Huang Tian, the great emperor of the time, had also been noticed by these supreme beings of the underworld a long time ago. That's right. If you dare to act recklessly in my underworld, even if you are the emperor of this world, you will pay the price with blood. Amid the terrifying aura of the supreme, the figures of the ancient supreme appeared one after another. They were surrounded by thick mist, their shapes were a little blurry, but the aura of each supreme being was so fierce. Not weaker than the previous first one, this is the terrifying foundation of the ancient underworld. The terrifying fighting power displayed by Huang Tian today also shocked these supreme masters of the underworld. You guys retreat for now. He is my target. I will definitely suppress him today. At this time, the ancient supreme being who had first confronted Huang Tian spoke. His royal body was now completely healed, and his aura was sharp and powerful. The entire vast underworld vibrated with his breath. As an ancient master, he had his own pride and arrogance. He firmly believed that he was invincible in his level and could overcome everything. However, he had been at a disadvantage in his previous battle with Huang Tian. Now he wants to get back at the situation with his own strength. Hee, prison emperor, don't be so stubborn. You can't beat the opponent in your current state. Let me help you. Lest your invincible reputation in this life be completely wiped out. From the depths of the underworld, several ancient supreme beings walked together, their auras powerful and terrifying, crushing everything. Among them, Ji Yuzun was merciless and spoke sarcastically. Although the underworld has a deep foundation, it is also filled with various internal grievances and entanglements, and the supreme beings are not a monolithic entity. Just like now, the ancient supreme beings of the underworld who had been dormant for a long time gathered together again and immediately began to fight each other. Boom! Before the ancient supreme being finished speaking, the terrifying existence known as the Hell Suppressor, wearing armor and holding a war spear, had already taken action. He held his spear with murderous intent, pointing from afar at the ancient supreme being who had spoken earlier. You old bastard, if you have the guts, stand up. I will kill you today. The prison emperor also has a bad temper. He will lose his temper without caring about the occasion. Such an abrupt scene left Huang Tian speechless. I'm telling you too, that's right, you, the one who just spoke, please stand up. You and the prison emperor should come together. Huang Tian stepped forward, the blood and energy of the emperor burst out from his body, and he swung his fist again to attack the prison emperor. At the same time, he slapped out with his other palm, striking towards the ancient master who had just spoken. You are really looking for death. The ancient supreme being looked gloomy. In this ancient underworld, he belongs to the conservative faction and has always been hostile to the faction of the prison emperor. He had spoken earlier just to take the opportunity to mock and attack his old rival, the prison emperor. To some extent, he also helped Huang Tian indirectly. But the former could never have imagined that Huang Tian didn't care about anything at all, and he was covered by his one move. Boom boom boom. Just like that, the supreme beings from the two major factions of the underworld joined the battlefield of the underworld. Huang Tian. as the great emperor of the time, fought against the ancient masters of the underworld. This battle was quite terrifying. If it were transmitted to the human universe, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. But this battle came and went quickly, and several ancient masters from the underworld joined the battle one after another. But at the end of the battle, they were defeated one by one. Huang Tian was like a legendary supreme emperor, becoming more courageous as the battle went on, with unparalleled power. The powerful blood energy of the peak emperor level made the supreme beings in the underworld more and more frightened as the fight went on. Bang! With another loud roar, a disheveled supreme figure was blasted away. The armor on his body was torn and he was coughing up blood. It was the old guy, the prison emperor. Oh, how is this possible? He is just a great emperor of the time, how can his fighting power be so strong? Quote. At this moment, the prison emperor was really beaten to the point of doubting his life. You have to know that at this stage, he is hiding in the underworld of the ancient underworld. Under Tongtian Mingbao, together with two other ancient masters, they have studied alternative methods of immortality and have achieved certain results. The prison emperor took this opportunity to obtain the peak imperial destiny for 1,000 years. Under such circumstances, he was still at his peak. But after a head-on battle with Huang Tian, even if he tried his best, he still couldn't defeat the opponent. Of course, what made the prison emperor most introverted was that at this moment, Huang Tian was not fighting against him alone as an ancient lord. Instead, he challenged the ancient supreme beings of the underworld with his own strength. In the end, the opponent gained the upper hand and suppressed all the supreme masters of the underworld. What kind of incredible fighting power is this? At this moment, not only the emperor of prison, but also the emperor of Yama, the emperor of the netherworld, and other supreme beings of the underworld are the same. After an earth-shattering supreme battle, they were all injured and bleeding. Only on the battlefield, Huang Tian's figure stood, with the blood and energy of the emperor surging around him, covering the endless underworld. Roar, Tongtian Mingbao, who is this guy you brought back? With such amazing fighting power, could he be the Hades? Quote. King Yan Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared in exasperation. Today is a dark time for their ancient underworld lineage, and all the masters were beaten so badly even though they joined forces. Such a scene has never happened since the founding of the underworld countless years ago. At this moment, a terrible thought emerged in King Yan Luo's mind. Is he the reincarnation of the Hades? No, not at all. I don't sense any aura of reincarnation from him. And even if the Dark Emperor returns, I'm afraid he himself doesn't have such incredible fighting power, right? One after another, the ancient supreme beings were bleeding, and they were all applying the imperial laws to quickly repair their injuries. Originally, this was a perfect opportunity for Huang Tian to make a move, and he could take advantage of this opportunity to harvest a wave of underworld supreme beings. Unfortunately, he still missed it, because in front of him, a blurry figure appeared. It was Tongtian Mingbao. This sect had long been psychic and had given rise to a dark treasure of its own true spirit. It arrived on the battlefield in time the moment Huang Tian's murderous intent became apparent. At this time, the two of them confronted each other, various shocking laws continued to collide, and finally returned to calm. You are very strong, stronger than I could imagine. You are not weaker than the other heaven-defying being taught by Lord Ming. We are from the underworld. We have underestimated you. After a moment's silence, Tongtian Mingbao true spirit spoke. At this time, several supreme masters of the underworld, including the Emperor of Purgatory and the Emperor of Yama, also came up silently. They were all shocked and confused, and they understood from Tongtian Mingbao's words. The Huang Tian in front of him is not the Mingzhen of the past, but the former can make Mingbao Junling evaluate him so solemnly. Another extraordinary being taught by Lord Ming in the past. Who was the former? The supreme masters of the underworld present were naturally very clear in their hearts. They had been both teachers and friends to the Lord of the underworld, and he was an invincible existence. In the mythological era of the past, the ancient Emperor of Heaven. The spirit of Hades actually put Huang Tian on that level. But at this moment, no ancient lord dared to stand up and shout. They had already deeply experienced the peerless and terrifying power displayed by Huang Tian in the previous battle. There is no big problem in comparing him with the ancient Emperor of Heaven. Has another heaven-defying being like the Emperor risen? I'm afraid the era that belongs to us, the Lords, is no longer here. A supreme ruler of the underworld from the conservative faction sighed quietly. He was the supreme being who kept cutting himself in the field and did not try any other method of immortality. Judging from his aura of decay and decline, the former might not be able to hold on for much longer. He had lived for so long that he even saw the legendary emperor. This old guy looks familiar, he's not dead yet. At this time, Huang Tian's eyes turned. His sight also fell on the supreme lord of the underworld, and vaguely, he seemed to sense a familiar aura of blood. Chapter 99. The Law and the Way of the Chaotic Ancient Era, the Reputation of the Peerless Ruthless Man. It's just that the memory was too old, so old that even Huang Tian found it a little fuzzy. After a shocking battle, when they came into close contact with each other, he seemed to realize something. An old fellow from the emperor's period lived even longer than the immortal emperor Huang Tian. Since you have stepped forward to stop it, what price are you prepared to pay to calm down the turmoil? Facing this heavenly treasure, Huang Tian was not polite at all and spoke directly. If he didn't have a deeper plan in mind, he would have killed all the supreme beings in the underworld long ago. Don't worry, I will definitely make you satisfied. The true spirit of Hongchen Xian appeared and turned into a blurry figure. If you look carefully, this guy's physical features are actually somewhat similar to Fatty Duan. Huang Tian was speechless about this. This guy Mingbao Junling has a terrible obsession with Mingwang, even his body shape wants to imitate the former. I'm afraid he really wants to completely replace him and transform into another Hades. Buzz buzz buzz. As he spoke, the blurry figure waved his hand, and the dark treasure behind him vibrated, and wisps of ancient avenue imprints emerged one after another. As these branding laws became apparent, the vast and boundless underworld was also constantly crumbling. This method is too ancient and mysterious, and it also contains the true meaning of supreme reincarnation. This is, the supreme law created by the Emperor of Hell in the past, as well as reincarnation. Emperor Yama couldn't help but exclaim. Even though he had long been a supreme being in ancient times, he was still unable to control the great avenue of the underworld released by the Hongchen Xian. These supreme beings were deeply moved and even filled with urgency. For endless years, many ancient supreme beings have been struggling to find the way to become immortals, wanting to obtain endless lifespans and eternal immortality. The underworld was founded by the Hades. His way of reincarnation is mysterious and unparalleled, and it holds the hope of an unparalleled chance to become an immortal. That is why it attracted the mythological lord, the ancient emperor and others to come in person, and they were willing to enter the underworld in their true bodies to comprehend reincarnation. However, the Dark Emperor's law, which was performed by this Hongchen dark treasure, was a law of supreme taboo. Even the ancient masters of the underworld such as the Emperor of Purgatory and the Emperor of Yama have rarely come into contact with it, or what they had come into contact with in the past was incomplete. The Hongchen Xian was originally created by the Ming Emperor Cao Yusheng, and the Mingbao has accompanied the Ming Emperor for endless years. Naturally, he mastered all the mysteries of the Hades. Buzz. Among the countless Hades, Dao rules, there were also strands of pure white light blooming. They gather together and form into strange lotus shapes. This is the legendary seal of reincarnation in the red dust. At this moment, the vast underworld was shaking and constantly breaking apart, and the eyes of all the supreme beings were bright. They all stared at the void, at the great avenue of the underworld demonstrated by the Hongchen Xian true spirit. This is also a great opportunity for these ancient masters to make further progress on the path of reincarnation. Chi. Unfortunately, this mysterious and unparalleled reincarnation realm did not last long. In the void, a huge golden hand emerged and completely grabbed all the reincarnation patterns and the origin of order. Immediately, there was a flash of light, and it completely merged into the body and disappeared. Okay, I accept your gift. Huang Tian took action, forcefully and domineeringly integrating the Dark Emperor's law derived from Hongchen Xian. This level of law is not very useful to Huang Tian, but it can still be used as a reference. Especially before the ancient mythological era, the legendary Dark Ancient Times and the Chaotic Ancient Times. This damn bastard. Looking at Huang Tian talking calmly with Mingbao Junling, he didn't take them, the supreme masters of the underworld, seriously at all. The hatred in the hearts of King Yama, King Zhenyu and others. But at this moment they had no choice. Even if they were the ancient supreme beings, they could not defeat Huang Tian. If Hongchen Xian had not appeared to intervene just now, one of the great supreme beings in the underworld would have been killed. An existence as invincible as the Emperor of the past is really too terrifying and invincible. This endless underworld has a chance for me. I still need to cultivate in the deepest part of it for a while. When the time comes, I will come find you." Huang Tian glanced at the nether treasures and the supreme beings of the underworld. Immediately, his figure flashed and he went straight into the deepest part of the endless underworld. The bodies of the supreme beings in the underworld were wrapped in chaotic mist, but their eyes were extremely cold and terrifying. "You shouldn't bring such a creature back to the underworld. His existence will bring us unprecedented disasters." After a while, the prison emperor spoke. Only by fighting with Huang Tian in person could one deeply feel the horror of the other party. The former gave the emperor of prison a feeling that he was too strong, so strong that it was unimaginable. Yes, the potential threat from the other party is too great. This is the most core and ancient place in our underworld. You are really at ease. If you let him roam freely, once a war breaks out. The other supreme beings of the underworld looked at each other and spoke as well. At this moment, both the conservative faction and the powerful faction's supreme leaders had very unified opinions. They all didn't want to see Huang Tian continue to stay in this underworld, and they all wanted to urgently ask him to leave. In the eyes of these supreme beings in the underworld, this is a super plague god and a terrible disaster. There's no telling when it might explode completely. Such a terrifying existence poses a huge threat. The reincarnation of the Hades Emperor is in his hands. But the Hades true spirit only needed to say a simple sentence to completely shut up the supreme beings. "What, you really found the true body of the underworld emperor?" Upon hearing this, the king of hell, and other supreme beings of the underworld were all horrified. The Dark Emperor. A legendary mysterious existence, even in the hearts of these ancient masters, it is so mysterious and unfathomable. Since these ancient masters entered the underworld, the rumored true body of the underworld emperor has disappeared for endless years. It can be said that none of the existing supreme beings in the underworld have ever actually seen the true appearance of the underworld emperor. The many clues and traces about the Hades emperor were passed down from the underworld. According to legend, the emperor of the underworld founded the underworld and wanted to perform reincarnation in the human world. In this regard, he went extremely far. He has even found the correct way to become an immortal. But the true identity of the Hades has always been a mystery, and no one knows it. But now, Mingbao Junling suddenly revealed a big news. The real body of Mingwang appeared in the world, and was controlled by Huang Tian. This piece of news was like a thunderclap to the supreme beings in the underworld, which shocked them greatly. "Okay, I have a comprehensive plan for this matter, just cooperate with me. When I truly take charge of the reincarnation of the underworld, I will share the supreme opportunity of becoming an immortal with you all." After saying this, the true spirit of the dark treasure returned to the magic weapon body and disappeared. Only the ancient masters of the underworld were left, and the atmosphere suddenly became even quieter and more depressing. The Hades Emperor has finally revealed his true form. Our previous guess turned out to be correct. No wonder he made such a big move. Although the situation is somewhat out of our control, there is still room for maneuver. We still need to plan carefully. Also, you can inform the Source God and Source Ghost that the monsters created by the Dark Treasure can be released. In the dark and silent underworld, several terrifying supreme figures stood, among whom King Yama spoke in a dim voice. "The ancient heaven has collapsed. My underworld has been silent for such a long time. It is time to revive and take charge of the reincarnation of the world." There was also another supreme being who responded, and he was also an extremely powerful ancient supreme being. Hiss. After a moment, countless chaotic mists flowed, accompanied by the terrifying breath of death from the underworld, and the ancient masters also lay dormant. The world of mortals rolls forward, the years pass by, Huang Tian occupies the deepest part of the underworld, at the end of the endless land of disaster. He didn't know how many years had passed, but one day, his closed eyes suddenly opened. Two extremely sharp and terrifying beams of light tore through the void, destroying countless underworld areas. "I have finally found the traces and methods of the chaotic ancient era, the secret of the cultivation system of another era." Huang Tian's eyes flickered as he felt the aura of ancient laws permeating around him. He nodded slightly and muttered to himself. Ever since he first set foot in the underworld, he had inexplicably felt this special aura. Even his heart of Tao was trembling. No, strictly speaking, it was not only his heart of Tao. Even the tattered gray stone in his body, which had been silent for a long time, was vibrating slightly, as if it had produced some kind of resonance. That's why Huang Tian would practice in this vast underworld for such a long time. Unfortunately, this kind of Tao and Dharma is still too incomplete. It is still a bit far from the broken stone in my body. Soon, when Huang Tian's mind was immersed in his body, he still shook his head slightly. With his current level of cultivation, there are really not many things in this human universe that he can value. But the broken stone in Huang Tian's body is of utmost importance to him. Because this gray stone is so special and amazing, it was it that brought me to this world of covering the sky. There was even a time when he led Huang Tian through the barriers of the universe system and descended to the legendary primitive world. After being silent for a long time, this shabby stone suddenly felt something strange again. Huang Tian had a premonition that this mysterious stone would cause trouble again soon. That's why he takes it so seriously and eagerly stays in the endless underworld, looking for all traces and methods about the chaotic ancient era. After a moment's silence, Huang Tian stood up, took a step forward, and instantly tore apart the boundless and vast underworld. Boom! On this day, a brilliant golden road crossed the ancient underworld and reached the human world universe. This was an extremely spectacular and incredible scene. The aura of the Golden Avenue was so majestic and powerful that it shook the human world and the universe. Billions of countless living beings all developed perception and looked towards the depths of the universe in horror. The aura of this ancient great emperor is so powerful that it can reach anywhere and everywhere, overwhelming the entire universe. This is the aura of a true emperor. Oh my God, there is still an emperor in the human world who has not passed away. Is it that the supreme being in the world has succeeded in attaining enlightenment? In a certain star field in the universe, an old sage exclaimed. When they talked about the supreme being, their faces were filled with fear. This aura is extremely powerful and incomparable, but it seems to be completely different from the supreme being in the legend. Moreover, that person had already broken through to the 9th level of quasi-emperor more than 1,000 years ago. Currently, no one knows where she is hiding or whether she has really taken that step. Especially the earth-shattering world-destroying thunder punishment and the terrifying supreme disaster. Even if it is a being as defying as heaven, I'm afraid it will be in great danger. Another creature from the star domain spoke. When they talked about that supreme being, they all seemed very fearful and spoke very carefully, obviously trying their best to avoid the topic. Although more than 1,000 years have passed, there are still many terrifying legends about that peerless female devil from the past. But it is still circulating throughout the universe, making all living beings tremble. For thousands of years, with the rise of that female demon, billions of lives in the human world and the universe have suffered. Although it was not the ancient supreme being who was born in the forbidden area, the endless killing caused by that female devil was almost the same. The ancient road of the starry sky is home to countless geniuses, outstanding people, and various legendary ancient top-level physiques and bloodlines. This life can be called a small golden age, but with the appearance of a special creature. The entire pattern and situation have changed completely, from the moment a semi-saint set foot on the ancient starry road. It was unknown and not valued by any genius of the ancient starry road, but it only took less than a few hundred years. The name of this peerless female demon has spread throughout the universe, because her ways and methods are too fierce and terrifying. His demonic powers were unrivaled in the world, and he devoured the blood and origins of all the kings. Wherever he went, there was a surging sea of blood and countless people were killed. No matter which peerless genius she targeted, could escape. Divine body, Taoist body, royal body, immortal body, Buddha body, demon body. On the starry sky Emperor Road, one top genius after another fell, their bloodline essence was completely devoured, and their bodies turned to ashes. Even when faced with a crazy hunt by the powerful forces behind those with special physiques, the female devil remained fearless. A demonic figure, with a vase on her head, faced the crowd alone and walked forward. This is a microcosm of the road to becoming the starry sky emperor over thousands of years, and it is also an era that has made countless geniuses despair. A peerless female devil rose up with great force, killing her way through one imperial road after another, devouring the blood of countless geniuses, and forging peerless demonic power. As all beings in the human world trembled, she reached the quasi-emperor realm and made rapid progress all the way. Finally, in the shortest time, she reached the peak of the 9th level of quasi-emperor, and because of that, she got another nickname, Ruthless Person. This is a truly ruthless person. Her rise has brought great disaster to the human world and the universe. Billions of lives died directly or indirectly at her hands, and she fought her way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. For a woman to reach the pinnacle of humanity is unprecedented and has never happened before. On that day, according to ancient records, an endless and vast chaos thunder punishment descended. It was a special calamity belonging to that female devil. She created her own supreme magic skill, which devoured the physique and blood of the kings and took away the fortune of heaven and earth. This magic skill was too against the will of heaven and caused endless killing in the human world. So when the ruthless female demon reached the 9th level of quasi-emperor, she suffered an unprecedented and horrific divine punishment. The chaotic lightning was so terrifying that it seemed like the end of an era. It is said that in the end, even the legendary Forbidden Zone Supreme couldn't help but take action. At the end of the universe, there was a shocking battle. All living beings were terrified and trembling, and the life and death of some ruthless people became a mystery. But today, the aura of the ancient emperor is surging, sweeping the human world and the universe. In the minds of all living beings, the figure of that ruthless man with overwhelming demonic power who overpowered all living beings subconsciously emerged. Chapter 100. In the era of shrouding the heavens, the only person who has seen Emperor Huang Tian. Boom. In the human world universe, after thousands of years, the aura of the great emperor reappeared. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse and then completely disappeared, it still caused a huge storm. At the end of the universe, in a chaotic area, the imperial laws manifested, and the outline of a fairy tomb emerged. Yes, it's that guy's aura. He disappeared for thousands of years and he finally appeared again. Inside the forbidden fairy mausoleum, the voice of an ancient supreme being appeared. We have found some clues about that bastard Emperor Zun, and even found traces of his former remains. Should we contact him and work together to get rid of the emperor? At this time in Shanling, another supreme voice spoke, with a strong murderous intent in the words. There is no rush for this. With our ancient minds, the immortal mausoleum, and the mysterious heaven burial island. Combining the power of the 3 forbidden areas, I believe it is enough to suppress an emperor in the transformation stage. Now the killing array set up by my 3 forbidden areas is about to succeed. With all the power of the whole world, it is enough to kill any top emperor master. Unless the other party is truly an immortal, he will definitely die. The cold words coming out from the immortal mausoleum were extremely terrifying and creepy. Perhaps we can also take advantage of this great opportunity to get rid of the mysterious emperor as well. At this time, Ji Yuzun spoke. Don't be too anxious about this matter for now. The most urgent task is that the emperor is still our biggest hidden danger and threat, and we must eliminate him as soon as possible. The supreme beings of the 2 restricted areas, Heaven Burial Island and Taichu Ancient Mine, are all working hard to plan and arrange the arrangements. My immortal mausoleum is responsible for secretly keeping an eye on the actions of the underworld and the human world. There was also the woman who was about to attain enlightenment 1,000 years ago. She was so extraordinary that she was able to take such an extreme and unprecedented path to enlightenment. Her style of doing things was even more cruel and ruthless than that of his supreme beings. It was truly extraordinary. I have a feeling that she is not really dead. If I don't get rid of this woman in advance, I will be uneasy. Perhaps in the future, she will also be known as the most terrifying enemy in our life-restricted area, possessing unprecedented destructive power. In all parts of the human world and universe, the emergence of the aura of a great emperor caused an unprecedented shock. Even at the end of the universe, in another mysterious and unknown place, there are some ripples in the void. Silently, a mysterious and terrifying vase of the great Tao emerged, emitting infinite black light. Under the vase, a hazy figure was sitting cross-legged. Its aura was restrained, as if there was not even a trace of life force, and it was as motionless as a rock. Such a creature, even though it was sitting cross-legged there, was like a prehistoric ferocious beast, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. She is the most notorious and ruthless person in the world today, and is also the one that everyone fears the most. With the most ordinary mortal body, he rose against the will of heaven and fought his way through a bloody path of transformation from the ancient star called Beidou. In the following 1,000 years, he set foot on the road to becoming the emperor of the starry sky, and brought his demonic side to the extreme, causing countless creatures to tremble in horror. Ever since the earth-shaking imperial catastrophe in the past, Henren, the most powerful being in the world who was about to achieve enlightenment, has disappeared. In the human world, there are so many rumors about her. Unexpectedly, today, she, a ruthless emperor, would actually take the initiative to reveal traces of her aura. The aura of a great emperor of the time, why does it give me an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Who is he? The ruthless man at this moment is still in some deep transformation in nirvana if you watch from a close distance. They could find that her peak quasi-emperor body was covered in blood and even had many terrible wounds. Near the wound, traces of terrifying aura emerged, constantly corroding her life source and erasing her foundation. In this world, it is rare for a ruthless person like her to suffer such serious injuries and even face the danger of her life. Apart from the legendary supreme of the Forbidden Area, there are no other living creatures, and judging from the many wounds on the ruthless man, the aura of the ancient supreme being is obviously far more than one, which shows how tragic the shocking imperial calamity was. But the ruthless person finally survived. Her true body remained dormant, and even the ancient supreme beings were unable to deduce her whereabouts. But now, because of the sudden appearance of an emperor-level aura, the ruthless man's true body couldn't help but produce some fluctuations in aura. But unfortunately, the current state of the ruthless person is very delicate, and he is in the most critical stage of nirvana and transformation. Although a faint trace of true spirit revived, it soon fell into silence again. Above his head, a Dao vase stretched across the sky, with countless runes interweaving and flashing, covering the dark void. Huang Tian naturally paid no attention to the many shocking events in the outside world, even in the depths of the universe. The familiar breath suddenly revived but quickly subsided. Huang Tian was the same and did not stop. As for the affairs of ruthless people, he originally didn't want to get involved and let everything develop naturally. But later on, he somehow took the initiative to integrate into a period of Henren's childhood. Fortunately, the distorted fate trajectories finally returned to the right track, and Huang Tian no longer interfered. In his eternal plan for the future, what he expected to see was the familiar Empress in white. Well, it's almost there, the little guy should be here. Deep in the universe, they are approaching the borderland. Huang Tian's figure emerged. He crossed countless star fields in one step and descended here. Naturally, there was a deep meaning behind it. This time he came here not to search for the supreme in the forbidden area, nor to uncover the secret of the dormant emperor. Huang Tian came here only to search for a special creature. With a flash of light, he descended on a ruined ancient star. This is an extremely dilapidated, ancient and dead star region, without a trace of life. Countless years ago, this star field became completely desolate and silent, with no trace of any living creature. Today, Huang Tian has arrived. He cannot hide from this ancient star, and countless dust is flying along the way. Under the thick dust, buried were bones and broken weapons. Huang Tian strode over. All the broken bones and weapons were turned into powder. This was an extremely ancient star-shattered land. Under the baptism and erosion of long years, any tangible things have long since withered and destroyed. If it weren't for the trace of inexplicable aura he sensed in his body, even Huang Tian would have found it difficult to discover such a strange and dilapidated ancient star. Buzz. When Huang Tian walked tens of millions of miles into the depths of the ancient star and came to a canyon area, he stopped. Immediately, his mind moved, and a golden hand appeared and reached forward. Boom. In an instant, the ground cracked, countless rocks flew, and the golden hand quickly retracted. At this moment, a ball of bright light appeared in the palm of his hand, and a rich divine aura surged and spread. Under the ground of this ancient star that has been covered in dust and ruin for a long time, there is actually such a strange piece of divine source buried. In this divine source block, there is a figure sitting cross-legged, still in a deep dormant state and has not yet awakened. Yes, it's him. Seeing this, Huang Tian smiled and squeezed hard with his golden hand. Crack! The golden hand in his palm shattered instantly, and then a figure fell out from the shattered divine source block. Buzz! The moment this creature stepped out of the divine source block, rays of talismanic light began to flash and interweave around him. Although this kind of Dao rune is ancient and has a mysterious aura, it is incompatible with the rules and order of the universe in the human world today. What happened? I actually woke up. Could it be that I have been dormant for a long time? Has the great opportunity I've been waiting for finally arrived? In the blazing light of Dao, the creature opened his eyes and murmured. This creature looks very ordinary, and has an ordinary temperament. He is an insignificant being among a group of disgraceful people. Only his eyes were smart and deep, as if they could see through everything in the world. This was a very unique aura. However, this creature soon felt something was wrong, because he didn't know when a figure appeared in front of him. Who are you and why are you here? The creature's expression changed and his eyes were fixed on Huang Tian. At the same time, his own aura became fiercer, and a vague aura of a powerful man spread out. The cultivation level of the Saint Realm, no, according to the era you live in, it should be called the Void Dao Realm. Zhang Baron, is what I said correct? Huang Tian stood quietly in front with his hands behind his back, and said slowly. What, you actually know my name? How is this possible? Upon hearing this creature's defense was completely broken. Zhang Baron. A name that looks ordinary but contains a special meaning, too old. It was so long ago that he almost forgot about this creature, and he didn't know until now. It has been such a long time since we spent in this divine source, but today is the day when it is revived again. There was actually such a mysterious creature standing in front of him, which not only revealed the level of cultivation in his ancient times. He even called out his original name accurately. At this moment, Zhang Baron's Dao heart was in chaos and he suffered an unprecedented shock. He was 100% sure that he had never met Huang Tian and had never had any interaction with him. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is you, Zhang Baron. Over the years, the world has changed dramatically. The legendary ancient chaotic era has long ended, and now millions of years have passed. It is fate that we can meet, Zhang Baron, this is also a great fortune for you. Huang Tian had a smile on his face as he stared at Zhang Baron not far away, then he walked towards him. Zhang Baron from the chaotic ancient times is the target of Huang Tian's trip. This creature is quite extraordinary. Throughout the entire history of the Shrouding Heaven era, he is the only living being who has actually seen the true appearance of the legendary Emperor Huang Tian with his own eyes. He also obtained the opportunity of the supreme divine source bestowed by Emperor Huang Tian. Therefore, Zhang Baron, a most ordinary and common boy from a ruined star in the past, was able to embark on the path of cultivation. Later on, he declared himself the source of gods, spent a long period of time in the chaotic ancient era, and even crossed the ancient mythological era. From the ancient times to the present ancient times. In terms of the length of life, apart from that fat curtain-stealing thief, Zhang Baron is probably the most unlucky one. Unparalleled opportunity. Hearing Huang Tian's words, the corners of Zhang Baron's mouth twitched unconsciously. Until now, he still hadn't figured out who this extremely mysterious guy in front of him, who was about his age, was. How did the other party know his past? Looking at the situation in front of him, he was unexpectedly resurrected. I'm afraid it has something to do with this person. Looking at the rubble and soil scattered all around, Zhang Baron felt even more depressed. What a damn good opportunity. What deep hatred do I have with this guy? He actually dug himself out from hundreds of feet of the ground. Haha, Zhang Baron, I know you have a lot of doubts and unknowns now, but this is not important. You will slowly find out in the future. What you have to do now is to fight me with all your strength. If you defeat me, you will lose all the opportunities in the human world. You can choose whatever you want, even the legendary chance to become an immortal, which I can give to you. Huang Tian's eyes became sharp. He stared at Zhang Baron and spoke in a low voice. As Huang Tian spoke, his aura was also increasing. After reaching the saint level, it stabilized. He proclaimed himself as a great emperor, suppressed his own supreme Dao fruit, and wanted to fight with Zhang Baron on the same level. To be more precise, Huang Tian wanted to use the method of covering the sky with his body as a system to fight against Zhang Baron's ancient immortal method. During this period, Zhang Baron was dug out from deep underground by himself because he was born early. Therefore, he has not yet integrated into the current human universe, let alone practiced the heaven-covering method. Therefore, a battle of the same level in this state is particularly important to Huang Tian. Deep in the endless underworld of the underworld, he had been sitting in dormancy for thousands of years, and had already begun to sense the Tao and the law of the chaotic ancient era. Now Huang Tian pulled Zhang Baron out from deep underground with a slap, just to continue to hone his own ancient skills. I won't fight with you. Facing Huang Tian's oppressive aura, Zhang Baron shook his head. He was peaceful by nature and never liked killing or conquering. Naturally, he did not have the ambition to dominate the world and sweep across the wilderness. Today, because of Huang Tian, Zhang Baron was born early. At this moment, his Dao heart was very confused. He was eager to understand the current situation and also wanted to know the identity and background of the mysterious Huang Tian. As for the war, Zhang Baron had no intention of competing or fighting at all. Humph, now that it has come to this, do you think you still have a choice? Zhang Baron, attack with all your strength. Otherwise, you will really fall in my hands. You are a great man who has survived from the end of the chaotic ancient era to the ancient times of this world. It would be such a pity if it fell so easily. Huang Tian didn't care at all about Zhang Baron's avoidance. He had plenty of methods and means to force the other party to take action. Before Zhang Baron could speak, Huang Tian took action. With a raised hand, a magnificent seal condensed and pressed forward. The sacred fighting technique, when used casually, is quite terrifying even for Huang Tian, who has proclaimed himself a saint. Zhang Baron, thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen. Chapter 100. In the era of shrouding the heavens, the only person who has seen Emperor Huang Tian